Mr. Pop.
Why do these eyes of mine cry? Don't they know it's the end of the world? It ended when you said goodbye. Why should my legs go on marching when you were taken in your prime? Don't they know it's the end of the world, which means it soon will be my time?
Good evening, Wastelanders. Feels like it's been a while since I've sat down to talk for one of these Sunday night programs. I've not been myself lately. It's honestly been hard every Sunday evening since what happened. But it's getting pretty old starting the late night playlist at 6 p.m. As I'm sure most of you remember, this block of time was reserved for an interview series called Confessions of a Wasteland Pony. It was something that began halfway into last year and up until the holidays. While I didn't have a new guest lined up every week, I think it barely reached a dozen interviewees if I count family members. I tried to find quality, compelling stories that would capture the hearts and minds of the everyday Wastelander. And most of those interviews got replayed several times, somehow reaching a wider audience with each airing. And admittedly, a wide audience is what I was always striving for, especially for Confessions, and especially concerning one of our guests. Amberhorn was an engineer that worked in 10 Pony Tower's generator room, someone who helped Homage and I tremendously in modernizing a lot of the decaying portions of our station.
But most of all, she was a beloved friend.
Yes, she was. Sitting on this side of the microphone is a uniquely solitary experience. Spinning records and playing holotapes bring about as much life and joy as they can, but music is contextual. Hearing Jingle Bell Rock is one thing, hearing it while dancing outside in the snow with that special someone is something else entirely. You can get your heart pumping to a fast jazz solo, but it takes on a whole new energy tapestried against a firefight. You can be moved by something slow and melodic, but not nearly so much as moving with it in the dark in your lover's arms. But hearing these songs over and over while staring at a cold array of flickering lights and switches is probably the toughest way to experience things. I can hope and imagine all the joy that it does bring to the wasteland, all the creatures who are moved in a special way, but I can't feel it. Not really. And in a lot of ways, that changed with Confessions of a Wasteland Pony. With the help of Homage and Amberhorn and Rose Petal, we were able to turn an interview room, a horrible concrete prison cell with one-way glass, into something completely different. We filled it with warmth and joy, much more so after the war than the room had seen before. We've even recorded some new music in there, breathing fresh life to the airwaves. New voices which weren't just echoes recorded from days gone by. But didn't just liven up that side of the glass, the interviews brought new energy to me as well. For reasons I can't elaborate on, I am confined to this penthouse suite. It is possible that I could leave, if I really needed to, if this building were brought down to rubble. But it would be at a great personal cost and energy, which is why I've cherished those like Homage who have helped me over the years.
Of course.
This station is my voice, the only means I have of living beyond these walls and helping to move the rest of the world, even when I can feel no movement from it. Until Confessions, that is. I was no longer staring into a dusty array of metallic switches, but counting the scars on Battered Blade's shoulder, or looking at all the internal organs that Dr. Greenshift was displaying to me, or seeing Duchess Rosepetal smirk back at me while sipping on some tea. Or watching Amberhorn walk out of the studio after confessing to her supposed sins in the truest sense. Even later on, when we had to build the other broadcasting site, just hearing the voices on the other side meant so much to me. Speaking so directly to some of the most interesting and wonderful Wastelanders that have ever crossed my path was a treasured experience, one that I wished to hold on to more than anything. For I believed, and still believe, in the power of the airwaves to bring ponies together. But I was naive. I assumed, foolishly, that such power could only bring us together in a positive way, in love and redemption and reunion.
Friendship is magical like that.
But the lesson that I failed to learn, that so many fail to learn, because we wish so desperately that it would not be true, is that a lot more than friendship can come from magic. It was our misuse of magic that ended the world the first time, and it might not be the last time. Unless we learn that final friendship lesson, and that is that we should not take friendship or magic for granted, because both can destroy us just as easily as they can build us up. So, now, introductions aside, I must bookend this moment of my life similar to the way it started, while also giving homage some details that I've been unsure of how to explain otherwise. She's been patient, waiting on me to gather the last pages of the story from the last ones left who could pass them along to me. Are you okay with this?
Yes. Yes, I am.
All right. Then it's time to give the last confession of a Wasteland Pony. My confession. It was the weekend before the winter solstice, and we were able to make something truly wonderful happen. We brought back together two lost lovers who had been torn apart by a terrible tragedy, each thinking the other was dead. Paladin Sandstone and his fiancée Carmina, whom we also knew as the Red Reaper, were separated for almost 20 years until one of the goddesses out there decided that they deserved a moment of true joy after all the trials they'd suffered in their lives. And so, in a heart-wrenching moment, we were able to hear them seeing each other once more, a moment neither of them expected to experience on this side of death. But that moment would be brief, when Homage, Rosepetal, and I would hear explosions cascade through the building they were gathered in. Battered Blade had been so kind to let us construct our off-site broadcasting station in an unused room of her Battered's Bodyguards building. It was an old hotel in Uptown which served as a convenient meeting point, easy enough for our interviewees to find while cloaked in whatever disguise they chose. The room was unassuming, soundproofed, and wired with the help of Dr. Greenshift and his builders. They were connected to us through an underground telephone cable we were able to tap into, probably the first time someone's used that line in 200 years. We tried to play coy about the exact location, not that Ten Pony Tower is a big secret either, but like Ten Pony Tower, they were decently guarded, especially considering Battered's connection to the airlift, helping any number of trafficked Wastelanders escape to safety. That changed quickly, however, when we heard those explosions.
We were petrified, unsure of what to do.
Despite her own shock, it was Rosepetal who was able to take a contingent of 10 pony guards with her to see what happened. Much of this story and these details we have because of her. They arrived at the old hotel building to find most of the building torn open by fresh fires. Manhattan suffered heavily during the Great War, but that old hotel survived better than most. For her to see it in rubble was a painful thing to behold, not simply for the lost architecture, but what fate the others might have faced as well. Several floors of the building had collapsed, and many of the windows and walls were blasted out and scorched. They would find dozens of bodies among the ruins, many of them Battered's bodyguards, having fought hard to protect the others. The other bodies were in much smaller pieces, having been blown apart with weapons like Sandstone's siege gun and Carmina's shooting star. Only 2 survivors were found at the site. One of them was battered herself. She had been shot 3 times, with several more marks cut through the paint of her armor. One bullet below her shoulder had left her front right leg immobile. Another passed along the side of her stomach, taking a piece of meat with it, but missing the major organs by the shape of the plate armor. Then the final one was the most critical, having landed in her left flank and bleeding quite heavily.
But she was alive.
Yes, she was alive. And despite those wounds, she was the one still awake, screaming for help while leaning over the other survivor. He had shielded her from the worst of the gunfire, but ultimately it wasn't the gunfire that brought him down. Diamondback was collapsed in the street intersection, much of the left side of his body scarred in a sickly brown color. Battered was leaning over his right side, careful not to touch the fresh scars. This is how Rose Petal found them. Battered had fed him the last of the medical potions she had on her. Rose Petal had to force her to accept healing bandages for her own wounds, which were still bleeding quite heavily. Battered was able to tell them not to touch his scars, to wrap them up first, before finally passing out from her own blood loss.
Which is when they brought them here.
Yes. Rose Petal could be even more of a thorn in Ten Pony's side than even me, when she wanted to be. They wrapped both Battered and Diamondback in tarps and told the guards to carry them up to the penthouse suite. It's not like we had any place else for them to go, and they needed much more medical attention. We set up a clean room of sorts adjacent to Duchess Rose Petal's room. Not that it stayed clean for long. As soon as we removed the wraps from Battered Blade, she sprayed fresh blood on the walls, her heart pumping quickly from the medicine they'd given her. Never fully washed off. The 10 Pony doctors, whom I commend highly, were able to perform a critical, unexpected surgery on some pony who was mostly banned from entering the tower. They patched up the holes in her shoulder and side, mostly just muscles needing to heal. The bullet in her flank still had to be removed. It was lodged in her pelvic bone, having nicked an artery and obliterated a ligament on its way through.
Both legs had to be completely wrapped in casts for those ligaments to heal.
Diamondback was another story. None of them had any idea how to even approach fixing him. After a closer examination, they found that he didn't have any exposed holes per se, but the large brown scar covered most of his left arm, left leg, left wing, with splashes on his face, neck, back, and chest. Those scarred places were missing many of their scales, the raw flesh underneath having been exposed and burned.
It was mortifying, seeing them like that. Half of their bodies bandaged from head to tail.
It was around this time that Monday morning had arrived. Rose Petal and the 10 Pony guards went back to search through the rubble of the hotel, but did not find Amber, Sandstone, or Carmina. Diamondback and Battered would sleep for several days, while we waited for them to wake up. I don't think I slept for those first 2 days at all. Rose Petal finally put a blanket over Homage at one point when she passed out.
Yeah.
We were stuck in the dark, and we had no leads as to what happened. It wouldn't be until Rose Petal returned that I realized the dead air from the off-site broadcasting station was still playing. I flipped over to the nighttime playlist and just let it run like that for a few days. I apologize to those of you who probably felt just as unsettled about the situation as we were, but to be frank, I had no idea what to say. It wouldn't be until Wednesday that I determined continuing on like normal would be the best approach, for the time being. While we had to wait for these events to play out, I decided that I owed all of you a return to the status quo, so you could continue on with your own lives, which exists completely separate from the events that transpired here for the most part. Pretending things were normal may have been the hardest thing I've had to do in a long time. I don't even remember what I talked about during those interstitials.
It was a lot of repeated stories and anecdotes from last winter. A rerun, in a way. Going on about how heartwarming used to be before the war and ways to rekindle those feelings when everything felt so terrible.
A bit beside myself in the emotions. I guess that's not surprising. When everything else is stripped away, all the world truly is a stage. And there are only two types of plays, comedies and tragedies.
And even then, comedies are just tragedies that haven't finished yet.
Well, perhaps it does seem that way sometimes. I'm just glad we had Rose Petal there with us. Those days would have been twice as bad without her support.
She made us pancakes.
Yes, she did. Those were a long couple of days, watching expectantly as several IVs of health potions trickled into each of them. It wouldn't be until noonish on Tuesday that Battered Blade finally woke up. She awoke in a shock and almost cut the IV lines that were attached to her in the process. It took some time to calm her down long enough to ask what happened. It took her a few minutes to collect herself, but finally she was able to tell us. The explosions that we heard over the airwaves turned out to be a salvo of anti-aircraft rounds being fired onto the building by a group of 3 small, rigid airships.
So they were chem troopers?
Apparently, although not all of them were wearing the chemical suits that Freezy had shown us. They were part of an alliance, it would seem. The troopers funneled through the main hallway and stairwells trying to surround the group. Sandstone and Carmina were at the forefront of the fighting as Battered and her crew tried to escape with Amberhorn. The 2 Rangers proved to be as capable as their stories led on. Battered recanted how they got down to the ground floor, by Sandstone and Carmina blowing their way through the troopers with their strongest weapons. They were almost out to the street when another contingent of troopers, or possibly great arrows, surprised them from behind and shot a tranquilizer dart into Amberhorn. Amber went down immediately, and the arrow surrounded her limp form, keeping Carmina and Sandstone from retaliating. Which is when they made another demand. They wanted Carmina and Sandstone to take their helmets off. They all hesitated, still caught off guard by the situation unfolding, which is when one arrow shot a bullet through the side of Amber's leg, grazing off a chunk of skin.
No.
They had no other choice but to remove their helmets too. As they did, several more tranquilizer darts flew in, striking Carmina and Sandstone in their necks. They both collapsed to the ground. Battered described how it was just her and 3 of her bodyguards left at this point, and she decided that she would keep attacking the ones that weren't directly around Amber and the others. Just try to stack as many bodies as she could. But the gunfire was overwhelming, and forced her outside into the street to take cover behind some old rubble from the Great War. The last bodyguards were dead at this point, and she had already been shot twice. With the way cleared, the remaining troopers, or arrows, loaded Amber, Carmina, and Sandstone onto one of their ships and began to take off. This is the point where Diamondback flew in, after having heard the signal go dead over the airwaves. My station runs on a 30-second delay for normal radio signal, some leftover system set up by the Ministry of Morale or Image or something like that, a way for them to keep something critical from leaking to the public if necessary. I can override the delay, but never really needed to, so it was still in place when we were all shocked by what we heard, which meant from the moment the signal went dead to the moment Amber and the others were captured, took less than a minute. Diamondback, living not far away, was luckily listening live and showed up to see Battered bleeding behind some cover and shooting at the escaping airships. Battered described how she shouted at him to stop the airships, that Amber was on board. She was the one Diamondback would have known the most about, the one he'd actually met. And unlike Sandstone or Carmina, she was not a battle-hardened soldier. She wasn't wearing some advanced armor at the time. They all tried their best to protect her at every stage of the attack.
But they couldn't stop the ships.
No. Diamondback flew toward the nearest ship, breathing fire as he did so, but the ships were equipped with the most dangerous weapon the Chemical Corps were known for. A blast of dull yellow smoke engulfed Diamondback, the deadly reagent that Freezy had described to us. It quickly began to eat through his scales and flesh. As a dragon, Diamondback was one of the few creatures equipped to survive such a weapon. Shocked by the sudden pain, he breathed fire on himself, searing away the gas before it could do any more damage. A significant amount of damage was done though, and he crashed down into the street. Battered fired a few more shots at the balloons, while one more bullet landed in her left flank before the ships disappeared into the night sky. She limped over to Diamondback, trying to wake him up, which is where Rose Petal and the others found them. As she finished the story, Battered couldn't help but tear up. I've never seen her so upset.
She tried her best. They were outnumbered.
Once she composed herself, she wanted to see Diamondback and asked if anyone else had gotten burned. Her warning to Duchess Rosepetal was not so much about his safety as it was theirs. She was afraid the reagent could kill someone if they touched his open wounds. Luckily, Diamondback's self-immolation seems to have destroyed it quickly enough. It was hard to feed an IV through Diamondback's thick scales. Most of the healing work was being done by magical bandages covering his left side. We let Battered wait there with Diamondback as we talked about what to do next. For me, the first time we'd heard about these chemtroopers was Freezy's interview. Dr. Greenshift had known of them before in his work with the other Ghoul communities, but otherwise they're a distant thing. Their airships show up, and then they quickly disappear, as what happened yet again. If anyone was going to know where we could find them or how to track them down, it was going to be Freezy, Chrysanthemum, Ranchhorn, and Pink Pippin. And since putting her in contact with Dr. Greenshift, she has been within our reach for radio communication also, especially after calling her back for that stable analyst interview and what happened afterwards.
I don't think we had a chance to update the audience on that, though.
Shit. Right. I thought we'd be able to bring them back at some point. Okay. So, about a month before the attack happened, Freezy and Chrysanthemum were able to join us again when we listened to the tale of the stable analyst, Blue Ball. He wished to meet Pinkin after hearing Freezy's story play over the airwaves. Pinkin, at that time, was still with Ranchhorn at Dusselhoof. She'd been working with Dr. Greenshift for a few months, describing to him everything she could remember about the biotype accelerant. He remains very hopeful that a cure for ghoulism could eventually be found one way or another, and this old lost technology might give him a few new options. Anyway, after his show, Blue Ball wanted to give Pinkin some kind of closure based on what had happened to her as a kid. It was rather shocking to hear her make an appearance in his tale, but then again, it was that circumstance that brought him to the microphone in the first place. Radio was very good at bringing ponies together. Freezy and Chrysanthemum agreed to bring him to Pinkin, but he quickly amended his request. Since they were some of the few ponies in the Wasteland with a working rigid airship, he hoped they could make a detour on the way. And so, they sailed not far from here over the Celestial Sea. Following the Great War, the water can be very dangerous, but if you're close enough to the mainland, it is possible to swim. It was a journey Blue Ball had made not long before that. The island itself wasn't spectacular, just another rocky formation surrounded by the greenish-gray waters. There were the ruins of a lighthouse and a few other buildings which had been mostly wiped away by the megaspells. According to pre-war maps, it used to be called Plum Island. Seemingly inconsequential during the Great War, Stabletech purchased the island and maintained the lighthouse that used to be its only real feature. All the while, they had apparently focused on building something much more important down below, in the solid, ageless bedrock. The fruits of those efforts, Stable 10, or Stable X, is no more. However, the sole remaining inhabitant of Plum Island was still there, sitting on the beach between the cave and the sea, caught in the middle, as it were. The Stella Blue Ball described to us was still there, occupying the body of what Pinkin would later decide was a Series 1M Sentinel droid. The Stabletech artificial intelligence was responsible for so much pain to so many stable dwellers, not the least of which was Pinkin herself. As the ship touched down, the Clockwork Mare seemed genuinely stunned to see something break the isolation of her life on Plum Island. According to Freezy, his intentions were not perfectly clear, but it seemed Blue Ball wanted to lay all the cards on the table, so to speak. It would offer Stella a chance for redemption or closure as much as it would for Pinkin. They talked for a long while, and at first it didn't seem Stella would go with them. But at last, the clunky metal frame boarded the ship. This was not a robotic soldier, like most of the Sentinel droids that have come up in our interviews. The Series 1Ms were simple maintenance units. The most deadly thing about her was probably a power drill, and even then you'd be able to outrun her quite easily. She was not covered in an advanced polymer or plate metal. She wasn't armored at all, aside from a standard metal chassis holding the wires and spell matrix together. This was no longer some godlike computer playing with the lives and fates of any thousands of ponies at her mercy. Stella was as frail and vulnerable as she could possibly be, and she seemed to prefer it that way. Any dark shadow that Dr. Fractal had cast over her was buried with the rest of Stable 10. She knew that an encounter would be emotional, and emotions held a stronger sway over her than ever before, but if nothing else, she seemed willing to face Pinkin's judgment, knowing she could very well be her executioner. As Freezy flew them to Dusselhoof, it seems Stella had been paying attention to our broadcasts, including our interview with Blueball, where he laid out his entire experience with her in Stable X. Pinkin, as well as Greenshift and Ranchhorn, was listening that night as well, when Pinkin's own story was replayed back to her over the airwaves. She prepared herself, knowing Blueball would be arriving, and just happy to know that that first chapter of her life was finally put to rest. Knowing the how and the why. The ship landed outside of Dusselhoof, in a section of city that was less radioactive than the rest. It was a place where normal ponies like Pinkin and Ranchhorn could stay in without turning into ghouls themselves. When Stella appeared alongside them, understandably, things tensed up quite a bit more. But radio has a way of bringing ponies together. Hearing her own past, as well as the rest of the story, had resolved many of the latent fears Pinkin still harbored from those days. In her opinion, Stella was as much a victim of Dr. Fractal as Pinkin had been of Dr. Needle in Stable 81, and so in a move that even Blueball was surprised by, Pinkin forgave Stella for what she had done. What had become of Stable Tech was buried in the earth now, and she felt strongly that it should stay that way. Dr. Greenshift, himself a victim of Stable 76, could understand the horrors of being made a beast beyond your control. Dusselhoof had become a haven for thousands of Wastelanders suffering much in the same way, their virtues and benevolent natures trapped behind ghoulish urges to consume all that they can, much in the same way Stella had a thirst for information and experimentation, as she was designed to do.
So what did they do with them?
They let them leave, or stay, as they wanted. After seeing the extent of the ghouls and victims of Stable 76, Stella begged the Council to help, to pay back some of the wrongs she was partially responsible for. Her simple maintenance robot body was industrious enough to help their various construction projects, and so, since that reunion, Stella has helped to maintain the containment cells keeping the feral ghouls from breaking free. As an inorganic being, they just ignore her anyway. Dr. Greenshift was able to take the experimental data Blueball brought us and back them up onto the Stable 76 servers. So despite all the centuries of suffering, stable dwellers across Equestria did not die in vain. If anything good can come from that information, at the very least, it'll be a potent reminder that progress is meaningless if it costs you your soul.
What about Blueball?
Blueball left not long after that. He was hoping to see more of the real world above the surface. He walked east from Dusselhoof. He's hoping that by the time he reaches Manhattan, here on the coast, he'll have quite a few stories to tell whatever Stable X inhabitants ended up settling here. I hope he finds peace, because if he thinks the surface world is going to be more forgiving, he's going to be disappointed. Anyway, he wasn't the one we needed help from. It was Freezy. The airship that she and the others stole from the Chemical Corps was our ticket to tracking them down. I guess she ended up renaming it the RES Winter Mourning. Not sure how exactly they christened it, but knowing Freezy, it must have been something.
Yeah.
We were able to get a hold of them on an encrypted frequency. Encryption is not too hard in our case, simply scramble a signal in a certain way and broadcast it like any other radio communication. To everyone else, it just sounds like white noise, but to the receiver with the matching encryption key, it unscrambles in real time. We have all the tools left over from the Ministry of Arcane Science days, and luckily Pinkin was pretty familiar with the process herself. Unsurprisingly, they'd been listening the night the off-site broadcasting station was attacked. When we explained what had happened about the interceptors, the reagent, and the chemtroopers, they answered the call right away. After about 2 days of flying, they arrived on that Friday. In the meantime, Diamondback had woken up as well. Half of his body still looked pretty grisly, but the damaged brown scales had begun shedding off and unblemished skin could be seen underneath. He could still fly, but it'd be a long time before he was back at 100%. After seeing Battered in the hospital bed and all the places she'd been shot, he was thirsty for revenge. Battered had lost over a dozen of her friends and co-workers in that attack, and she too wanted some recompense. Adding their determination with the mix of potions meant both were recovering quickly.
Yeah, they were chomping at the bit to do something about it. Neither of them stayed in their beds once they first got up.
They were some tough bastards. They'd been through a lot in the past. It'd take a lot more than that to knock them down. Interestingly, both of them tried to discourage the other from going, especially on... what day was it? Thursday?
Yeah, Thursday.
Thursday, around lunchtime, they were almost yelling at each other. Diamondback was going on about how Battered had Emerald to think about, and Battered was emphasizing how much more important he was for the airlift network with his secluded mountain protectorate. I wish I could say we intervened, but the argument was frankly too adorable to watch.
Oh yeah. At the end of it, Diamondback goes, "Well, fuck. Now I gotta find Amber and keep you alive." To which Battered replied with, "Yeah, I'll be the one making sure you don't get deep fried in the process."
I can only imagine how it would have continued if they didn't have spectators in the room.
Oh my gosh.
Foreplay aside, it was commendable how neither of them had to be asked to help Amber, Sandstone, and Carmina. I think Battered felt like she let Amber down, since she was sort of the one protecting her, and Diamondback was simply a powerful creature. He'd be the ace in the hole for whatever the group came up against. Late Thursday evening, we had another guest show up on our doorstep. He volunteered himself as a doctor who knew about dragon anatomy, so the 10-pony staff graciously escorted him up here. He was accompanied by a sprite bot. Upon closing the door, the camouflage visage dropped and we found Whitecoat standing there with Zippy chirping a greeting. He apologized for not coming sooner, but had been trailing another trade caravan the night Carmina was telling her story. He shifted his appearance again, projecting as an indistinguishable Red Reaper, complete with cape and sickles. Battered remarked about how that's why the Reaper was so hard to pin down. There had been 2 of them. Whitecoat had also not listened to the previous episodes of Confessions, only tuning in when Carmina did, so we began filling him in on some of the other backstory from what we knew. Diamondback actually hadn't heard Freezy's story before either. It helped explain why that horrible smoke burned him so badly. They came to the same conclusion that the rest of us did. There was no question as to where they had to look first. Fort Deadtree. That was the source of the Interceptor-class airships and the only place we knew about with reagent tanks they could store and use.
I was actually worried Battered and Diamondback would leave that night without the others. Luckily, none of us actually knew where Fort Deadtree was.
That's true. The whole surface has taken on a different look since the Great War. Even with pre-war maps, it's hard to follow landmarks that might not be there anymore. Everything is a lot harder to find. So that kept both of them anchored to the tower while we waited for Freezy, Chrysanthemum, Pinkin, and Ranchhorn. While we were stuck waiting there, we had a lot of time to think about why they were taken alive rather than just being killed. For Carmina and Sandstone, the reason for capturing them seemed obvious. They wanted to find Outpost Tau and Sigma and plunder them for all the weapons and valuables inside. But why take Amber? Whitecoat had the best guess at the time. She was the one most versed in East Corp technology. She was the one to crack the executive-level encryptions at Mare Island to give her Aunt Abalone control over the entire facility. The chemtroopers had spent centuries digging up all the ivory laboratories they could find. Perhaps they'd found another location to infiltrate, but the codex they had didn't work for some reason. Whitecoat expounded further for us what Carmina had said. There was no single codex that worked for everything. Each of them was individually coded to unlock certain kinds of doors. The better ones had a set of administrative permissions which seemed to get through even the most secure locks. However, the one that he recovered from Naranja Via was something else entirely. It was a virtual skeleton key. It was able to get through the door of Harvest Orange's office, a feat which even none of the ghosts of Naranja Via were able to accomplish. Then again, they may not have had the wits about them to try anyway. While listening to Diamondback's episode, Whitecoat heard the story about how he and Ridgeback were able to recover Project Mercury. The pip-buck they had picked up wasn't a fluke, and it wasn't a one-off. They had all come from Governor Farthing in Winnie City. So if the Great Arrows already had this almost universal East Corp Codex, what could they possibly need Amber for? Perhaps it wasn't to access something, but to fix something. All that was certain is that by having brought all of them on my show, I'd tangled us all together in the machinations of some larger plot. The next day, the RES Winter Mourning finally arrived.
While the others readied themselves to leave, I'll admit I was surprised to hear that Duchess Rosepetal wanted to go too. I mean, sure, she could handle herself with a gun well enough, and she knew a few spells. But she was not a battle-hardened warrior. Most of the time she spent out in the open wasteland was with the caravans, bartering for supplies.
To be fair, she is fairly decent at bartering.
Well, she is not some action hero. The others had the situation handled. She didn't have to throw herself in harm's way.
She did what she thought she had to do.
She could have been killed. Just like that, she would have left us here. They could have all been killed, and we would have been here alone.
The 10-pony guards keep us safe. For all the squabbles we've had over the years, I know they wouldn't let anything happen. Rosepetal wasn't the only non-fighter type either. She had Pink Pippin to keep her company. They loaded up on the ship and we all said our goodbyes. For all the neat gadgets we have around the studio, weapons really aren't one of them, with a few exceptions. Luckily, Freezy kept the ship pretty well armed. She and Chrysanthemum did go through full equestrian military training after all, so she seemed all the more pleased to drag out every variety of weapon she had, toss it into Chris's grasp, and have him display it for all of us until his magic finally gave out. Everyone took a few selections from her armory, as well as potions and bandages, but most of them were well equipped already. Battered Blade was fond of her battle rifle, and was quite good with it. She did take a few armor-piercing rounds for it from Freezy's inventory, though. And of course, she had her trusty officer's sword. Diamondback had flown to his apartment in Manhattan to put on his titanium armor. He had flown out so quickly during the attack that he'd forgotten to grab it. He also brought some spare pieces to reinforce Battered's armor where she had been hit. She began fussing until he literally picked her up in the air and stuck a patch over the blast mark on her belly. Rosepetal was fairly confident in her use of the laser pistol Do Not Aim at Face. Can't go wrong with a gun that can stop phantoms. Her carbine was a bit plain though. She ended up switching it out for a larger sniper rifle. Distance shooting was something she wasn't bad with. She could sit on the balcony of her 10-pony tower suite and just shoot at old buildings and other targets in the distance. Finally, there was Zippy and Whitecoat. Zippy was fairly reinforced as a sprite bot and could do well enough with his laser. Whitecoat himself needed no extra weapons. He had several lasers built into his wingtips as well as the powerful one he could fire from his visor. Then, like the other Sentinel droids, he had the halberd and scorpion-like tail which could extend from the end of his tail, which was also electrified. Freezy promised us she would keep us updated before loading everyone in the cabin. Diamondback rode inside as well to conserve his wing strength.
And Rosepetal was the last one at the door. She said that they would bring Amber back.
The ship ride took longer than any of them expected. The wind was unusually strong. You ever step outside and feel like even the weather itself is targeting you like an enemy? The cloud barrier is darker than usual that day, the rain is more acidic, The air is more radioactive. It just seems like every supernatural signal that you shouldn't be out there in the wastes was going off. But we couldn't wait any longer. They were already 6 days behind the ships. Who knows what had happened in that time? By the time they reached Fort Deadtree, it was the morning of the winter solstice. It was foggy out. The petrified trees all around the airfield were some of the only things rising out of the fine white mist on the ground. This would not deter them, however. Unlike the orange fog around Naranja Villa, Diamondback's senses were as sharp as ever. He and Whitecoat flew out of the loading door and began circling high over the airfield. The RES Winter Mourning was a small ship. It would be hard enough to detect with radar, but on top of that, Freezy and Chrysanthemum had added a few other stealth elements to it over the years. They kept the ship hidden inside the cloud barrier while Whitecoat and Diamondback flew. Diamondback was somewhat noticeable, but Whitecoat's invisibility cloaking made him completely stealth to the naked eye. The others watched them through the ship's sensors. Once they were done strafing the airfield, they returned.
"There's only 3 interceptors left,"
Whitecoat reported.
"None of the other ships have spark batteries."
Yeah, and even if they did, they're in no condition to fly,"
Diamondback added.
"That's not good,"
Freezy said.
"They should have 9 ships left, based on what I saw last time I was there."
Diamondback asked for permission to destroy the ships, but before the others could encourage him, Chrysanthemum spoke up.
"Wait, the ships might have flight data to the other locations they've been. The Chemical Corps might not have left them there." "There's only a few guards on the surface,"
Diamondback said.
"We should be able to take them out quick and get that data before going inside."
The plan was sound, so once they were locked and loaded, the ship quickly dropped out of the sky, with Diamondback and Whitecoat flanking them. With their main 2-inch gun, Ranchhorn fired around the entrance of Fort Deadtree's center building. The main elevator shaft to the bottom was inside, and the 3 moored ships were not far from it. The stunned chemtroopers began firing back with small arms, although one of them with a rocket launcher battle saddle proved to be a real threat. Not to Diamondback, though. He swooped down to the side and breathed a long stream of fire ahead of him, as a protective shield in case any of the chemtroopers had reagent canisters. But in that pass, he extended his right claw and slashed right through the head of the mare with the rocket launcher. The head didn't come off, like he intended, but the skull was in far more pieces than it had been seconds before. She crumpled to the ground, and the remaining dozen or so troopers were quickly picked off by Ranchhorn and Whitecoat. Zippy and Whitecoat then went through the moored ships to see if any troopers were inside. They were all empty. They brought the Winter Mourning low, with the gun trained on the doors of the main building. It was only a few minutes before Whitecoat returned from the other balloons with the copied flight data. Aside from Manhattan itself, there were quite a few spots in a cluster west of the city that all 3 ships had been flown to.
"That must be something,"
Rose Petal said. The others agreed, but they couldn't leave without checking the base first. It was a very hazardous task, though. The last of the selective organic reagent was stored in the lowest basement levels. The brown scars still covering much of Diamondback's left side was a cold reminder about the risks.
"All of you will stay here. We'll take a look,"
Freezy said. As her magic came to life, a minigun mounted on the side of the Winter Mourning detached itself and floated down beside her. Chrysanthemum rolled his eyes at the theatrics and picked up a riot shotgun. Whitecoat promised to send Zippy back if something happened. The 2 robots followed them through the doors. Freezy was the only one who had been there before, so they were following her lead. She floated the minigun in front of her petite form as she walked. The entrance to the base was the same as before. The Chemical Corps didn't pay much mind to maintaining the upper levels. It still had the same blown-out windows, burned carpet, and various other forms of damage from the original bombs of the Great War. At the back of the hallway was the elevator lobby. An access panel was there with a faint green glow, a Stabletech logo appearing on the screen. Whitecoat walked up to it, a cable extending from one leg. From his other leg, he pulled out a thick connector and attached it to the cable before plugging it into the Stabletech panel. Without a Spectrum adapter, he could easily burn out the panel. But he'd had literally centuries of experience working with Stabletech terminals, and within moments, a door opened with a waiting lift. When the doors opened again, the chem troopers were waiting for them. 2 troopers with modified flamethrowers fired streams of yellow smoke into the elevator cab, filling it up entirely with the deadly chemical. Freezy and Chrysanthemum felt a shudder, like a cold chill running down their backs. But nothing else happened. Freezy then answered them.
My turn.
With a click, the minigun spun to life and sent several hundred bullets back at the gathered troopers. Their bodies and hazmat suits were shredded. Chrysanthemum fired the riot shotgun at those crossing the hallway. Once a hole punctured their suits, the yellow fog filling the air did the rest. They heard screaming as those troopers began stripping off their suits, trying to escape the fog that had seeped inside. Their skin was already bubbling off in yellow pustules. Whitecoat stepped forward, extending his tail to its full length. With one swipe, he cleaved one of their heads open above the left eye. The skull cap dropped to the floor in a wet clack. A crystal was nestled within the brain, its magenta light slowly fading as the flesh melted off of his bones. The sight of the gore was more than they were used to. Chrysanthemum vomited. He'd never actually seen the reagent break down a creature before. Freezy watched it coldly, remembering the thrashing of the Ghoul Mare inside that very facility.
Do you think they're all like this? She asked.
You tell me,
Whitecoat said.
How did the chem troopers act when you were here last time?
Well, they were naive in their blind obedience to Colonel Baker, but not like great arrows, not zombie-like.
She looked down at the skeleton on the floor, trying fruitlessly to see if there were any signs that the creature had been a raider. What had happened in the last 3 years? After Ranchhorn killed Colonel Baker, who would have taken over as leader? She squeezed her eyes together, seeing if she could recall any details she'd read in the terminal from that one night she'd spent there. She only spent a few moments doing that before realizing that they could just check. They opened up the nearest office door and Whitecoat plugged into their system. A stream of code ran over the visor on his face, getting converted from Sabletech ruins to East Corp glyphs in real time. Finally, the code stopped, and Whitecoat hastily unplugged from the terminal.
What is it?
Chrysanthemum asked. Whitecoat turned to Freezy.
You said that you killed Colonel Baker. Are you sure?
Freezy seemed shocked.
Of course I'm sure. Ranchhorn blew his head off right in front of me. I was sprayed with bits of his blood and brains.
Well, apparently, Colonel Baker returned unhooved to the front of the base. He was mostly unscathed, being the only survivor of the mutiny,
Whitecoat said. Whitecoat had also downloaded a map of the base. They began going room to room looking for Amber, Sandstone, and Carmina. According to the base records, they sent out several search parties around the Elf Station, but they didn't know about the Blue Ridge Hospital because Freezy hadn't told them. The soldiers of Fort Deadtree had no idea where they went or why no one returned. They were about to declare that everyone had been lost when the Colonel showed up at the front gate. He told a story about how Freezy had led them into a trap, but that he was able to capture her and lock her up in a cryogenic tank.
He only mentioned Freezy. What about Chrysanthemum?
Nothing. No mention of him at all. The Interceptor-class airships don't have that large of a communication range when they don't have a set of transmitter relays like we do. They probably notified Fort Deadtree when they left the Elf Station, and were probably out of signal range after that. The Colonel Baker that returned said that Freezy was in a complicated medical state and couldn't be moved. He wanted to bring their highest-ranking medical personnel to see for themselves. After some preparation, a trio of ships left, but they didn't head west toward Blue Ridge. They went north. They wouldn't return until over a week later, and when they did, they gathered in the officers' deliberation room and didn't speak to anyone. That night, a contamination alarm would go off, ordering everyone in their rooms to shelter in place. Once that happened, it was all over. As Whitecoat told the story, Freezy noticed how much the base was in shambles. There were bullet holes and dents in every other room, patches of dried blood on dozens of the bedroom carpets. Every room told a story. You see, when Colonel Baker returned, the high-ranking doctors had all been turned into great arrows. There were hundreds of diary entries detailing the shock and confusion of the contamination alarm. They received hourly notices that there had been a chemical leak and the hallways were being cleaned little by little. Then the panic set in when the hours turned into days, and they kept getting the same notice. Soon, most of them ran out of food in their personal refrigerators, having only water to live off of. Their rooms had become prison cells. Most of them had no idea what was going on outside. After about a week, many began to think that something had gone wrong and that the hourly messages were just an automated bulletin. It was at that point that the suicides began, and they started feeling the slow ache of starvation. Perhaps they were the lucky ones, because it would only be about 21 days before the last of the chem troopers were pulled from their rooms and brought to the surgical bay to have their brain carved out and replaced with a spell matrix.
How horrible. I'd probably choose the bullet too.
Besides the suicides, there were some deaths from the chem troopers who tried to fight back before being tranquilized. But even then, the hallways were far too empty. There were 12 times more soldiers the last time Freezy had been there. Every once in a while, they'd turn a corner and have to kill another one. Chris was shot once in the leg, but it healed up after a few minutes. Despite their regeneration, they still wore armor over most places. No sense getting shot if you don't need to, and the worse an injury is, the more time it could take to heal. And of course, they both wore thick helmets, because some things can't grow back.
Yeah, minds and memories can't grow back. So how the heck was Colonel Baker there?
I guess there's only one obvious answer to that question. After going through all the personal rooms, storage closets, kitchen, lower priority labs, there was only one place left for the group to check. The max hazard containment lab on the lowest level. There were several blast doors between the elevator and the space itself, but all of them were open, waiting for the group to arrive. On the far wall, behind layers of blast-proof glass, there were several large tanks filled with a mustard yellow fluid, the selective organic reagent. Various other tanks of fluid lined the other walls, including stable forms of liquid crystal used in reactors. Various machines and experimental spaces were lined up in rows throughout the room, connecting to the various tanks through solid pipes under the floor. There was only one other being in that room besides them. Colonel Baker. He turned toward them, helmet off, looking exactly how Freezy remembered. Exactly as she described to Chrysanthemum. There was a reason he wasn't wearing a helmet. Before anyone could even shout something, the Colonel's violet-purple eyes seemed to glitch and blink away. A bright blue beam of energy shot out from above his nose, searing a long streak along Chris's side. A chunk of his armor fell off, and he stumbled down with a raw burn across his neck and shoulder. Freezy screamed, spinning up the minigun and firing wildly at the platform. The Colonel gave up the false projection and flew up into the air on rocket-powered wings, avoiding the bullets. Whitecoat jumped forward to confront him, flying up and grappling with him in midair. Freezy had a hard time shooting, although she could still tell them apart by the tattered clothes they were still wearing. While tending to Chris, the two could see that the Colonel Baker Sentinel droid was tussling hard with the others. It was trying to blow them to pieces any way it could. Laser blasts struck the room in all directions from the battling robots. Many of the chemical tanks that weren't full of reagent began to blow open, pooling on the ground. Different puddles had begun burning in different colors, casting tall, rainbow-tinged shadows on all sides of the room. The clockwork killing machines tried to rip each other apart gear by gear. But with those two evenly matched, it was Zippy who tipped the scales in Whitecoat's favor. After several sustained attacks, Zippy was able to melt the Sentinel droid's spiked tail off. It splashed into one of the puddles, causing arcs of lightning to surge around it, jolting around the room until the energy in the tail burned out. Without its tail, Whitecoat and Zippy were able to subdue the machine. With his own tail, Whitecoat was able to slice through the robot's wings and drag it back down to the platform. It would claim a final kill, though. With a well-placed blast, the Sentinel droid was able to burn right through Zippy's frame, and its pieces rained down into the colorful fires below.
Oh no.
This visibly upset Whitecoat. He had reprogrammed that little robot over a century ago. He had spent time with it like a beloved pet. He violently wrenched his tail into the Sentinel droid's face while cursing, stabbing it repeatedly until the visor and laser were destroyed. Eventually, he broke something critical, and the machine stopped moving.
Fuck.
Whitecoat growled, looking over the edge of the platform into the chemical flames. He plugged into an undamaged port and pulled what data he could from the Sentinel droid. Once satisfied, he threw the body over the platform to splash into the burning cocktail. Chris's wound was beginning to heal, but the burn was still very visible. Freezy gave him a healing potion to help speed the process along.
Did you learn anything else?
Freezy asked him.
He wiped his location history and most of the encrypted info,
Whitecoat said.
But I got some fragments that could be useful, bits of memory and visual data that I might be able to cross-reference.
What about the chemtroopers?
Freezy asked.
Are they all gone?
Yes,
Whitecoat said succinctly.
Every last one of them has been turned into a great arrow. Most of them have been relocated somewhere else on the other ships. The soldiers we fought here were basically a skeleton crew, holding the base to protect the reagent and any other valuables.
The colorful fire was still raging on the bottom as indigo, green, purple, and red smoke filled the top of the space. The only things in the lab that weren't being corroded into the mixture were the Sora tanks on the far wall. Chris, back on his hooves, spoke up and said,
Doesn't the reagent break down when burned? Yes, it does,
Freezy smiled.
But how do we break through that protective glass?
I think I know a way,
Whitecoat said, then told them to get back to the elevator. Once they were inside the lift, Whitecoat flew in, carrying several long, silvery-looking cylinders on his back, and pressed the elevator button.
We're going to need to run,
he said.
What are those things?
Freezy asked.
The control rods that were keeping the liquid crystals stable.
Whitecoat flexed his robotic lips into a sly grin before projecting his normal appearance. Duchess Rosepetal could see them galloping at top speed out of the building when they all felt a rumble below the ground. A large dome of concrete airfield bulged up from the ground behind the main building, shooting several blasts of smoke into the air like a blown air tank. Once enough of the gas had vented, the pieces of broken pavement crumbled back down into the earth, forming a shallow crater.
Once they gathered the others, they hailed us on the encrypted frequency to tell us what had happened, and to ask us what they thought they should do next.
It was clear that the cluster of coordinates to the west of Manhattan was the best location to go for. However, there were 6 chemtrooper airships unaccounted for. They needed more firepower in the event that they had to take on all 6 of them at once. Technically speaking, Freezy and Chrysanthemum had trained Ranchhorn and Pinkin on how to fly the Interceptor-class ships, so they could have taken all 4 ships if they wanted to. However, Ranchhorn and Pinkin were much less skilled at flying, and at the same time, both of them had more experience working guns for the RES Winter Mourning. So they decided that the best course of action would be to just take 1 extra ship, splitting the crew in half. Freezy and Pinkin stayed in the Winter Mourning, while Chrysanthemum and Ranchhorn took the RES Helios. Seems the Chemical Corps had named all their ships after the elements. The Helios was in the best condition of the 3, so they condensed all the ammunition and supplies of the 3 ships into it. Then the leftovers were used to top off the Winter Mourning. Once everything was ready, they took to the sky. On their way out, they fired on the remaining ships with the 2-inch guns, utterly destroying them. Everything that was of value at Fort Deadtree was gone. Its airships were destroyed, and its stockpiles of deadly viruses were consumed in balefire. As far as we know, no one has ever returned. There's nothing left to return to. That night was the Winter Solstice Ball, and I apologize to our attendees in Ten Pony Tower, but that night was incredibly difficult for both of us. After talking to the others, we wouldn't be hearing from them again for several days. Our wits were frayed, and Homage needed some sleep.
I wasn't sleeping. I was crying.
Neither of us were in a dancing mood. Trust me, it was better that we stayed upstairs for the evening. In the meantime, we waited for them to update us. The location they were heading to was a lot closer than Fort Deadtree, just a few hours west of here by air. By that time, it was just coming up with excuses to have hope, despite being a week behind their abduction. One of those hopes was that they would be able to somehow stumble upon the group of moored airships, take them out, and bring Amber and the others home in a few hours. Those on the ships were basically thinking the same thing. And that's what we slept on that day after the winter solstice. Not much reason to do anything the next day anyway. That is, until we received another visitor to the tower, someone we'd never met before but was, in some ways, an answer to prayer. It was just after midnight when 10 Pony Security informed me that an armored Earth Pony stallion was requesting an audience. He was accompanied by 2 Sentinel droids. I was willing to let him up, but 10 Pony weren't, and probably for good reason.
Of course it was a good idea. He could have easily been one of the governors, or a mercenary like Ridgeback was.
She was right, of course, and Homage was kind enough to meet him at the gate to talk as my emissary. Thankfully, the stallion was not some henchman for Tik Tok or the Great Arrows. He introduced himself as Racer, and his sentinel droids as Heliotrope and Goldenrod. He was a scout that had come from Mare Island.
Apparently, after Amber left, her Aunt Abalone sent out scouts in all directions looking for her. They've been searching for over a year, devoting a lot of scouts and robots to find her. They all missed her.
Luckily, Racer had been listening to the station the night that Amber told her story. Once we were off the air, he and the robots flew south to get close enough to Mare Island's signal range to transmit the message. The reply didn't come right away. Abalone thought for a long time about what she wanted to do. Apparently, she wanted to give Amber space, give her a bit more time to think. With Amber making routine appearances on the show and my own insistence that she should reach out, Abalone was hoping Amber would be more receptive to coming home on her own. Abalone told Racer to keep listening to the program and update her whenever Amber was on the air. Whenever she was, they would arrange a daisy chain of Sentinel droids to retransmit the broadcast all the way back to Mare Island. It's not something they could do often, because it requires a lot of Sentinel droids to bridge the gap. The 5 Highways Wasteland doesn't get my signal beyond the first highway. That's a lot of robots needed for the signal to come through clearly at all. Unfortunately, there were a lot of robots lined up on the night that Carmina was telling her story. The signal came through very strong, very clearly, and they heard the attack in real time. Abalone was horrified by what she heard and was preparing an expeditionary force to come up to us and help in the search. They might have reached us around the same time Freezy did, if they weren't contacted first. It was around 2 days after the incident when I returned to the air doing normal programming. A set of 3 interceptor airships came within range of the patrol area of the island Sentinel droids. They were poised to attack, but were hailed on a frequency by the last ship.
It was Tik Tok. Or at least someone claiming to speak for him.
What he said clarified what was happening to all of us. Abalone was not the only one who had been paying attention to our broadcasts. The Great Arrows have been listening as well. Ever since Amber's episode, they've been formulating their own plan, which is why, even then, they were several steps ahead of us. They had taken Amber hostage as a form of ransom. According to Tik Tok, she would be returned safely if they surrendered control of Mare Island.
That's what Racer told me, based on everything that had happened since that Wednesday.
Which is where I factor into all this. I was the one that put her on this great pedestal in hopes of reuniting her with her family. Instead, I made her a target, a poker chip to be gambled with in some larger game. I was a fool, and by pursuing the storyline of a relatively obscure pre-war company, I dragged Sandstone and Carmina into the line of fire as well. Having all 3 of them in one place at the same time was enough of a reward to risk the attack. I'd given Tik Tok everything he needed.
There was a reason Racer had showed up to contact us. Why he needed us involved at all.
We cared for Amber, had a personal connection to her from her time at 10 Pony Tower. The Sentinels of Mare Island cared for her too, but she is only one girl. There were over 100 other families, with their own sons and daughters, in some cases even grandchildren. It hadn't even been 2 years since they were assaulted by Lockjaw and an army of slavers. In that battle, they had lost 1/5 of their population to help finally take control of the fortress. Even if Amberhorn was ultimately the one who did it, didn't discount the great sacrifices they'd all made in protecting their new home. They were not sure if they wanted to surrender that impenetrable fortress when Amber might be dead regardless. While Abalone was the chief sentinel, their leader, she did not hold absolute authority. The departments that actually ran day-to-day life on the island had their own say in how things would be. They were called the Congress of Chiefs, Chief of Medicine, Chief of Agriculture, Chief of Education, Chief of Reclamation, Chief of Automation, and many more. Each of these chiefs represented dozens of other ponies who worked for them. For instance, every mare or stallion with a farming-related cutie mark ended up in the Department of Agriculture, working for the Chief of Agriculture. The only reason Abalone was able to run her search parties as long as she did was due to the support of 2 key leaders. The Chief of Reclamation accounted for all the scrap and raw materials brought in from the outside, so she was able to gather more data about the Outer Wasteland by co-signing the search for Amber. The Chief of Automation was the one who oversaw Sentinel droid production from the assembly plant in the main building. Abalone's plan would allow him to ramp up production to give him an excuse toward building the 10,000 droid army that he and many others ultimately wanted. Those 2 were able to help Abalone convince enough of the others to keep the search going. That dynamic changed once they actually found Amber. They discovered her alive and safe, and knew where she was, but she still wanted to be left alone. In the months after they heard Amber's episode, the large search operation had shrunk down to a small group of dedicated sentinels who were closest to Abalone, or felt they owed a debt to Amber's parents. Sparky and Amberglow were ultimately responsible for their salvation from the slavers of the 5 Highways Wasteland. There were a few who truly respected that, but to many others, that was the distant past. Was it worth giving it all up to recover their daughter, who put herself in harm's way by leaving in the first place? This was the debate taking place among the chiefs, a debate Abalone was losing. So, she had come to us, hoping to find allies, or some other solution.
I was able to explain to Racer what was going on, that we were waiting to hear an update from the others who were closing in on a new location by airship.
10 Pony Tower, understandably, would not let him up to wait with us. There was still a chance that his whole story was horseshit. Not to mention the 2 uncloaked sentinel droids were a fearsome and unsettling sight.
So we told him to wait nearby, and we'd let him know once we heard something.
Fortunately, it wouldn't take long to receive an update. By the next morning, Freezy was hailing us on the encrypted frequency. They were at the location found in the navigation computers of the other war balloons. There was nothing there. The area seemed like an unimportant stretch of wasteland, a few random old villages, a few old train tracks, old roads, an old freeway, petrified trees. There weren't even any settlements in the area. Just ruins, old buildings that had been picked clean ages ago. It wasn't comforting news. Their first thought is that it was simply a meeting location, plenty of open fields and stretches where ships could easily moor and swap cargo, transfer prisoners, while preventing the kind of tracking that we were attempting. We answered them back, explaining what Racer had told us. I asked Rosepetal what she thought we should do. It didn't take her long to think things over. One ship would stay at the location and keep searching the area for any clues, while the other would come back and pick up Racer. He could lead them to Mare Island, and they would talk with Abalone and the other leaders.
I didn't like the idea of splitting everyone up.
Neither did I, to be honest, but it didn't seem like we had any other choice. We had to keep searching for any clues, but at the same time keep the Sentinels from just deciding on a hard no and endangering Amber completely. As a ransom chip, at least there were good odds she was still alive. Tik Tok would have to show proof before any deal could be finalized at all. That might be our only chance. Freezy and Chrysanthemum stayed in the wasteland area to keep searching with Whitecoat. They were the most stealthy among the group, and the hardest to kill. The exception was Diamondback. Battered Blade wanted to stay and help with the search. She'd be much better at that than diplomacy. Diamondback was able to talk her out of staying, though, saying they had to protect the other ship on their long journey. Ranchhorn and Pinkin were not the most experienced flyers, but Freezy and Chris were not about to split up completely. I didn't fault them for that. It'd taken them centuries to get back together. It was nice enough that they were helping search for Amber at all. And so, with Battered convinced, she flew back with Rose Petal, Ranchhorn, and Pinkin in the captured RES Helios. Diamondback flew above the other ship, keeping an eye out in case any of the missing Chem Trooper ships appeared on the horizon. It would only take them a few hours to get here. Unfortunately, not in the way we'd hoped earlier. Nonetheless, they arrived to pick up Racer. It was a bit of a shock to see him flanked by the two robots. Despite all the stories she'd listened to, Battered Blade hadn't actually seen a Sentinel droid before.
The funniest thing was that she was almost the same size as them, almost the same proportions everywhere, even down to the mohawk.
Yeah, that was pretty great. It was like looking in a mirror, a spooky metal skeleton version of herself. While that was going on, Diamondback was talking to Racer. Racer was asking him some questions about his own story, because apparently that had been one of Racer's favorite confessions interviews.
Diamondback was asking a lot of questions too, which only made sense after they left.
I have to hand it to him. It was a clever strategy. Diamondback was sniffing him out in a way that only a dragon could, and in particular, a dragon that had spent a lot of time around great arrows. He was convinced by Razor's story and decided that it wasn't some kind of trap by Tik Tok. The group left together in the Helios. Diamondback, however, headed west to meet up with Freezy's ship again. He had lied to Battered Blade to get her out of harm's way in the open wasteland. She didn't have the healing abilities like Freezy or Chrysanthemum, and she wasn't as tough as a robot or dragon, no matter how much she acted like it. She was just a mare with a daughter, and Diamondback wasn't about to see her get shot up again. So he tricked her onto the ship. Racer's Sentinel droids and all the other weapons of Mare Island would keep them much safer.
It was a bit of a dick move, but still sweet.
Much like Diamondback himself.
Yeah.
Battered did not care for the deception, however. After figuring out what had happened, she was bitching the whole flight about that two-timing purple-ass snake with wings.
She was.
The scaly piece of shit could fly much faster than the airships anyway, and would be back to Freezy and the others in less than an hour. The flight with Racer was no small distance, though. Like Fort Deadtree, Mare Island was almost a 2-day flight, this time to the southwest of us. Despite some of our earlier concerns, Racer proved to be a nice stallion. He was telling them about some of his own interactions with Amberhorn over the years. He had been with the Department of Reclamation since Amber was born, and the groupings were created in the first place. He talked about all that she had done with Sparky to modernize the sprite bots the island could produce. Long before they could build the Sentinel droids, the sprite bots helped scavengers like Racer recover a lot of supplies from the old homesteads east of the River Styx. They were even able to help explore the plains to the west, in that long stretch between them and the Royal Mountains of Canterlot. He talked about his life before Mare Island, too. He was from Stable 80, same as Amberglow and Abalone, and a few dozen others. The families of those survivors were among the biggest supporters of Abalone. Perhaps they were more understanding of being trapped in a high-tech installation which was trying to kill them. Or perhaps they simply had more history with Abalone and her sister. They all looked up to her when things were the most frightening. They had been surrounded by the bodies of their parents and loved ones. Abalone, a mere teenager at the time, was the closest thing to an adult they could turn to. Racer was 12 years old when that happened, and like the other Stable 80 survivors, held on to the accent of their parents very strongly, perhaps as a living memory of those that didn't make it out alive. Abalone was the only exception. She wasn't made for stable life, not like her sister. In the 3 years of living and farming on the surface, before they were enslaved, Abalone quickly adopted the accent of the surface dwellers. Regardless, it made her more credible to the young kids following her instincts and guidance, like she had learned and adapted to the harsh wasteland before them and could be their shepherd through it. After explaining his own history, Racer was quite interested in the others as well. He had definitely become a bit of a fan after listening for 5 months. The reruns filled him in on the past episodes as well, so he was more than eager to talk to Battered Blade and Rose Petal. Battered Blade, of course, was still cross about the stunt Diamondback had pulled, but was telling Racer about life with Emerald Fields. One question he had, which he asked delicately, was how she decided to tell Emerald the truth about her family. It's a question I should have asked at the time. That first episode feels like an eternity ago. So many naive assumptions, still figuring things out. She answered exactly how I expected her to. She raised and trained Emerald to be a strong and confident adult, able to make it on her own no matter what life threw at her. When Emerald had turned roughly 16, when Battered thought she was fully capable of surviving on her own, that's when Battered told her. She expected never to see Emerald again. The truth was brought to light that Battered had killed her original family in her last raid on innocent Wastelanders. But knowing the context, and only ever having seen the great strides Battered had made to make up for her past, Emerald was able to forgive her. Battered's bodyguards had done some good work, saved so many countless lives, and despite everything else, she knew how loving and caring Battered had been for her. She was a better mother than most Wastelanders ever got to experience. Diamondback knew that too, having had the same privilege. The stories touched Racer. He expressed how much he hoped they could sway the rest of the chiefs with emotion like that. It wouldn't be much longer until they flew over the first highway. The Wasteland was behind them. This was Sentinel territory. A dozen more robots flew up, seemingly out of nowhere, and swarmed around the RES Helios. They joined Heliotrope and Goldenrod in escorting the group to Mare Island. As they flew, Racer pointed out an overpass where the first and second highways intersect. On the top of the bridge were a group of 3 airships moored together. Several dozen great arrows were gathered in a group, watching them pass overhead with the escort.
Is that them?
Duchess Rosepetal asked.
They're all interceptors,
Ranchhorn said, keeping the turret gun trained on them.
I'm not seeing any chemtrooper suits, though.
What's the point?
Pinkin said in a quiet voice.
They're all arrows now.
Behind them, collected on the edges of one of the highways, were a significant number of great arrows. A standing army was beginning to gather.
They weren't here last time. I guess they're expecting the negotiation to go in their favor,
Racer said. Battered Blade added,
You sure you got enough firepower?
The answer should have seemed obvious, but the uncertainty in Racer's face said a lot more than his mouth, which said nothing at all. Racer had heard the other episodes of Confessions, so while he knew that Mare Island seemed impenetrable, so was Castle Alpha. Not much else was said for the rest of the flight. Within an hour, they'd arrived. They saw the River Styx come into view. Rosepetal described it as
an endless well of pitch, just waiting to catch fire.
Racer would then point out that it catches fire quite often, but only in patches that burn out within a few hours. None of them are sure why, nor do they ever wish to check. The phrase, "not my department," came up.
Oh, lovely.
The island would soon appear too. One upward-facing radio dish was surrounded by the noses of 3 massive artillery pieces. The Mars guns were spread evenly, ready to shoot down an enemy in any direction at a moment's notice.
I think it's moving toward us,
Duchess Rosepetal said fearfully. She was looking through the scope of her sniper rifle, the Mars gun inched little by little, tracking the path of their ship.
It's okay. It's just a precaution. We are not landing on the island anyway,
Racer said.
Wait, we're not?
Battered spoke up from one of the cabin seats.
I'm sorry, it's one of our main laws. You can only go into or out of the island via the main gate. They'll shoot you with the laser batteries otherwise.
Battered Blade once again responded as only she could.
What the fuck? You came to us!
Pink Pippin then cut in from the cockpit and asked,
Then where do you want me to land?
Racer responded,
Out front by the bridge, there's an entrance building. Just put it down there somewhere.
Pinkin did so, moving as carefully as possible. The Mars gun was now closer than ever, the giant pony-sized barrel following them all the way down. Even when the ship was below the height of the wall, a dozen laser batteries on top kept them targeted.
Not exactly the red carpet welcome,
Rose Petal said. If anything, it was more silver than red. Another several dozen sentinel droids joined the group, escorting the ship by forming a defensive column leading to the door of the building on the beach. It was a strange sight. It couldn't have been built before the war because the level of destruction and decay was much less compared to the large bridge leading over to the island. But at the same time, it was very well constructed. Not welded together scrap metal, but very meticulously planned steel-reinforced walls and fresh bricks sitting on a poured concrete foundation. Rose Petal herself was impressed by the architectural quality. She was able to take in a lot of these sites firsthoof that we had only heard about before. The bridge and entrance arch to the island had a neoclassical feel with a large entrance sign. The actual blast doors and the walls themselves had a distinctly different look, more akin to industrial utilitarianism. Clearly they were built with function in mind rather than form. I hope I said that right.
No idea.
Anyway, the point was that the Sentinels were the ones who built the building. And it must have been fairly new because Amberhorn had never mentioned it at all. In a way, it was like an embassy, or rather, a demilitarized zone, where Sentinels could interact with Wastelanders without letting them through the island walls. Which, of course, was the whole point. There was never going to be another Silver Step. The building was just large enough that two of the interceptors could have fit inside. As they got led through the front doors, Rose Petal absent-mindedly asked aloud, "Who designed this place?" Surprisingly, one of the Sentinel droids answered her, but the name came so quick she didn't catch it. Racer filled in, saying the building design was in one of the island's databases. East Corp had built a building just like it for a university at one point, and so all the design schematics were stored and able to be accessed by the worker bee construction robots. That original building was probably decimated during the Great War, and yet here they were able to build a perfect recreation in under 2 years. Racer added,
"It was Abalony's favorite choice among the other designs."
This struck Rose Petal even deeper.
How many building designs do they have stored?
As many as East Corp themselves designed, a little over 100, but there are drawing plans and other blueprints that could be extrapolated to make thousands more.
With information like that, and all the construction Sentinel droids the island could produce, you could rebuild dozens of cities so long as you kept mining for the materials. Or rather, she thought disquietly, the stored materials in the Special Material Command outposts. Racer guided the group down a hallway on the first floor of the building. The rooms were numbered in a very familiar pattern. They had been converted into rooms for lodging, like a hotel. He said they could rest there for a few hours while he talked to Abalone and got everything set up. Once they were alone, Battered Blade was the first one to speak up.
"Okay, I really don't like this. Way too many fucking robots."
Pinkin was also intimidated by the numbers.
"I've never seen so many before. Even the Ivory Labs headquarters only had a couple dozen Sentinel droids. But this is..."
Ranchhorn finished her sentence. "A standing army."
"How long do we have to wait exactly?"
Battered broke in.
"Yeah, if it's overnight, I think I'd rather stay in the ship,"
Pinkin said, a feeling they all shared.
"I don't think that'd make too much of a difference,"
Rose Petal said. She pulled open the window blinds, and even from the low point on the beach, they could see the barrel of the nearest Mars gun. She lay back on one of the mattresses and was surprised by how soft it was.
"It might be worth getting a few hours of real sleep anyway. We need to be sharp if we're going to be debating this Congress of Chiefs,"
Rose Petal said. Pinkin was also tempted by the comforters.
"Go ahead,"
Ranchhorn said.
"You three sleep. I'll keep watch."
It was a welcome sacrifice. I'm not sure any of them could have slept otherwise.
It was hard to sleep here also, being out of the loop on everything.
The rest was helpful, but it didn't make their journey any easier. I wish I could say it was like being on a chessboard, like being several moves behind with every shifting of a knight or rook. But it wasn't. We were playing someone else's game, a very old game that they themselves designed. And we didn't even have the rulebook. None of us were prepared for how the rest of the game was going to play out.
Maybe it's time for a break.
Yeah, that sounds good actually. Everyone take a breath or take a drink, and we'll pick things up again after some music. We'll be right back.
The summer wind came blowing in from across the sea. It felt the same blowing through your mane as you walked with me. All summer long we sang a song, and then we strolled that golden sand. Two sweethearts and the summer and guess who sighs his lullabies through nights that never end? My fickle friend, the summer wind. The summer wind. Warm summer wind. Oh, the summer wind.
Okay, I think we're back. Is your microphone working?
Yeah, I think so.
Good. Welcome back, everyone. Those of you tuning in might be surprised to be hearing my voice in this much volume at once. It's been a few weeks since we've done one of these things. You probably remember these weekly interview segments beginning in summer and autumn of last year, in a show called Confessions of a Wasteland Pony. Believe it or not, it was not thoroughly planned from the start, coming together mostly on the fly. Many episodes were repeated so creatures would be familiar with the time slot, or hear a story they might have missed before. Something really magical seemed to be happening. We met many wonderful Wastelanders who were friends or acquaintances of previous guests, and were able to bring some of them together in a way never thought possible. Of course, that was a feeling that ended with the season. It's winter now, and with winter came a shock that none of us expected. During the 8th episode, we were able to bring together Paladin Sandstone and Paladin Carmina, also known as the Red Reaper. They were the last survivors of a Steel Ranger garrison which protected large underground outposts full of weapons and valuable supplies, essentially stables turned into warehouses. Unfortunately, there were others closely following the series. As the episodes went on, many common threads came together involving a pre-war company called Corp and a raider clan known as the Great Arrows. How the two were connected was unclear, but we seemed to be getting closer to the truth. Too close. Carmina, Sandstone, and our own beloved Amberhorn were all targets of the Great Arrows. Having all three of them together in one place was too good of an opportunity to pass up. They sent a fleet of 3 interceptor airships to bomb the Battered's Bodyguard's hotel building and capture all 3 of them alive. The whole spectacle shocked me, and I returned to the airwaves trying as hard as I could to pretend nothing happened. A trend I will continue after tonight. However, I felt compelled to give you all closure since you had been following the story just like the rest of us. You deserve to hear how it all ended.
Thankfully, the friends we've made came to help us in our time of need.
True, we would have been completely lost without them. Once they joined us, we discovered that the Chemtroopers and their Fort Deadtree had been taken over by the Great Arrows. They seemed mostly interested in the airships themselves, although they tried to protect the stockpile of selective organic reagent, a horrible biological weapon. Luckily, Freezy, Chrysanthemum, and Whitecoat were able to destroy the base and the reagent. After commandeering one of their remaining airships, they set off toward the coordinates that seemed most likely to provide their next clue. They really had no other leads anyway. It was around this time that we were contacted by Racer, an Earth Pony stallion with a pair of Sentinel droids. It seems among all of our faithful listeners, we were able to reach back to Mare Island as well. Abalone, the leader of the Sentinels, was Amberhorn's aunt. After hearing the details of Amberhorn's past, I replayed her episode more than any of the others, trying as hard as I could to put the two in contact once again. Abalone was listening the night the attack happened and was mobilizing a small army to come and bring her home safe. Tik Tok, the ruler of the Great Arrows, reached out to her first. Amberhorn had become a ransom, a bargaining chip. Tik Tok wanted control of the island, and to do that he captured the one thing in the world that Abalone cared about more than anything else. It was a genius ploy. Mare Island is nigh indestructible otherwise. It survived the Great War, is full of large weapons, and has a robot army it can keep building so long as the raw materials keep coming. Of course he would want control of that. Who wouldn't? And in my naive attempt to reunite Amber and Abalone, I'd set up a scenario that might separate them forever. Abalone wanted to make the deal, but the Congress of Chiefs disagreed. It wasn't just about Amberhorn. They all had families too, and many of them had been slaves most of their lives. They weren't about to give up their ultimate weapon for the sake of one family, no matter how significant they were. And so Abalone sent Racer, one of her supporters, to bring some of us to Mare Island to help convince their leadership. While agreeing to help, we contacted the others in their airships to see if they had made any progress. If we could rescue Amberhorn ourselves, take that ship off the table, then Tik Tok would have nothing to bargain with, and we could save her while keeping the island from the clutches of the raiders. The airships did not have good news. The location they arrived at seemed like a barren stretch of wasteland that was wholly insignificant. We feared it may just be a middle point, where they would meet with another fleet of airships to go to the real location where Amber, Sandstone, and Carmina were being kept. Freezy, Chrysanthemum, Whitecoat, and Diamondback stayed to look for them, while the others joined Racer to go to Mare Island. The number of robots around the island was significant. The armored, weaponized sprite bots were one thing, but the sheer number of Sentinel droids were a frightening sight. They could easily march across the wasteland, destroying settlement after settlement until eventually hitting an ocean. Of course, the strength came at a very high cost. Hundreds of the Sentinels died protecting their new home when Lockjaw and his slaver army came after them a few years ago. This only further justified their isolation. No outsider would ever be allowed within the walls again. And so, Battered Blade, Ranchhorn, Pink Pippin, and Rose Petal found themselves in a building on the mainland. Their view of the island would be from the windows, looking over the bridge at the near impenetrable gates. It is there where they slept for a few hours, waiting to meet Abalone. When the knock at the door finally came, it was Racer again. He led them to a rather large auditorium on the other side of the building. In the original schematic, it might have been a university lecture hall. The four of them chose seats a few rows up to one side. Most of the space was empty. Some Sentinel droids guarded the doors. Then there was Racer with a few others. One of them was working at a terminal, setting up a large monitor with a camera feeding their images back the other direction. It didn't take them long to realize what was happening.
"She's not coming out, is she?"
Rose Petal said.
"It's more complicated than that,"
Racer said.
"A lot has happened in the last few days."
There was a second monitor too, a separate video feed being piped into it. The tech pony set up the camera in front of the group, along with the screen so they could see themselves. The first monitor came through, with Abalone. She was sitting at a large computer console of some kind, Sentinel droids on all sides, protecting her closely like a security detail. The room was dark, the only light coming from her own monitor, along with the eyes of the robots. She was familiar enough from the old pictures Amber had shown us. She was a middle-aged Earth Pony mare with a mint green coat and bright purple eyes. She was wearing a long gray jacket of some kind with silver shoulder and collar decorations. She had a short-cropped mane, same as always, which was white and pink. There were, however, new stripes of gray separating the white and pink, and unfamiliar bags underneath her eyes. It looked like she hadn't been sleeping at all. Her eyes were intense. Cold. They softened a bit when their image appeared on her screen. She thanked Racer for what he had done and introduced herself to each of them. She had a few different shades to her accent, a long history in that alone. She was pleased to meet those in attendance, but most thankful for Duchess Rose to be there. Not quite what she had expected, perhaps. After a few pleasantries, her expression returned to what they had first seen, and she asked if they knew where Amber was. Rose Petal, taking the lead, explained to her what Freezy and the other ship were doing, but that things seemed to be at a dead end. This answer didn't seem to affect Abalone. Perhaps it seemed to be what she expected. It was just one more reason for her to carry on. She thanked the group for what they had done up to this point. She could tell from the way they spoke how much they cared about Amber. Soon the other monitor came online too. There was a circular arrangement of chairs at some kind of meeting table. A little over a dozen Earth ponies and unicorns were seated there. 15, Rose Petal believed, although 1 or 2 of them might have been off-screen. They were in a well-lit room with an open window behind them. You could see the sky and the mountains in the back of the frame. Must have been somewhere in the tower, with a good view beyond the walls. Their faces were in stark contrast to Abalone's, not cold and determined, but disengaged and sheepish. None of them looked directly into the camera, except for the buck in the center. They all wore coats similar to hers, but less decorated. The decorations on their collars came in different colors with different symbols, but none of them were as striking as the silver of her own, nor did they have the elaborate shoulder guards. The buck in the center was wearing a green coat. He was the chief of agriculture, Clay Mixture. The others introduced themselves as well, but they really didn't matter. There were only 2 factions of the debate, Abalone and her side, and Clay, who was clearly the figurehead of the opposition. They were nice enough to the group, though, happy to meet Pinkin, Ranchhorn, Battered, and Rose, despite the circumstances. The first thing they wanted was a full breakdown of the events from our perspective, and how things had played out up until this point. Rose Petal explained things basically as I have tonight. The chiefs and the Congress were moved by the tragedy, but there was only one tearing up. Abalone. Her face remained unchanged, while a single stream trickled down her cheek. They gave their sympathies regarding Carmina and Sandstone, too, as well as the bodyguards that died protecting them all.
That was nice of them.
Once Rose Petal was finished, Abalone put to the chiefs a challenge of what other ideas any of them might have. Her language was very unforgiving.
For being the brightest minds on the island, you've spent a lot of time spinning your wheels.
Most of them remained silent. Even Clay, the agriculture chief, had no response. Instead, he chose to engage with Rose Petal. He began asking her what she could make of Tik Tok based on everything that's happened. Everyone on the call had heard the Confessions episodes. From the time Racer first picked up the signal, Abalone had each of them recorded. Any instance of Amber's voice coming on the air was to be recorded. Rose Petal gave her honest opinion that Tik Tok was definitely someone to be feared, that giving him the island would be dangerous for the Wasteland. It made sense, of course, the horror that Tik Tok could unleash with such power. Abalone took a different approach. She cut in addressing Battered, hoping she would reiterate how Diamondback described the Great Arrows. She obliged, describing their mindless stare and the way they were captured by the tranquilizers. Battered then brought up Carmina's story about how their brains had been carved up and implanted with spell matrices, becoming all but robots themselves. Only when she finished did Abalone offer to the group the possibility of all that coming to an end. Rose Petal was shocked and curious. Abalone motioned to the tech pony, a loyalist of hers, who put on the video. It was a clip of the interaction they had with Tik Tok. A shapeshifter sentinel droid was standing in front of the group of airships, possibly the same place they were moored when Pinkin flew by. He shifted into the shape of a rather average-looking Earth Pony stallion with a dark gray coat, white mane, and bright magenta eyes. The machine introduced himself as Tik Tok, speaking through the robot as an emissary. The voice was even and flat, similar to Whitecoat but with an unsettling distance to it. As Battered would describe it,
a voice that fucking crawls under your skin like a parasite.
Initially, it involved one of the Mare Island scouts and his robots questioning who they were. It didn't take long for Tik Tok to bring up Amberhorn. The conversation was above the scout's pay grade, so he had one of their robots open a communication channel with the main tower. Once the contents of the message filtered up the channels, Abalone herself came on speaker through one of their sentinel droids. First thing from her, of course, was a demand for proof, the unspoken phrasing being proof of life. The Tik Tok robot shifted the projection on his leg, producing a gauntlet screen. Duchess and the others were seeing this play out through one of their robot's eyes, which recorded the event as it happened. It was a hard bit to see, and could easily have been a forgery, but it was effective nonetheless. It showed Amberhorn, strapped down on a medical bed like it was a medieval torture rack. There was a bandage over the side of her right hind leg, which the great arrow had shot. A sentinel droid was standing next to her and extended the point of its scorpion-like tail. It pricked her in the side of the stomach and she jolted in a reflex away from the point. They heard an audible yell from the recording of Abalone as they watched this. Amber didn't move anymore, still mostly tranquilized. There was a silence to the video as Abalone was paralyzed at the sight of her niece, her only family left, being chained up and tortured. Tik Tok took advantage of the silence and continued laying out the terms of the ransom.
Amber is unharmed beyond the injury incurred in her capture. She will remain that way so long as you cooperate.
Abalone was silent, processing everything, but the chief of automation was there as well. He spoke up, asking why Tik Tok wanted Mare Island. He seemed to have quite the reach of power as it was, sending his arrows to the furthest points of the Wasteland and destroying Thunder Valley in the process. They had been listening to the Confessions episodes and were keenly aware of the things we'd uncovered about the Great Arrows. Tik Tok answered very simply,
Because Mare Island belongs to me. It was mine to begin with. Not only is it in your best interest, but in the interest of all of Equestria that Mare Island returns to me.
He really said that?
Yes, he did, according to Duchess Rosepetal.
So Tik Tok is Harvest Orange? How is that possible? Is he like Freezy and Chrysanthemum?
No one asked at the time, but his explanation caught them off guard even further.
You understand,
He continued.
Once I have control of the Sentinel Droid foundries again, I will no longer need to recruit more citizens in the way the Great Arrows do.
His framing was very interesting. He spoke of the Great Arrows as an other, some kind of alliance he was compelled to make for losing control of Mare Island in the first place.
What?
This was the reason why Abalone wanted to play the video for the group. She emphasized the point to Duchess Rose and the others, if they turn over Mare Island, there won't be any more Great Arrows. No more family members captured in the night and being turned into hollow shells of who they once were. The Great Arrows were apparently a means to an end, a way to enforce his will in the areas he controlled. If he had Sentinel droids, he wouldn't need to carve up the brains of living ponies. Chief Clay spoke up from the other monitor.
There's no guarantee of that. Clearly nothing has stopped him from transforming tens of thousands of ponies. Why would he do so just because he could make Sentinel droids too?
He wasn't wrong.
No, he wasn't. There really weren't any guarantees at all to trust what Tik Tok was saying, let alone how powerful he could become if given Mare Island in its totality. Duchess Rosepetal did not say this at the time, though. She just sat and listened. Battered Blade was the one to, perhaps impulsively, say,
He's got a point.
On the heels of this, Chief Clay followed up with a pleading that they understand the long-term consequences despite their love for Amber. Battered put a cork in it, so to speak, regretting what she said. Abalone seemed unfazed by either retort, though, and Chief Clay did not look like he'd gained any ground either. Abalone shifted in her chair, asking Duchess Rose if she heard Amber's story live that first night. Rose confirmed that she did, and even tried to stop Amber in the hallway afterwards, to no avail. Abalone then asked if she believed the story. Rose Petal was caught off guard by this question. She'd never even considered the idea that Amberhorn was an unreliable narrator. Her interview came off as more of a literal confession than any of the other episodes. Abalone continued, saying that if anything, she'd minimized her involvement in that battle 2 years ago. They were on the brink of getting overrun by the slavers, and the RES New Horizon airship wouldn't have survived the escape attempt because they didn't have access to its guns yet. Whether or not the Sentinels mounted a full retreat, they were on the edge of total extermination. Or worse, re-enslavement. Abalone emphasized that Lockjaw's entire gambit was on the knowledge that the defensive systems were down. The only reason any of them were alive today, every family, every child, was because of Amberhorn and Sparky's sacrifice. Abalone then connected a set of dots that we had not considered at the time, as our understanding of the Great Arrows had been surface level at best. She said that the reason they lost control of the sprite bots all those years ago was that Tik Tok was right. He did control Mare Island somehow, or he had a knowledge of East Corp technology that rivaled Amber and her parents as well. She explained that cybernetics as advanced as those given to Lockjaw could only come from a few places. One of those places is a Series 4M Sentinel droid. If Lockjaw had indeed been working for Tik Tok, if that was the new employer he had been referring to, then this is not a one-time incident. For all they knew, that battle tank and many of the other weapons they were armed with came from one of the Special Material Command outposts. For all we knew, that's where Tik Tok was controlling things from in the first place. He will keep coming after them as long as he is able to, and since he knows where they are, the outer world becomes a constant threat much more so than it already is. All it would take is for him to finally figure out a way to get control of Mare Island's systems, when they least expect it, and all of them would die like the original Mare Island employees. Mare Island was not the oasis of their salvation, it was a prison, sitting on top of a bomb. This time it was Duchess Rose who spoke up.
She's right. From the stories we've heard, it would only take another one of the Guardianship outposts to arm a whole new army to challenge Mare Island. As much as we pray for their safety, we have no idea what has become of Sandstone or Carmina yet. For all we know, Tik Tok has just gained 2 more bunkers.
Despite her genuine answer, Rose Petal's sentiment was ultimately unnecessary. Unknown to all of them, the battle of wills that they'd been invited to help fight had already been won. Abalone shifted in her chair again, leaning more over the computer console. The sentinel droids around her remained in tight guard formation. She reiterated with finality,
"It is only because of Amberhorn that any of us, including her, are alive in the first place. The Sentinels have a chance to escape safely if they take this opportunity."
Abalone then pulled away the left shoulder of her jacket, showing a thick bandage wrapped around her shoulder and armpit. A stain of dried blood discolored the bandage all over her collarbone, just above her heart. She then finished with a terse statement.
"I don't think any more of us should have to die."
The group were stunned, Pink Pippin covering her mouth at the grisly sight. She was the most medically knowledgeable of the 4. She realized most quickly how life-threatening that wound could have been. Before any of them could ask what happened, Chief Clay spoke up. None of the other chiefs were looking at the camera, many of them looking down or wincing. Chief Clay gave a brief response of, "The Congress will deliberate and make a final decision." The video screen then quickly went blank. In the lull of silence, Duchess Rose Petal was the first to speak.
"What happened?"
Abalone sank back in the chair, letting the coat drop loosely over the bandages.
"I was almost assassinated 2 days ago." "By who?"
Battered asked.
"One of the seamstress mares, oddly enough."
Abalone continued.
"I had gone into the clothing building to have my favorite sweater patched. It had been a stressful few weeks and I was looking for a distraction. I know everything had been divisive as everyone fell onto my side or Clay's. I truly never thought someone would try to kill me. As I was taking off my armored coat to show her the tear on the sweater, she pulled a small gun out of the drawer and fired at almost point blank.
Pink Pippin gasped behind them. Battered Blade asked what kind of gun it was.
A 9mm,
she answered.
She probably didn't think she needed anything bigger, considering how close range I was.
Ranchhorn added, "That still sounds like it's big enough to go all the way through."
It would have, if not for my shoulder blade.
Abalone drawled.
The bullet lodged in there, and the medical robot had to pull it out carefully.
She chuckled a bit.
You know, I always fucking hated these robots. They've tried to kill me more times than they've tried to save me. Until 2 days ago, anyway. Now, thanks to Amber, they're the only ones I can trust.
What happened to the seamstress mare?
Duchess Rosepetal asked.
My 2 sentinel droids fired back at her. She got one more shot off, which broke a window, but my robots fired a dozen laser blasts into her. They were the ones that carried me to our hospital, where they got working on me right away. I was still in shock by what happened, and I was losing consciousness fast. I stayed awake long enough to say, "Droids only. Keep all ponies away."
How awful.
It was a shock for all of them, too. Despite their problems, one thing Amber seemed to really praise about her tribe was their cohesiveness. Abalone went on.
There were plenty of witnesses. The floor was filled with other seamstresses and auto loom workers, not to mention the security cameras. There was no denying what happened by anyone, and word spread fast.
It had been more than enough to turn the tide of the debate in her favor. Now, if she had died, who knows what would have happened. But she was a tough mare, and lucky too, since the bullet missed her heart by barely an inch. Originally the most vocal opponent in trading Mare Island for Amber's life, Clay Mixture had lost the narrative, so to speak. The vast majority of the islanders no longer wanted to hold on to the fortress if it meant sacrificing their souls. It was also impossible to deny the truth that without Abalone and Amber's family, they would all still be slaves in the Oasis slaver settlement. She continued to talk, giving more details as to what things had been like around the debate. But very quickly, she began slipping into stories from the past with Amber. This is where Rosepetal saw the aunt, or mother figure, that I'd always expected. Of course Abalone loved Amber more than anything. That Amber had ever gotten the idea in her head that Abalone would never want to see her again was ridiculous. In fact, her true feelings were much of the opposite. She talked about how much she absolutely hated Mare Island. From the very beginning, she knew the place was a death trap. If not for their desperation, she would have almost rather continued on south until they were out of the Five Highways Wasteland completely. If Amberglow hadn't been able to hack through all the Sentinel droids over those first few days, Abalone would have pushed that idea more. To some extent, she thought the robots could have done a better job saving Amberglow during the birth. Even with the gunshot trauma she suffered, she thought there could have been another way. Then, of course, there was the battle where the island sat worthless while waves of robots flowed over the walls, killing the other Sentinels while the tank rained large rounds down on top of them. And in that final infiltration into the Mare Island Tower building, Sparky was also killed by the last of the clockwork monsters. The truth was that they were little more than squatters. The island was not their home, it was the home of the Sentinel droids. The ponies were always stuck lying in wait, wondering if their master would return. Abalone said she would love to just take the RES New Horizon and leave Mare Island behind forever. Her and Amberhorn could be safe in the clouds, free to travel wherever they wanted, rather than being some sitting targets for all the would-be dictators of the wasteland. She might have been charismatic, but Abalone never wanted to lead some great settlement. She was just a 16-year-old girl, trying to save her sister. When she couldn't do that, she did all she could to protect her niece. As far as she knew, Amberhorn was still alive, and Abalone would burn it all to the ground if it would save her.
Yeah. So would I.
One final thing she did was show them the sweater that she had gone to the seamstress to repair. It was a knit sweater with purple and white horizontal stripes that complemented Abalone's mane and eyes. A large red spot of blood covered most of the left side. The sweater had been cut apart, a very surgical line going up from the bottom to the collar. 2 more lines were cut down the arms, so the sweater could be pulled away from her without flexing the gaping wound in her chest. She decided she would not wash it or fix it yet. The sweater had been given to her almost 10 years ago as a present from a young Amber Horn. Amber Glow had loved knitting, and Abalone was very careful to teach the young filly everything she could about her mother. Abalone wanted to wait until this was all over and fix the sweater with her niece, together. Originally, there was just a small tear that Abalone wanted repaired. She loved wearing the sweater over the holidays. On the video stream, Abalone clutched the sweater tightly, weeping quietly. Duchess Rose had been listening to all this with the others. She was nudged on the shoulder by Pink Pippin. Pinkin was motioning to her Pip-Buck, which caused Rose Petal to check her own. Very quickly, she realized what she was referring to. It was Hearthwarming Eve. Abalone's 3rd Hearthwarming Eve without Amberhorn.
It was a very lonely night for sure. There was so much we were still in the dark on. Then the next morning happened.
Yes, I think you were the first one to hear the message, the first one to get the communication from Freezy.
Well, I couldn't sleep, so I was already awake.
Well, regardless, it woke the rest of us up pretty quick. Freezy's call was panicked. First came the hailing tone, then the call sign of the RES Winter Mourning. Freezy's voice cutting in was as clear as she could make it, but there was so much noise in the background most of her words were unintelligible.
Then there was silence.
It had been 10 days since Carmina's interview, since the Great Arrows had captured them all.
It felt more like a month.
It had been a very long time, and we'd been busy enough with our own reaction and mobilization. But in that time frame, a lot had been happening with Carmina, Sandstone, and Amberhorn too. As we would later find out, here is how things unfolded. During Carmina's interview, Sandstone had been out killing Great Arrows, as he would do regularly. Following the destruction of Thunder Valley, very few Great Arrows are found wearing power armor. Full working suits are very rare, and the average Great Arrow is a mindless drone in every sense of the word. So they were easy prey for his advanced suit and guns. He mainly focused his efforts on killing off groups of arrows as they were traveling, and would often sack or destroy whatever supplies they were carrying. He hoped that by severing trade routes, the Great Arrows would lose their large-scale organizational effectiveness. He was not aware of the way they are commanded via the spell matrices in their heads. Regardless, Sandstone had a long career killing as many Great Arrows as he could. Even for those who know the nature of their transformation, it is hard to realistically stop them by any other means. Sandstone actually had a decent-sized horde of East Corp spell matrices that he had stolen from Great Arrow caravans. He thought they used valuable technology to trade for raw caps. This was true, but not in the direction he'd assumed. The arrows were the ones who wanted the crystals. Once his work was done one night, he returned to Outpost Sigma. He didn't usually listen to music while he was outside because he didn't want to be distracted or compromise his position to enemies. When the mighty door of Outpost Sigma slid shut again, Sandstone realized what time it was. He wanted to see if there was a new episode of Confessions of a Wasteland Pony, or if it was only a rerun. In the main entrance level of Outpost Sigma, Sandstone had furnished one of the defense engines to be a bit of a sitting room. The locomotive was relatively small compared to the large storage cars that were parked on the far sides of the train depot. It was a way for him to feel outside while still being safe behind the blast door. Not only that, but a defense engine was the last place Sandstone had spent time with Carmina. As they escaped Castle Alpha, they watched in horror as the only home they'd ever known went up in an explosion of balefire. They saw that the other outposts had met the same fate. Then they spent nearly 4 hours in that defense engine, rolling quietly against an unsettling silence hanging in the air. He held onto those memories tightly, almost as tightly as he had held on to her in that train car. Settling into the comfortable chair he'd arranged in the car, Sandstone flipped on the radio. In the moments that followed, he was paralyzed. A voice floated out of the radio that he hadn't heard in nearly 20 years. He stared at the dial for a long time, not sure if he was hallucinating. It was Carmina, unmistakably so. Her accent had softened only slightly, still carrying the strong tongue that she had inherited from her father and grandparents. It was a living memory of the place their family came from before the war. It was an accent he had never heard since. She was describing an encounter with a great arrow in a train car outside Outpost Kappa. Sandstone felt like he was gazing through the mirror into another world. He turned the radio dial up, bringing as much sound out of the speaker amp as he could. He was petrified that if the radio switched off for any reason, the sound would disappear forever. He listened for a long time, until the conversation was interrupted by a song, The Wanderer. It frightened him that he wouldn't hear her voice return. He got into his power armor and flipped on its internal radio, hearing the same song filling the defense engine in stereo. He stood there listening, wondering if he had imagined the voice. Only when returning from the intermission did my summary of her story finally snap him out of his stupor. What was happening was real. As one of the first guests interviewed at our off-site broadcasting station, he knew exactly where it was inside of the old hotel. He left Outpost Sigma at full gallop and ran as fast as he could to reach Manhattan. Unbeknownst to all of us, 3 interceptor airships were also moving toward the city from Fort Deadtree to the south. Sandstone crossed an incredible distance in that 3 hours or so, which was good because I have no idea how long I could have kept her talking.
I don't know. She seemed to like talking. We probably could have stretched it out for another hour or two.
Yeah, she was a lot of fun for sure. The show had a bit of magic in its own right. Once the guests got used to the idea and the format of the conversation, they really opened up. I'm gonna miss that.
Me too.
For numerous reasons, I wish I could have been there in person when he opened the door to see her. Their worlds had been changed forever. They were together again after mourning each other for decades. A beautiful future together is what they deserved, to be reunited in safety and health for as many more years as they could live on together. Instead, they had precious few minutes before finding the great arrows bearing down on them once more. The truth is, if they really wanted to, they could have easily blown through a different window in the building and escaped. They were both well-armored and well-armed. But when all the cards were on the table, their first priority was still to keep Amber and the others safe, trying to shepherd them all to safety.
They were so kind.
Amber was at least partially responsible for reuniting them, and Battered had played her part as well in a strangely serendipitous way. That kind of honor they expressed almost instinctively is so rare to find in the Wasteland these days. It is something so fragile to keep alive, because in many ways, honor like that acts against its own best interest. When there was a gun against Amber's head while she lay there tranquilized, neither of them had to really process the situation as it was unfolding. The only choice they had before them was that if they pulled off their helmets, Amber would survive. Perhaps deep down they knew what would happen, but in the haze of war they were only acting on their most basic selves. So they both removed their helmets, and were both tranquilized as well. Sandstone had no idea how long he was out, describing the darkness as complete. It was a kind of unconsciousness even deeper than the one he'd felt in the Delta Pass tunnel, when he blacked out from blood loss. The chemical used was strong and immediate. As soon as the dart punched through his skin, he felt as though he were being dragged down into a vat of oil. He would be awakened in much of the same way. A second syringe was stuck into his neck, and in one press the darkness seemed to wash away like he was walking through the curtain of a waterfall. From his instincts and ranger training, Sandstone quickly began taking in his surroundings. The needle pulling away from his neck was attached to a metal tentacle. It snaked away from him, receding back into the front left leg of a white sentinel droid standing behind him. Feeling was slowly returning to his legs, which he immediately flexed as hard as he could. The resulting effort was far from his normal strength, but it was enough for him to feel the shackles. All 4 hooves were tightly bound in some kind of advanced polymer, with a similar brace choking around his neck and just above his waist. His power armor had been removed. He was just wearing the soft fiber undersuit that protected his skin from coarse rubbing of the mechanical exoskeleton. A muzzle was also wrapped around his face, keeping his mouth closed and muffling the grunts and yelling he could manage. A second sentinel droid was also positioned to his left side, watching him intently. Its long scorpion-like tail was fully extended, with the electrified tip ready to pacify him if necessary. Having analyzed the targets that were closest to him, his mind then moved on to the other 3 figures in the room. On the far wall was a mirror image of Sandstone's arrangement. 2 sentinel droids were standing on either side of a medical bed. The bed was tilted upright, facing toward him. One robot had its tail at the ready, while the other robot was pulling away a tentacle syringe. Strapped down to the bed was the only pony he cared about in the world. Carmina. She had also been stripped down to her undersuit. She seemed to already be awake and fully aware. Years of breathing in the orange regenerative gas from the Eagle mask had given her a heightened tolerance to poisons and other potions. Her emerald green eyes were focused on him, unblinking. Tears were welling up in her eyes as she tried to call out to him through the muzzle. Sandstone did his best to answer, struggling all he could against the restraints. But it was no use. His eyes darted around the room, looking for anything he could use to break out. It was not a large space. A row of shelves were built into the recesses of the wall to his left. They were only separated by about 30 feet, in a square room. The shelves still had dust impressions showing that the boxes that were once stored there were only moved recently. Similarly, there were scrapes on the floor showing that a few aisles of metal racks used to fill up the space. They were being kept in a converted storage room. Aside from the medical beds they were strapped onto, the only other things in the room were a scattering of boxes in the corners opposite the entrance door. Aside from that, the room had been completely emptied. The room obviously wasn't designed to be a prison cell, but with the familiar-looking metal sliding door, it could serve that function well enough anyway. The look of the walls, the light fixtures, and steel deck plate all felt far too familiar. They were in an outpost. They had to be.
Ugh, that's unsettling in its own way. Just like with stables, they all have that same cold and uncomfortable feel to them.
This is what the Guardianship had been fighting all along, trying to protect their outposts from the invading Great Arrows in Thunder Valley. There were, however, over a dozen of the weapon bunkers scattered all over Equestria beyond their control. It wasn't too surprising that the Great Arrows had finally found one of them. It was probably what led them to Thunder Valley in the first place. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed one of the Sentinel droids moving. The one with its tail extended walked forward and turned around to face him. One of the robots by Carmina was doing the same. They did a double take as the machines moved in a mirror-like synchronicity. The same would be true for the voice, which came out of both of them simultaneously. The sound echoed endlessly in the small metal room. The voice was even and calm. It introduced itself as Tik Tok. Sandstone's eyes narrowed to a bloodthirsty scowl as he flexed against his restraints again. With both of them still gagged, Tik Tok went on to explain the terms of their release, which was very simple. He wanted Outposts Sigma and Tau, and would not let either of them go free until both installations were in his control. What was surprising, according to Sandstone, is that there wasn't much conversation at all. There were not any big speeches or megalomaniacal diatribes. He simply told them what he wanted.
Sounds underwhelming for someone with a literal god complex.
Which was strange. Seems the Lord and Master Tik Tok shtick was mostly just an act when giving commands to all of the arrows. Even knowing how the crystals and everything worked, Sandstone still assumed Tik Tok would be high on his own mentols, so to speak. But he wasn't. That didn't mean he wasn't ruthless, though. The other Sentinel droid besides Carmina produced another tool extending from one of its legs. The mechanical arm was unfolding, with a very sharp scalpel on the end of it.
Oh no.
Carmina was still looking at him. Her eyes had barely left him from the moment they were awakened. The scalpel made contact with her cheek, and Sandstone yelled as hard as he could through the muzzle. It moved down, and a thin line of blood began trickling down her face. She didn't even flinch, but Sandstone was thrashing against his restraints. Then, the mechanical arm pulled away from her. With the point made that they were very much at Tik Tok's mercy, the Sentinel droid by Sandstone extended a tool of its own. It was just a simple claw, which unfastened and removed the gag covering his mouth. Being able to taste fresh air, he took a deep breath and spat at the claw.
Fucking metal piece of shit!
He then quickly turned back to Carmina.
Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere else?
She shook her head softly. He then addressed the robot again.
I'm going to make you suffer.
Tik Tok was about to speak again, but Sandstone interrupted.
Show yourself! You've hidden behind masks this whole time. Why don't you just talk to us face to face, you fucking coward?
Decades of hatred were pouring out of Sandstone with every word.
Sure sounds like it.
Tik Tok ignored his threat and said bluntly,
Where is Outpost Sigma?
Sandstone glanced back at Carmina and saw that the trickle of blood had reached her collar, staining the light olive green of the undersuit.
Are you going to make this difficult?
Tik Tok asked. The scalpel moved towards her again. That was enough to put his rage back in its bottle.
No! Stop,
He said. His mind began racing again, wondering how to answer. If he gave up the location of the outpost, that might be enough for Tik Tok to get in. Then he wouldn't need them anymore. They could be killed quickly. He then remembered the circumstances that got them in that situation in the first place.
Where is Amber?
Sandstone asked.
She is alive.
The synthetic voice confirmed.
So long as you cooperate.
Let us see her,
he demanded, although less forcefully than before. After a moment, the cold, unmoving eyes of the robot's visor blinked away, and the pseudo-terminal screen switched to a monochromatic surveillance video. The angle of the video was roughly at eye level. He was apparently looking through the eyes of a different Sentinel droid. The room looked similar to the one they were stuck in, with a small figure curled up against the far wall by some of the boxes in the corner. It looked vaguely like Amberhorn. The mane and tail seemed recognizable, since they were naturally the same color as the shades of blue on the terminal screen. Carmina was looking down at the Sentinel droid by her, being shown the same video feed. Sandstone noticed the bandages on her right hind leg, remembering the shot that forced them into removing their helmets.
Have you hurt her?
He demanded. He was speaking to Tik Tok, but to his surprise, the figure on the screen reacted to his voice. She lifted her head and turned toward the screen. It was definitely Amber. Her discolored horn stood out distinctly from the rest of her body.
Amber! It's me! Are you alright?
Sandstone shouted at the screen. She sat up and leaned toward the robot in her own makeshift prison cell.
Sandstone?
She said in surprise. She hadn't been wearing any armor when they were captured, but the customized gauntlet she wore was missing from her left wrist. But while that was gone, a different piece of technology had been attached to her. A magic neutralization ring was secured to the base of her horn. While Sandstone's family were all Earth ponies, he recognized the device well. The Black Knights of the Order of Justice would lock them onto unicorn prisoners to prevent them from using their magic. They must be very effective because the only time he'd heard of a unicorn breaking out of one, they had to do it manually, by hitting it with a rock. It eventually broke the enchantment on the talisman, but to the stallion's dismay, smashing his face with the rock also broke his horn off.
Ouch! Not only does that hurt, but it kind of defeats the purpose.
Sandstone was convinced, but that was all they were going to get. The video monitor blinked off, and two pupils reappeared on the Sentinel droid's visor. Sandstone glanced back at Carmina. She had a look of determination in her face. Sensing her agreement, Sandstone said,
We don't leave here without Amber, alive, and in one piece.
Once again, Tik Tok's voice emanated from the machine.
Where is Outpost Sigma?
Once again, Sandstone's mind began racing. He couldn't just tell him, then their bargaining chip would be gone.
What guarantees do we have that you'll free us?
He said, not feeling confident in his negotiation skills. Tik Tok was not one to mince words.
You have no means of bargaining. I will secure Outpost Sigma and Tau eventually. I will use all available means to extract the information from you, but if you fail to assist, you will be disposed of.
The scalpel began moving toward Carmina again. She still held a determined look on her face after seeing Amber alive on the video. Sandstone faltered though. Without even thinking through a rhetorical response, he defaulted to something much more primal. Pure sacrifice.
Wait. No. Take me. Just take me. I'll give you Outpost Sigma if you just let Carmina and Amber go.
This time it was Carmina who reacted most emotionally. She began shaking her head and trying to speak through the mask. Seeing the opportunity, Tik Tok said,
Let's try you then.
One of the robots removed her muzzle.
Sandstone, no! I am not leaving you!
Tears trickled down her face, mixing with the fresh blood.
Where is Outpost Tau?
He asked her succinctly. Carmina's eyes dipped for just a moment, coming to a final decision about their current circumstances. All other options she might have considered disappeared quite quickly. As she hesitated, the robot near Sandstone whipped its tail around, stabbing into his chest.
What?
He yelled from the sudden pain, and Carmina screamed out in shock as well. The tail pulled away quickly, but the scorpion-like tip was dipped in blood. The strike was so sudden, and the placement so horrible, she feared the worst, that he had just been stabbed in the heart.
Sandstone, speak to me!
She cried.
Gah, fuck!
He exclaimed. Whatever pain he endured was not as significant as it looked. He was bleeding, but not profusely from an artery or the heart itself. He took a few deep breaths and winced on each inhale.
I think it stabbed one of my ribs. Fuck, it hurts.
While painful, a rib fracture is not all that uncommon, especially in this day and age. The stab of the sharp tail wasn't so much a fracture as a hairline crack. It would take weeks to heal without medicine, but overall not that debilitating. More so, the strike was to make a point. The end of the tail could have easily pierced his heart, and there was nothing they could have done to stop it. The metaphorical meaning of striking a rib or heart when leveraging loved ones did not seem unintentional. Now Sandstone's undersuit was stained with a trickle of blood as well. Carmina did not hesitate anymore.
I'll tell you,
she said.
I'll tell you where Outpost Tau is.
Sandstone was about to interrupt her, but she continued.
Sandstone, the guardianship is already gone. I'm not losing you again.
She then spoke aloud the coordinates, a set of numbers she could never forget. She could still remember the first time they appeared in her visor, as Elder Greycrest died and they were pulling the Master Spell Matrix out of its housing in Castle Alpha. She then added,
I have biometric locks set up. If you try to get in without me, it'll blow itself up like the others.
The sentinel droid tilted its head very slightly. It stared intently at Carmina as the machine processed the information it received.
You're telling the truth.
Tik Tok finally decided.
Thank you for seeing reason.
The robot by Sandstone looked up at him.
Are you persuaded yet? Where is Outpost Sigma?
A wave of emotions had been flooding through Sandstone. His whole life had been in defense of the guardianship against this mysterious foe. Was he about to give up one of the only known surviving shelters that they were meant to protect? He looked back at Carmina, who still did not take her eyes off of him.
It's okay,
she whispered.
It's over now. Let's go home.
A brief train of thought passed through him where she thought home would be if they gave up both outposts, but he realized the answer the same as she had. Home was anywhere they could be together.
Yes, absolutely.
Sandstone answered Tik Tok.
I don't have any biometric locks or anything. It's just a new password. I'll tell you only when we get there.
Analyzing Sandstone's body language, the robot soon gave a response.
You're also telling the truth. I will accept your terms. Once both installations are in my control, you will be free to leave.
With Amber,
Carmina chimed in from the other side of the room. The robot paused, then answered her.
Of course.
Neither Sandstone nor Carmina were aware of the negotiation taking place with Abalone and Mare Island, nor did they suspect that the promise of leaving with her would be any less truthful than leaving with each other, and the truth was they had no real bargaining chips anyway. Tik Tok seemed satisfied by their positions. From the many hours of interviews he too had been listening to, it was clear that they would do anything he asked of them so long as the other one was still under threat. And as it was, while the outposts were important, the crown jewel was Mare Island. It always had been. To their surprise, 2 of the white sentinel droids walked out of the room. Sandstone only got a brief glimpse of the hallway, but just like with the storage room, it looked no different than any hallway in any other Special Material Command outposts. Once the door sealed shut again, the remaining robots by each of them toggled with the controls on the side of the medical beds. To their surprise, the plastic straps loosened all at once. Sandstone pulled his legs free first, then slipped his head out and pushed past the strap that was around his waist. Carmina was out of her restraints even faster, and reached his bed just as he was stepping down. She wanted to hold him tighter than she ever had before, but the bloodstain on his suit reminded her of the rib injury. And so, they gingerly fell into each other's arms, clutched delicately on the metal floor.
Oh.
The remaining robots kept their tails extended and took position by each side of the entrance door, facing the far wall in a mindless formation. Similar to how they had seen Amberhorn, they moved against the far back wall, getting as far away from the machines as they could. They sat there for a long time, not saying anything, just holding each other. Their emotions were still frayed from the battle, the drugs, the torture. The robots hadn't moved at all since the others left, and they were not about to initiate dialogue.
I think we're going to be here a while,
Sandstone said. It was unsettling how completely the arrows had emptied the room. It contained almost nothing. Every last nut and bolt had been carefully removed. It made the only remaining boxes in the space stand out that much more. Eventually, Carmina slid over a few feet and inspected the small pile in the nearest corner. The robots didn't seem to protest at all. She flipped the latch, and it opened, revealing preserved food rations. She then opened the other 3 boxes. One of them contained another set of rations, while the remaining 2 contained bottles of water. Following her lead, Sandstone trotted over to the other corner, where 4 more boxes were sitting. One of the boxes contained a few basic medical supplies. Nothing advanced like an Eagle mask, but simple health potions and healing bandages. 2 of the boxes were empty. He didn't have to think too hard about what they were meant for. And the final box contained 2 basic military blankets. He left the empty boxes in that corner and dragged the other 2 by the food. It was better than what they might have hoped for. Despite having both lived in giant fortresses with amenities and luxuries for hundreds of soldiers, the simple prisoner provision seemed like a bounty. They didn't need anything else, because they were together. Carmina dressed Sandstone's chest wound with one of the healing bandages and gave him one of the potions. He only drank half of it though, kissing her on the cheek that had been cut with the scalpel, then giving her the other half. They laid out one blanket on the floor for some kind of separation from the metal deck plate, then cuddled close beneath the other one. It was the first time they were able to be close like that for nearly 20 years, back to the night they had been awoken during the siege. Sandstone stroked her white mane. It still smelled like berries.
Hold on, how long after the attack was that? How long had it been before they had woken up?
There wasn't a clock or anything in the storage room, but based on calculations after the fact, it had been a few days at least. They were abducted very late in the evening on Sunday night and were awoken sometime Thursday or Friday. There were marks on their elbows showing they had been connected to IVs recently. Those IVs probably gave them basic fluids, and most likely more doses of the tranquilizer to keep them out for that long. One thing that stood out to them was how incredibly clinical the whole setting was. All of the Sentinel droids were white-painted medical robots, similar to Whitecoat. At least from what Carmina could tell, there was no difference between them, although she had not seen them turn on a cloaking invisibility or shapeshift. And of course, none of them seemed to have a personality of their own. Same as the Great Arrows, the robots were just puppets being controlled by Tik Tok.
So were they stuck, just waiting to be taken back to their own outposts?
Basically. As rangers, they had a lot of experience with how long they could survive off of certain rations. Tik Tok was apparently aware of those numbers too, because both in food supplies and bottled water, there was enough to last exactly 6 weeks for each of them. Just considering those numbers, they figured they were going to be there for a while, wherever there was.
Were they trying to form an escape plan?
Not necessarily. One thing that made things complicated were the 2 robots positioned by the door. They might have looked statuesque, just standing guard, but realistically they were likely paying close attention to the 2 of them the whole time. Carmina had spent over a year with Whitecoat and became quite familiar with the abilities and limitations of Sentinel droids during that time. 2 things that were hard to deny: they had very good hearing, and they had very good eyesight. The pupils on their visors were purely for aiding in communication with ponies. They took in a wide field of view simultaneously at all times. What the glowing blue dots on their visor were looking at could be completely different to the actual object or creature they were focusing on.
Well, that's not fair.
No, it wasn't. There was probably nothing they could say to each other that Tik Tok wouldn't also be able to understand. There wasn't much reason for them to discuss anyway. They only had one goal at this point: survive together. Given the circumstances against them, having lost track of time and having no idea where they were, it was best to just go along with things.
So, they would ultimately give up both outposts if it genuinely meant they could go free.
Without a doubt. The last bit of their allegiance to the guardianship was honestly secondary. They had sacrificed everything they could for the cause. The war was over now. Much like the Great War before it, everyone lost. All that mattered now was making the most of the miracle of an opportunity they had to still have a life together.
So then, how did they spend all that time trapped in the room?
What do you mean?
I mean, they were stuck in there for a long time, and...
Homage! They were being watched by robots the whole time. I just covered this.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just hoping for a bit of lighthearted...
Do you really think that's the story Rose Petal was able to bring back to me?
Okay, here are all the sad details of their imprisonment. Also, let me describe the sex scene.
I'm sorry. Would you please just continue?
Yeah, sure. More than just the physical, they'd so much lost time they had to catch up on. Sandstone had listened to Carmina's story for several hours on the night they were captured, and so she was hoping to hear about his life since what happened. Unfortunately, Sandstone had to start that story with one of his hardest moments. He described to her the last part of his confessions interview. He had woken up in the cave delirious from the blood loss while suffering from amnesia. After a few weeks of Armature taking care of him, he finally snapped into some sense of self-awareness, and in a rage had thrown his helmet at the unicorn scribe. He didn't really blame Armature for the events that unfolded. He was just angry. At no point did he think throwing the power armor helmet would seriously wound Armature, let alone kill him. But it did. After that, Sandstone described the psychotic break and hearing Armature's voice during those weeks he was trapped in the Delta Pass tunnel. They were out of food, and Armature was dead, but Sandstone was also trapped with the body of Scribe Damon. He was the one fuel-rotted shot when revealing his betrayal to the others. It was the middle of winter, and Sandstone had lost a lot of blood. It was the voice of Armature in his head encouraging him to do whatever he could to survive. After putting it off for a few days, Sandstone finally broke down and began cutting frozen pieces off of Scribe Damon.
That's a pretty hard thing to admit to.
What amazed him more than anything was how unfazed Carmina had been about his story. They had both suffered a very difficult life since the day they were separated. Sandstone felt an odd pang of guilt that he had not been hearing Carmina's voice all these years, as she had been hearing his. Carmina told him not to think about it. Whatever caused them to hear those voices, it kept them alive so that they could finally be together again one day.
Was she still hearing Sandstone's voice in her head?
No. As soon as she saw him again at the off-site broadcasting studio, that went away. She no longer had to compensate for his absence. They were together again. She loved hearing his real voice once again, and encouraged him to keep telling his story as they lie there that first night. Sandstone described reaching Outpost Sigma and becoming familiar with the greater northeast of Equestria. Manhattan was obviously the major city. He described intermittent times that he came into contact with other Steel Ranger groups. He considered joining up with them at one point, but ultimately decided against it. With the sheer size and materials contained inside Outpost Sigma, the whole army could have benefited from such an installation. While he occasionally traded for information about the Great Arrows, he never trusted any group enough to tell them about Outpost Sigma in any real detail. Not only were they not a righteous government, but they would likely overwhelm the place and Sandstone could be forced out. He'd have nothing to fuel his campaign against the Great Arrows. Eventually, their conversation led back to the present, and he told her everything he'd experienced since hearing her voice out of that radio. It's an experience I've tried to paraphrase now, about rushing to reach Manhattan, about the attack, and what he'd felt during the tense encounter with Tik Tok and his machines. After years of trudging on and relative futility, they both finally had something to fight for again, a real reason to live. They agreed that if anything ever happened to them this time, if one died definitively, somehow, that the other would follow them soon after. They hoped to have a full life together after this. They were only in their late 30s after all. They could have half a century together if they were lucky. They'd been engaged in Castle Alpha thanks largely to their late mentor, Star Paladin Turquoise. And in the years since Thunder Valley, neither of them had moved on. Neither of them had been with anyone else. They were still fiancés and would have loved to eventually plan out a full, proper wedding. Realistically, there was no guarantee they made it out of that storage room alive. Until they were truly free, they had to treat every night like it could be their last. And so, robots or not...
Hey, wait a minute.
They made up for lost time.
You asshole.
Hey, that's what you get for trying to skip the foreplay.
I hate you.
Now, that being said, they would be stuck in that storage room for a while, and while they had someone to keep company with, Amber did not.
No, oh no, please, can we stick to the lewd jokes just a little while longer?
I wish we could, but the show must go on. I didn't want to be crude about Carmina and Sandstone's reunion per se. I only mentioned their nuptials to emphasize that they had some small window together after decades apart, regardless of the circumstances. Amberhorn's story was not so lucky. I speak honestly when I say that I genuinely didn't think such a large force would bear down on us like this. I hadn't considered Amber being used as leverage against Abalone. To be completely transparent, I was beginning to believe what Amber had been saying about Mare Island. I'd been replaying her story for over 4 months, maybe 7 or 8 times, and we still hadn't heard one word from anyone associated with Mare Island.
I thought that something might have happened to them. Maybe they were attacked by someone else who could take control of the robots, or maybe the robots just turned on them, like they did to the original engineers that lived there.
I genuinely had no idea why no one would have even dropped a note to us to give us another side of the story or literally anything else. Maybe they really didn't care about her. I was considering not replaying the episode after the new year. If Abalone and the others really had disowned Amber, then I would only be hurting her by replaying the episode and reminding her of that fact. If it were true, then we would be Amber's only real family, and I wanted to do everything I could to make sure she felt loved. Fuck, maybe I could have... Anyway, the dynamic of Amber's history aside, she had been such a huge help to us over the past year or so. She was able to fix the things that were too complicated for Homage and I.
It was a learning experience for sure. There is way more to magical technology than I'd ever realized. With Amber, it was like pulling back a curtain only to reveal several more layers of curtain behind it.
Another stage analogy.
I mean, that's relatable, right? Even in the most humble of settlements, it's easy to hang up a sheet and put on a little play or something.
It's amazing how much tech really is nestled inside the walls of 10 Pony Tower. I can only imagine how many other old buildings are concealing such complicated secrets. I guess that's ultimately what Amber was best at. She could dig through the secrets of arcane science more than most modern Wastelanders. That's how she was able to unlock the last doors of Mare Island in the first place. Although to a lesser extent, I appreciate learning how to turn on the station's carrier signal if it ever glitches out again.
Or clearing the channels if a frequency band gets filled with too much static.
Or how to get our panels to communicate better with some of the other pre-war Ministry technologies.
She really was a wizard at it. Like she could just sniff out a problem with her nose.
Isn't that how you met her in the first place? In the cafeteria?
Oh yeah, that's right.
I believe the quote you told me was,
Okay, there is officially one more mare my age in the tower, bringing up a grand total of 3.
Yes, including Dew Leaf on the 4th floor.
"Who thinks you smell like burnt popcorn?"
She did not say that.
And you had to tell her that it's just the way old radio stuff smells like.
We're just different, that's all.
But Amber was not.
No, we had a lot more in common.
Because she smelled like burnt toast.
You're not one to talk.
And luckily for both of us, she didn't mind the smell either.
That was the first time you let her into the penthouse, when she was fixing the building heating.
I believe my exact words were, "Praise Celestia for sending us an angel of fire to deliver us from January."
And her response was?
She manifested a small flame above the end of her horn and said,
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah.
She was so adorable and helpful. And then she became my foremost critic.
Oh, stop it. She loved the station.
Every time she visited, it was something like,
You really should find more Moria music to play.
or,
If you play pony guitar one more time, I'm going to cut the power to the suite.
And you know the common thread to all of that? She was always listening.
she was. Especially considering the nature of her work down in the generator room, she probably listened more regularly than anyone else in 10 Pony Tower. And just like that, a year and a half drifted by as she helped refurbish almost every piece of tech in the studio.
Yeah, she was the kind of friend I really needed at the time.
And it worked out well because her work hours were pretty chaotic, perfect for a night owl who helped keep my playlist going.
Yeah.
So when did she first come to you about telling her story?
It was after Rose Petal's episode. Amber came to me the next day and said she had been up all night thinking about it. She felt like she had to say something. Like she was lying to everyone about who she was if she didn't.
And how much of the story did you already know beforehand?
Enough.
If I had known what would come, I would have said no.
I don't think that would have stopped her from trying. She was really set on the idea.
It's hard considering what ifs. Too depressing thinking about what might have been.
Yeah.
Things weren't much better after the fact. There were a lot of conversations off the air about trying to get in contact with Abalone again, but she wouldn't tell us anything.
She didn't want to talk about it at all. She didn't want resolution. She just wanted to suffer the separation like it was what she deserved.
Which is why I tried to reach out to them myself with the station signal. I didn't even need to replay it. They heard it the first time. Fuck, I wish they would have made contact. We were all paralyzed in our own ways, which gave Tik Tok the opportunity to act first. Amber didn't have super advanced armor, and she never liked wearing what she did have in the studio. It was only a short walk between 10 Pony Tower and the old hotel where Battard's bodyguards was set up, so she was pretty casual about the journey. She usually walked there with Battard, too. In the attack, there were more than enough opportunities for them to get a tranquilizer shot in. She was knocked out for a relatively short amount of time. The Sentinel droids broadcast the video of her delirious reactions for Abalone and the others, then woke her up soon afterwards. Their approach with her was quite a bit different. She was not interrogated like Sandstone and Carmina were. There was nothing Tik Tok could gain by coercing or torturing her for information. Coercing was pointless because even if he could force her to negotiate for him by threatening to kill us or Sandstone and Carmina, she would still have to convince Abalone. The whole point of all this was that Mare Island had been completely isolated from the rest of the East Corp networks. There was no way to connect to it, even with the elf transmitters. It was intentionally located out of their range for just this kind of scenario. Once the hard data lines were destroyed, Mare Island became an island in every sense. Tik Tok determined that it would be easier to persuade Abalone if Amber was simply a prisoner. The only video Abalone saw was the one with Amber strapped onto the medical bed. He was then giving her time to deliberate with the other Sentinels. The real horror was what his next steps of escalation would have been.
Like what?
If Abalone gave him a hard no or tried to change the arrangement, he would have set up a live communication link between the two of them. He would let them talk to know it was live. Then during the broadcast, and unknown to Amber before it happened, Tik Tok would have sawed one of her legs off.
What the fuck?
Perhaps it was a small blessing that such an escalation wasn't necessary. Putting Amber through all that would have been a nightmare.
Ugh, goddess.
Abalone almost getting assassinated was ultimately a price paid. She suffered so that Amber wouldn't have to. It was enough to convince the masses to go along with leaving the island. Amber wasn't aware of any of this, though. She had only vaguely considered the idea that this involved Abalone at all. She was awoken sometime 2 or 3 days after her abduction. The reason she was woken up at all was to make the possible interaction with Abalone that much more impactful. She had to be fully lucid to carry on a real conversation and have a real, genuinely horrifying reaction to being dismembered on camera.
Sick fucker.
And in fact, it was because of this perverse plan of escalation that Tik Tok made his first critical mistake in his calculated scheme. Perhaps he thought there was a chance Amber was right, that Abalone might have grown cold or uncaring toward her in the years that have passed. Maybe he thought he would have to send several pieces of Amber to her before getting them to agree. Obviously, Tik Tok did not tell Amber any of this. In fact, he didn't tell her anything at all. She woke up on the medical bed with the straps already loose and with a lone sentinel droid standing guard by the door. Her mind was still racing from the battle. She flailed against the straps until eventually realizing what she was attached to and scrambled out of them. She fell off of the bed and immediately pressed against the bandage on her right hind leg. She must have bumped the bullet wound during her thrashing. She tried speaking to the robot at first, asking it a few innocent questions like,
Who are you? Where am I? Are you White Coat?
The robot said nothing, and she didn't get too close to it, sensing something was wrong when it stood motionless and didn't answer her. It was around this point when she apparently tried using her magic and felt the resistance to it. She moved her hooves up and felt the metal-engraved ring that was wrapped tightly around the base of her horn. She seemed keenly aware of what it was. You could see the hope leave her face as she came to terms with the fact that she was a prisoner. She backed up against the far wall of the storage room and sat huddled in her legs for a while. It would only be some time later that she would investigate the boxes in her room and discover the food, water, medicine, and makeshift commode. She took one of the potion bottles for her leg, and that seemed to speed up the healing. After that, she laid out the blanket and lay huddled against the far wall for several days.
She just lay there against the wall? For days?
The room was basically empty, and there was nothing else to do. During one of her first meals, she spent a bit of time looking at the different packages, sorting out the different flavors of military rations. But once they were stacked in their own piles, it was just back to sitting on the blanket. In between meals, she would do a routine of calisthenics using one of the supply boxes. Really simple but effective exercises when you're stuck in a confined space for a while. Perhaps she also thought she would be there for an extended period of time. She didn't initiate any more dialogue with the Sentinel droid, but every once in a while she would mutter something to herself when thinking out loud. The transcripts also included some colorful phrases like,
Pile of welded scrap metal, wind-up toy in denial,
and
laser face.
Her routine changed notably when Sandstone and Carmina were woken up. The monitor on the Sentinel droid's visor caught her completely by surprise. She was shown images of the two Earth ponies cut back and forth. They were both still strapped to the beds. Then the monitor went dark, and the pupils returned to the screen. She took a few steps closer to the machine, asking to speak to them a bit more, or if they were okay. It didn't answer her, but it did flex the electrified spike at the end of its tail when she stepped closer. She seemed more disturbed by this revelation. Perhaps she thought that the video was meant for her, that there were other lives in danger if she didn't cooperate. Amber had already been tranquilized before Sandstone and Carmina were captured. For all she knew, there could have been many others as well. Battered Blade, some of her employees, maybe Rose Petal or Diamondback if they had shown up to the building. There was no way of knowing. She only ever saw the two of them strapped to those medical beds. And for all she knew, there could be a dozen other medical beds set up in just the same way. She studied the bed she had been attached to several times. It was clear that she was looking for weaknesses or something. But after each glance, she would end up touching the magic neutralization ring wrapped around her amber-colored horn. She seemed more defeated and huddled up even tighter into a ball in the far corner. She also didn't mutter anymore after that. The powerful listening devices built into the robot's ears didn't pick up anything beyond her breathing and occasional sobbing.
Poor Amber.
It would be like that for several more days as negotiations and rescue missions were happening far away from her. This next part we've had to piece together after the fact.
Oh, so they did find something.
They found a lot, and thanks to Duchess Rose Petal, we were able to contextualize things a bit. As she said in the past, life, as we understand it, is much more powerful than magic. Some wizards have argued that what we call life is simply the most powerful spectrum of magic. It is the prime mover, the motive force, the energy that sparks within the blood and meat and bones to make it all move. Many spellcrafters in the past have recognized this and have been able to tap into that energy, make use of the life force within themselves like a giant magical battery. Amberhorn understood that energy in a different way. After the advent of the arcane sciences, there was a much wider proliferation of runic-based magics with things like spell matrices. Someone like Rose Petal was keen to study the way the life of a creature may be used to manifest other spectrums of magic and how that magic could be crafted into runes on non-living objects. Amberhorn understood this, but more uniquely, she understood it in reverse. This is ultimately the key to what made her unique, why she could command technology like Tik Tok commanded so many unfortunate souls. Amber could listen to the way magic moved through a spell matrix. Her perception was so precise that she could unlock doors other engineers, including her mother, couldn't, because she had developed her abilities into a finely focused tool. That week and a half she lay curled against the wall was not time spent wallowing in sadness, although some of that sadness still crept its way in. Instead, she was putting that fine perceptive focus into breaking through the first encryption that was in front of her, the magic neutralization ring.
She could do that?
She'd never done it before, as far as I know, but when it came down to it, talismans like that operate on the same principle as the advanced machines that populate our world today. It was like discovering an ancient set of gears and seeing the direct lineage between them and a modern analog clock. Amber lay against that far wall, her head buried into the blanket to help conceal the faint glow from her horn as she worked her way through the spell. When she actually began this process isn't known. Perhaps she had begun tinkering with it right away, but more than likely, she intensified her efforts after seeing Sandstone and Carmina trapped too. A ring like that can't stop a unicorn's magic completely. In fact, so long as they are still breathing, a tremendous amount of magic remains in them. A more appropriate comparison is that the ring acted like a safe, with the energy of her horn trapped within. Amber was quietly tinkering with the lock of the safe with a metaphorical bobby pin and screwdriver, something almost every Wastelander can relate to. Eventually, she was able to crack the lock.
That's incredible!
What she had to do from there would be much more difficult. Using that finely tuned perception, Amber would begin listening through the spell matrix of the Sentinel droid. The robot was the only gateway of technology in her room. While she could feel a bit beyond the walls, the Sentinel droid provided her the clearest view.
What do you mean by view? Was she using the screen of the Sentinel droid?
No, she couldn't physically interrupt the camera feed it was recording. That was being paid attention to very closely. Perhaps in a way it could be described as looking at a wall of code trickling down and being able to decipher the information from it. Not every individual line of code, but the packets of information as a whole. Like having poor eyesight and taking off your glasses, you can still make out colors, light intensity, shapes, and some of the words on the paper or distant signs. In another sense, it could be described like listening to music, pulling out individual melodies or harmonies from specific instruments. And in the case of Amberhorn, she was a master composer who knew the music better than almost anyone.
Okay, but she still had to hide from the Sentinel droid's camera.
Yes, just like how the creature's brain had many millions of nerves attached to it, there are many, many ways you can move through a terminal network without revealing yourself, especially if you are interacting directly with the spell matrix. And that is exactly what she did. Just like the way Pink Pippin used the L station to spy on the chemical core, Amberhorn used the Sentinel droid to do some spying of her own.
So Tik Tok had placed the Sentinel droid there to watch her. And she turned that around and used it to spy on him.
Exactly.
Ugh, that's my girl.
She used it like an access port to travel through its local network and learn all she could about where she was. What she found was incredible. She was like a fly on the wall, observing a much larger organization take place. Most strikingly, however, was when she found out she was not alone. There was someone else, something else, moving through the ether of the network she had stumbled upon. This thing was very large, very commanding, turning a million different knobs and switches simultaneously. She had to move carefully, hiding in the shadows, so to speak. Her mind passed from node to node, slipping through doors as they opened. A few times she was almost discovered and had to retreat carefully through the robot she was accessing. She did this for several days until she uncovered all that she could about their current predicament. Tik Tok's reach was very expansive, and he could monitor thousands of things simultaneously. But he was not omniscient. To use an old-world analogy that still sort of applies today, the sun casts many shadows, and as the day grows long and the sun moves through the sky, those shadows move too. No matter how clear the sky is, and no matter how bright the light is, the sun's glow can't touch everything. Tik Tok was the same way, and like a vampire, Amber moved about in those blind spots until she saw everything that she could. There were some things she couldn't examine, some places where the presence never receded from, but she had learned enough to form a plan. A prison break.
Good.
The trouble was, she would only have one chance to do it. As soon as she revealed herself, she'd never be able to sneak her way into the network again. The back door she was going to exploit would be sealed shut forever, and she'd probably never get a chance to find another one. It was her only shot. It was their only shot.
She was trapped in the same place as Sandstone and Carmina?
Yes, and luckily for them all, it was nowhere near as large as Castle Alpha. If it were even as big as a regular outpost, they probably would have run out of time. Carmina and Sandstone were sitting in their room. They decided a week ago that they were simply going to go along with Tik Tok's demands and surrender Outposts Tau and Sigma to him. They hoped by the time they reached the latter, they would have clear enough leverage to successfully be set free after the fact. Of course, they were not being foolishly optimistic. They still treated each day like it could be their last. They had 20 years of lost time to catch up on. They spent the days as well as they could, so to speak. And while they continued to talk about those years apart, they would continually drift back to how they would want to spend their future, were they able to get out of there alive. It was like a whole other world. The wasteland sounded like a paradise the way they talked. With only the fabric bodysuits on their backs, they would find a life any way they could. Wake up together every morning, scavenge for whatever they needed. They could run as far as they had to, travel to the last extremities of the world outside of Tik Tok's domain. They could still start a family if they wanted to. It wasn't too late for Carmina. They already had a name picked out if it turned out to be a cult. Armature.
It's a sweet sentiment. But what kind of world would he grow up in? How much did they expect TikTok's domain to grow?
That is the question, isn't it? It was a bothersome reality which sat on the edges of their hopes for the future. The logistics were clear if they were successful. First, they would reconnect with Whitecoat. Then they would go to that humble little farmhouse sitting on top of the empty crystal mine. If they wanted someplace remote, away from all the troubles of the world, but didn't have the outposts anymore, that was their best option. Despite hearing Carmina tell Whitecoat's story, Tik Tok hadn't even bothered mentioning the machine, nor the place where he was born.
Really? He hadn't mentioned Whitecoat once, even though he's sort of Limos?
It was unexpected. She was the whole reason their big communication network went down on the last day. Harvest Orange sounded furious with her in those recordings that Diamondback played for us. Maybe he reasoned that Limos didn't survive the war. She spent her last days alive running. She ran across half the continent, she ran against the clock, and ultimately, she ran out of time. Even with the Eagle mask, the whole world was burning in bright green balefire. Her body withered with every step. By the time she plugged the dipole module into the machine, she only had one drop of life left. She spent a lifetime with an empty feeling inside of her, wanting to create life any way she could, to make the son that she couldn't bear otherwise. She would never spend any time with Whitecoat. She would never see if she succeeded. That is a truth that haunted Whitecoat for the 2 centuries since. Limos was able to give him life, the last of her life, but she gave him that feeling of emptiness too.
An empty feeling. Guilt about a past that you can't change. Is there anything more characteristic of life?
Perhaps not. And indeed, an emptiness was growing inside of Carmina and Sandstone too. Even if they found a way to have that time together, what would the cost be? What would the future hold for a young Armature, for any of the children they were blessed with? What would they think of their parents' actions at this critical junction? And again, no matter how far they looked into the future, no matter how bright or dark it appeared, everything still hinged on whether they would have a future or not. They were growing restless, uncertain about their situation. With every passing, silent day, they wondered when exactly one of the robots would slide open the door and take them to Outpost Tau. The installation was a good distance away. It would take them days to get there, even by airship. They lamented the fact that they didn't even know where there was. For all they knew, they could be beneath Canterlot, or in some bunker in the Crystal Empire, or even across the sea in Griffinstone. But at the time, they had no options on the table. That is, of course, until one cold winter morning. Sandstone and Carmina were still sleeping, cuddled close on the Spartan blankets they had been provided. They didn't have proper clocks or anything to follow the cycle of the day. They were mostly going by whatever natural circadian rhythm had been in place before they were captured. They'd been kept chemically unconscious for a time, but it would only take a few days for their cycles to stabilize, especially as they were syncing with each other. Based on the video footage, they'd slept a decent 6.5 hours before being woken suddenly. A loud klaxon sounded overhead, startling them both awake. They jumped to their hooves, defending each other in matching positions. Their adolescent military training was still deeply ingrained into them. They were not sure what to make of the noise until a few seconds later, when both sentinel droids standing guard beside the door drastically changed their postures. They both retracted their electrified scorpion-like tails, coiling the weapons back into the protective metal covers, which looked like the tail guards on suits of power armor. Instead of standing guard in a subtly threatening manner, both machines backed away from the door to a more comfortable distance. Their body language now looked more like entry greeters at a pre-war hotel. I would know. 10 Pony Tower used to employ many such greeters. The distinct pupils on their eye visors blinked away, and triangular warning symbols with exclamation points appeared instead. The machines announced to Carmina and Sandstone,
Warning, Operation Center has been compromised by Zebra intelligence forces. For your safety, please evacuate to fallback positions while primary defensive systems are reset.
Their minds were racing at the sudden disturbance and could barely process the words the robots were saying. Sandstone flashed back to Amberhorn's story, when the robots of Mare Island slaughtered all the engineers that resided there. They grabbed 2 of the supply boxes and held them up like shields. There was nothing else in the room they could have used, let alone their usual armor. The fabric, form-fitting undersuits protected their naked skin from oils and chafing, but nothing else. If the robots began shooting, they'd be dead in seconds. But instead of attacking, the Sentinel droids simply repeated the warning in unison, while the entrance door slid open. This only confused them more, and for a few more moments they hesitated, looking to each other to make a decision. That's when they were interrupted by the gallop of a small frame through the hallway. She slid to a stop, almost stumbling when she saw the open door. It was Amberhorn.
Yes!
Before they had a chance to say anything, she said,
Great, you're not in the beds. Come on, we've got to go, hurry.
The surprise of seeing her was enough to get them both moving. They dropped the boxes and ran across the room. The Sentinel droids motioned them through the door, like they were being directed off of a sinking ship and onto a lifeboat. They kept pace with Amber as she galloped with purpose through the metal hallway. As Sandstone would later observe, it was exactly the same architecture as the outposts. It had the markings of East Corp all over it. The intersections and turns were familiar enough, but not exact. There was also a distinct feeling of smallness. This was not a 10-level weapons warehouse, but at the same time, for such a small space, it was almost empty. They passed less than a dozen Sentinel droids on their way through the corridors.
What about great arrows or chem troopers?
Nope, there were no living creatures in the complex at all. Amber, while fit, was not a battle-hardened soldier like them, so while they had enough breath to try and pepper her with questions, she was too busy moving at full speed toward their destination. After about a minute, they passed out of the smaller hallways and into a great atrium of some kind. The atrium looked like a giant server complex, with dozens of individual worker terminals organized in concentric rings. In the middle was a giant server tower with data lines extending out in all directions. Sandstone only had a few moments to take it all in, but it would leave a permanent impression on him. At the base of the tower, several wires approached something that could only be described as a throne. Sandstone had a flash, recalling the master spell matrix of Castle Alpha being referred to as the throne. It was the representation of their seat of power. What he saw there was a very literal throne, made of welded plates that looked like they had been pulled from other areas of that facility. Seated in that throne was a skeleton. The bones were almost completely bare, bleached white with age and some chemical treatments for good measure. Nestled within the bones were a customized set of cybernetic machine parts.
What?
Artificial limbs were constructed in such a way to emphasize the very real skeleton that they were framed against. Sitting within its eye sockets were 2 bright, glowing magenta lights. It was not a continuous visor like a Sentinel droid, but 2 individual synthetic eyes. As Amberhorn led the 2 of them across the atrium, those eyes focused intently on them, the skull turning as they disappeared into another side hallway.
What?
Before Sandstone could ask about it, Amber turned a corner and led them toward what looked like a dead end. Amber used her horn to click open the double doors at the end of the hallway. The magic neutralization ring was completely gone. Once open, Carmina and Sandstone saw a large disc-shaped platform at the back of the room, with a sort of entry lobby connected to it. Both of the side walls had boxes and materials stacked against them. Most strikingly was a suit of familiar power armor, as well as something that looked like a diving suit with a cloak, hood, and pair of sickles attached to the forelegs. Amber came to a stop at the terminal in the middle of the room and began clicking away. Taking advantage of the moment, both soldiers quickly suited up. With a click, Sandstone was able to jump into the power armor chassis. Carmina, always quick at dressing and undressing, slid into her own suit and sealed the gas mask. She took a deep breath. The Eagle mask was still attached to the helmet. In the process of dressing, they once more tried to get information from Amber. She didn't answer their questions, only saying that they were running out of time and they had to get onto the pad. Confused, the two paladins walked out into the circular room, which had a very familiar language of runic script wrapping around the edges of the stone disc. 1,000 little lines and triangles contained a very powerful kind of spell.
Got it!
Amber exclaimed, then galloped onto the pad to join them. Bright columns of light had begun appearing on the walls, and they could feel a sort of electricity in the air. To Carmina, it was like the feeling she got when firing the shooting star, a kind of energy that seemed to buzz around you like a swarm of bees. Being reminded of that, she checked the shooting star to make sure its ammo was full, replacing the magazine with a full battery. Sandstone was also checking his weapon. The siege gun hanging over his shoulder hummed and clicked as it chambered armor-piercing ammunition. Amber's quick warning to them was,
"When we're on the surface, we need to run and hide, get as far away as we can."
They braced for something to happen, but then felt a rumble beneath their hooves. The pillars of light around them seemed to be dimming.
No.
In a panic, Amber galloped back to the terminal in the entrance area. Sandstone took a step to follow her, but she screamed,
"Wait, stay there, it'll be just a second."
He glanced back at Carmina, and she tilted her head, exaggerating her body language as they were accustomed to doing when wearing face masks. Amber was clicking intently at the terminal screen. Something seemed to be happening. The alarm klaxon suddenly turned off. Its echo was fading quickly from the distant hallways. Amber glanced up at the two of them with a very frightening look of acceptance in her face. As he was about to move toward her, Sandstone saw her click a switch, and the bright columns of light rose up around them and suddenly exploded like they had been struck by lightning. In a flash, the two of them found themselves outside. The familiar cloud cover stretched over them in all directions. A light snowfall was drifting down, powdering the forest landscape around them.
Amber!
Sandstone yelled, stunned by the sudden separation.
"Just wait,"
Carmina said with a shaky timbre to her voice.
"She'll be right behind us."
Let's give her space,
Sandstone said. There was a faint marking in the spot where they had been teleported. A ring of grass seemed to have less snow on top of it now, in a circle roughly the size of the stone pad. The ring sat atop a gentle hill. They backed out of the disturbed area and waited on one of the downward slopes. It had only been 3 or 4 minutes since the two of them had been woken up from a deep sleep in the back of their makeshift prison cell. Now they found themselves fully armored and on the surface. This was the first chance they really had to think and take in what was happening.
"Where are we?"
Carmina asked aloud while flipping through the dials on her gauntlet. Sandstone answered her with an absent-minded,
I don't know.
He was staring intently at the spot, waiting for Amber to materialize. He flipped through his own map, which was now populating a very loose terrain as it was trying to figure out its own location.
"I've never been through here before,"
Carmina said, studying the woods and looking for the best way to go. Finally, a map marker pinged in Sandstone's helmet. It was indicating a highway which passed east to west through the area.
One thing coming up for me is Burnstone Bypass,
Sandstone announced.
Looks like a freeway 2 clicks south of here.
Almost a minute had passed. After an uncomfortable pause, Carmina spoke up.
"Sandstone, we need to go."
She'll be here in just a moment,
he said aloud, not believing his own words.
"Something must have happened,"
Carmina said again.
"She gave us a chance to escape. We need to take it."
We can't just leave her behind,
Sandstone said.
"We can't let Amber's sacrifice be in vain."
Carmina spoke quietly.
"She's paying us back for what we did."
She was right, and Sandstone knew it. He took a few steps toward her, but as they were about to leave, they heard a buzz in the air above the hill. In a flash, a small yellow figure appeared looking down on them.
Wait, what?
She took a few steps outside of the ring toward them.
"Wait for me,"
she said in the familiar accent. The figure began galloping down toward them, amber spitting image, blue and white pointed mane, banana yellow coat, orange eyes, and the unmistakable amber horn on her forehead. Sandstone's heart was rising in his chest looking at the sight, but before the figure could reach them, a bright orb of green energy exploded in front of her, sending her tumbling across the hill in several pieces. Sandstone turned to see Carmina, aiming the shooting star with a faint green smoke drifting out of its barrel. He glanced back at the carnage and did not find the bloodied remains of a pony, but a scattering of metal legs, armor plating, and scrap electronics.
Ugh, it was a shape-shifting sentinel droid.
Unfortunately, Carmina had much more experience with them than Sandstone, who most likely had never seen one before their imprisonment. They are a rare find in the Wasteland, at least as far as we know. But one thing can be a dead giveaway if you know what to look for. Unless that sentinel droid has studied a target for a long period of time, little bodily tics can be easily overlooked when they take on another form. Most recognizable of these is the way the robot might gallop. More often than not, they'll default to a preset that is common for the type of body shape they're mimicking. When Amber galloped, she would flex her front left hoof outward a bit, which shifted her running style. Whether it was an old injury or just the way her muscles moved, it was enough for Carmina to notice. With her mind racing faster, now that she was breathing through the Eagle mask again, she was able to pick up that difference in the figure that appeared.
Still seems like a hasty decision. What if it really was Amber?
The look on Amber's face in the control room had told her everything. With every second that passed, Carmina was more confident in the possibility that a doppelganger would appear instead. After swallowing a knot in his throat, Sandstone came to terms with it as well, and they began galloping toward the tree line. Once they reached the Burnstone bypass, they would gallop as fast and far as they could until they stumbled on a settlement and could regain their bearings. However, the explosion of the shooting star had garnered some attention they were not expecting. A bright purple blur soared over them in the sky and landed gracefully in front of their path. It was Diamondback.
Oh, that's right.
Neither of them had actually seen the half-dragon before, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the voice was undeniable.
Oh, there you are,
he exclaimed.
Where the heck have you been hiding? Oh, goddess,
Carmina said in shock.
What happened to you? Oh, well, come on now. I'm not that ugly, am I?
Diamondback pouted. The left side of his body was still heavily scarred. Yellowed patches of skin were visible through the brown-colored scales. The wound still looked fresh, not like a scar that had been there for some time.
Here, take a breath of this,
Carmina said, pulling off the Eagle mask and offering it to him. Unfortunately, the mask didn't fit his face, and the talisman wouldn't work on his long reptilian snout.
I'm fine,
he said, handing her back the mask.
It's just been a heck of a journey to find you.
Reluctantly, Carmina resecured it to her suit.
We need your help,
Sandstone exclaimed.
Amber's still down there.
Down?
Diamondback answered in annoyance.
Well, how far down? Because we haven't found a door anywhere.
The two were about to respond with, "Who's we?" but were interrupted by one of the posse. The sentinel droid sailed down out of the overcast sky and landed beside Diamondback, keeping his wings extended and the thrusters hot.
Whitecoat,
Carmina said, instantly distinguishing him from the other sentinel droids they had come across. She hugged him, then motioned Sandstone over to meet.
Seems the coordinates were right after all,
the medical droid exclaimed.
How did you find us? It definitely wasn't the giant green explosion,
Diamondback noted sarcastically, picking up a piece of scrap metal from the obliterated sentinel droid.
We pulled this location data from the ships at Fort Deadtree,
Whitecoat elaborated.
We thought it was just a meeting point of some kind. Seems there was other magic at work.
It's a teleporter,
Sandstone affirmed.
It's a giant stone platform with runic markings carved into it, the East Corp language, with the lines and triangles.
Sumaka,
Whitecoat said, stating the ancient name of the writing system. Whatever, Sandstone continued. How do we trigger it from this side? Amber had to stay behind to zap us out of there.
Out of where exactly?
Whitecoat asked.
An outpost maybe, but it seems smaller,
Carmina offered.
So, underground.
Whitecoat followed.
Most likely.
Carmina answered.
It's gotta be below us.
Sandstone added, a guilt and urgency still hanging in his voice.
I don't think so.
Whitecoat retorted.
I've been scanning the area for days and haven't found anything.
Well, how deep can you look through solid earth?
Sandstone snapped.
About 100 feet.
Whitecoat answered plainly.
Sometimes deeper, depending on the soil. There's a lot of clay in this area, so probably more like 107 feet.
Well, your outposts aren't that deep, right?
Diamondback chimed in.
Y'all have the train stations hooked up to the surface railroads. This was not a normal outpost.
Carmina answered.
Regardless, we would have seen an entrance shaft or a sloping tunnel, something.
Whitecoat thought aloud.
The teleporter means we have a bigger distance to cover, probably 100 square miles.
Are you serious?
Sandstone said doubtfully.
How much have you looked at so far?
Deep soil scanning takes time. I've done some concentric rings around this spot, maybe 10 square miles over the last few days.
Whitecoat admitted.
I've been flying around a little bit farther looking at surface features, but I haven't spotted any entrances anywhere. There's a lot of scattered ruins and buildings along the freeway.
Diamondback said.
The Burnstone bypass.
Sandstone added, then remembered their first question.
Where exactly are we? I have almost no map markers for this place. If I passed through here at all, it was only once along that freeway.
We're a few hundred miles west of Manhattan.
Whitecoat explained.
The freeway is the only thing noteworthy. There's a mountain chain north of us and the coastal plateaus to the south.
I've flown through here before.
Diamondback offered.
There's a whole lot of nothing, but if you keep heading northeast for a ways, you'll end up in the Chimera Mountains.
Which is where that Naranyavia place is.
Sandstone followed. Before they could decide what to do next, Carmina pointed out.
Why haven't any more robots followed us?
If it's a teleporter, then it could theoretically put them anywhere within a given range.
Whitecoat said.
Could it pull us back?
Sandstone exclaimed with new panic.
No.
Whitecoat assured.
You'd have to be carrying a talisman, something for the magic to anchor onto. It works very similar to the elf transmitters, except instead of a constant data stream, it can shove through a pulse of matter, such as 2 armored ponies.
How many robots could it send through?
Diamondback asked.
Well, the more it's sent, the less range it would have, just like an elf transmitter.
Whitecoat said.
Well, there weren't that many sentinel droids down there.
Sandstone said.
I don't think I saw more than a dozen. Then there was that thing in the chair. Did you see it?
He turned to Carmina.
It must be him,
she said with venom in her voice.
Tik Tok.
Before Diamondback or Whitecoat could ask further, the group heard the wind rumble as a small airship descended down from the cloud barrier. It was the RES Winter Mourning.
And there's our ride,
Diamondback exclaimed. Chrysanthemum waved down to them from one of the open windows of the gondola. Once they touched down, he and Freezy were elated to see Sandstone and Carmina. They were happy their search efforts had not been in vain. The group began recounting what had been discussed, trying to figure out what they wanted to do next, when suddenly, Whitecoat alerted them.
3 coming from the north,
he said.
I see them,
Carmina said. With Whitecoat's help, she was able to build a set of sensors into her goggles that could see through invisibility cloaking.
But there were 3 of them. I thought the cloaking thing was rare.
It was, but Tik Tok kept the best robots in his personal company. A bright beam of energy fired from the visor of the center robot, striking the side of the airship. The metal armor of the balloon began to glow. Chrysanthemum spun up the minigun and aimed in the direction of the laser. It caused the robots to scatter, but only Carmina and Whitecoat could see them with their cloak on. Freezy lifted the ship a few feet in the air so she could maneuver freely. She could vaguely make out their movements by the way they were blowing the snow flurries aside as they flew. Another beam appeared behind them, heating up the fuselage. The windows began breaking as well, which confused Freezy for a moment. The Sentinel droids were built with laser weapons that fed off of their main spark battery. The windows were being shattered with something much more solid. Diamondback spotted one of the projectiles stuck into the side of the ship's armor. They were like little metal arrowheads, but they seemed to be dripping with a greenish fluid. It was something Diamondback was very familiar with, having worked with the toxin for years.
Oh no.
The bolts were laced with the tranquilizer that the great arrows used to capture ponies. It was a different delivery method though. These weren't full-size syringe darts. It would take several hits to deliver enough toxin to do the job. This time everyone was armored and well prepared. The syringes wouldn't cut it. Carmina leapt up on top of the airship, splashing in a thin layer of snow. From that vantage point, she began firing the shooting star, trying to keep buzzing sentinel droids from getting too close. Whitecoat was using his wing lasers to essentially paint targets, trying to guide the fire of Chrysanthemum's minigun and the armor-piercing rounds of Sandstone's siege gun. It wasn't enough, though. One of the robots was able to land a blow on Carmina. A bolt glanced off the side of her armor, leaving a small trickle of blood and green poison dribbling out of her foreleg. She cursed and flinched at the small wave of dizziness that passed over her vision. The Eagle mask did its job, though, filtering out the toxin, and she began to regain focus. Even still, the bolt distracted her long enough for another sentinel droid to slice clean through the fuselage of the balloon. A blast of gas shot out through a hoof-sized hole.
"We need to get out of here!"
Whitecoat yelled.
"I can't hold them off!"
All three of the machines were 5X models like him, the most advanced sentinel droids ever produced. One of them took a swipe at Diamondback, slicing along his bad side. He yelled in pain.
Get inside the ship!
Carmina cried.
Dragonbuck, you'll carry me!
Sandstone was about to protest, but one of the metal darts tore through a soft spot on his armor joint, and he began feeling woozy from it.
"We'll be back for her,"
Whitecoat assured him, while helping him into the ship. Once he was aboard, Freezy got airborne. The gas bag that was punctured was luckily only one of many. They couldn't reach top speed, but they were moving. Unfortunately, the sentinel droids were faster, and they continued to swarm the ship. It wasn't looking good, so Freezy tried to radio for backup. This brings us back to that cold winter morning.
When I heard her hailing frequency on our alarm panel.
We were able to hear some of the essentials, that they had Sandstone and Carmina, that they were under attack, and finally,
that they were going down.
They were headed for Manhattan, toward us, but only made it about 10 miles before enough holes were punched in the ship that it was losing altitude. During that 10 miles, the battle was like a full-scale war. Carmina fired dozens of rounds from the shooting star in all directions. A row of fires trailed behind them where the powerful weapon had struck along the dead forest. She was down to her last few rounds, but was luckily able to finally land a shot. The first sentinel droid swooped above her, slicing another hole in the balloon. Diamondback dodged back and forth in the air, trying not to get sliced while clutching Carmina in his arms. It was hard staying balanced because each shot she fired had a bit of recoil that knocked them in the other direction. As the sentinel droid arced back down, she was able to follow his trajectory just right. The green ball of lightning surged out of the silver nose of the barrel and lanced right through the chest of the machine. It tumbled lifelessly to the ground, collapsing into wreckage on impact. Whitecoat was also able to make a kill, but it would ultimately cost them the balloon. The second sentinel droid zipped along the starboard side of the ship, slicing completely through the midsection. But at the end of that approach vector, Whitecoat whipped his tail in the opposite direction, slicing down the neck and back of the machine. Sparks and fire erupted from the damaged spark battery. Before it even fell past the tree line, the sentinel droid exploded in a hail of shrapnel. The RES Winter Mourning was dropping rapidly, careening toward the burnstone bypass they had been flying over. Freezy locked the controls in place, then her and Chrysanthemum ran to the back of the gondola with Sandstone. They showed him what to do, then each ejected through an emergency parachute hatch. The chutes were able to slow down their fall just enough to distance them from the crashing balloon. It slammed into the broken freeway, skidding along the hard concrete until the gas bags crumpled away. The gondola rolled several times at harsh angles until the small crystal reactor was finally set off. It exploded, destroying most of the worldly possessions of Freezy, Chris, Ranchhorn, and Pinkin.
And that's when our radio went silent.
That's right. It would be a while before we found out what happened, but in that panic confusion, we tried several more times to contact them. When we still heard nothing, we passed along the news to Rosepetal.
Luckily, Rosepetal was up too.
Abalone had maintained a loose arrangement of sentinel droids throughout the surrounding wasteland to keep communication open between them and 10 Pony Tower. Once the encrypted frequency came through, Pinkin and Rosepetal were able to hear it right away on the RES Helios. They woke up Battered and Ranchhorn and passed along what they heard from them. They all feared the worst. Even Battered was screaming and weeping at the news. Rosepetal did her best to hold them all together and keep them hopeful, but they needed help regardless. They galloped into the building, demanding to speak with Abalone again. When she answered, they told her the message they'd received. This put new panic and uncertainty into her eyes too. She opened communication with her machines on the edge of their controlled territory, where Tik Tok's 3 airships were waiting. She shared the video feed with them. The sight was more unsettling from ground level. Behind the 3 ships were now thousands of great arrows. They were arranged in loose columns where they had set up camps over the past few days. The video flipped back and forth as Abalone looked through the visor of several other sentinel droids. Thin trails of great arrows were gathering from all directions.
Are they expecting to take it by force?
Ranchhorn commented.
How many ponies does it take to bring down a robot?
Battered Blade asked.
It looks like they have at least 10-to-1 numbers,
Pinkin observed.
Those are pretty good odds.
But not with the big Mars guns, right?
Ranchhorn replied. Racer was in the room with them and added.
They're out of range of the Mars guns right now. Each of them has a range of about 50 miles. The arrows are at a fairly safe distance.
Rosepetal kept her focus on the screens themselves, listening to what Abalone was doing. As her robot approached the group, the one in the front seemed to be expecting her. It shifted back into the appearance of an Earth Pony stallion with a dark gray coat, white mane, and bright magenta eyes. This time, however, the body was wearing a very familiar-looking business suit. It was navy blue with a white shirt and black tie. An East Corp logo was pinned to the lapel.
Have you reached a decision?
The cold voice said, pretending as though it were ignorant of the extraneous circumstances.
Look, I don't know what's going on with the others, but do not hurt Amber. She had nothing to do with this,
Abalone said.
That is incorrect,
he said matter-of-factly. Neither Abalone nor any of us knew that detail yet.
Don't, please. The Congress has agreed. We'll give you Mare Island,
she said, pleading.
A wise decision.
Tik Tok cooed.
You have prevented a protracted war and saved tens of thousands of lives, including Amber's. To begin, my arrows shall be marching toward the fortress, and no harm shall come to them.
Fine,
Abalone said.
But no one gets in until the last of us have left, and I have Amber with me.
Agreed,
Tik Tok said coolly.
I shall have her delivered to the gate.
Then, with a more threatening tone, the machine said,
If any attempt is made to intercept her transit, we will begin removing limbs.
Celestia, no!
And with that, the conversation was over. Once again, Abalone slumped back into her chair, pulling out a bottle of painkillers while rubbing the wound on her chest. This time Duchess Rosepetal spoke up, saying they needed some sentinel droids to go searching for Freezy and Sandstone and the others. There was a certain distance in Abalone's eyes, as she said that she couldn't do it. The group were shocked by the refusal. The robots would be much faster than their ship, and every second counted to bring them back alive. She apologized, but feared that any assistance from her may put Amber in danger. This was an intolerable answer for Battered Blade, though. More than anything, she wished she had been there with them during the battle. She began yelling at Abalone incoherently. Abalone did not answer, which only incensed Battered Blade more. The words, heartless cunt, may have come up a few times.
Wow.
Regardless, it was clear that they wouldn't be getting through to her. She finally waved them away, saying she needed to make preparations. Battered was still fuming, and Ranchhorn looked like he wanted to shoot something too. He said that he thought they should go after them, which Battered agreed to immediately. Pinkin also sided with them.
But Rose Petal didn't.
Rose Petal still felt the most responsibility for Amberhorn. She wanted to make sure Amber was safe before leaving the Five Highways Wasteland. She offered to stay behind, but encouraged the others to go. None of them wanted to leave her behind. Everyone had split up enough over the last few weeks. But she told them it was okay. She asked Racer if he could make sure they had radio communication, and he assured her it would be fine. After a bit more hesitation, the others loaded up the RES Helios and left. The Sentinel droids did not even escort them out of the territory.
Rose Petal did all this without consulting us.
At the time, we feared the worst for the others. Freezy, Chrysanthemum, Sandstone, Carmina, Whitecoat, and Diamondback. Rose Petal was okay being an uncomfortable guest of Mare Island for a few days while we tried to save them. But those few days would be quite a wait. On their way out of the Five Highways Wasteland, Battered, Pinkin, and Ranchhorn would watch as 4 long columns of great arrows marched in formation along the ancient roadway, as ever more continued pouring in from all sides. The 3 interceptors were no longer moored, but were now floating evenly above the columns of raiders, protecting them with aerial cannons. The Mare Island Sentinel droids kept watch over their counterparts, but did nothing to stop the advancing army.
Merry fucking hearth-swarming.
Perhaps it's time for another break.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Do we have any more absinthe?
Yeah, sure. I'll order up some more. In the meantime, to all of our friends and family out there in post-apocalyptia, grab a drink of your own and take one more hard stare at the bathroom wall. We'll be concluding this tale, as I commit to record both literally and metaphorically, what ultimately happened to each of these incredible creatures I came to know because of this show. And of course, why this will be the last Confession of a Wasteland Pony. We'll be right back.
Fly me to the moon, let's go play among the stars. While we wait for spring to come, ignore the wrath of Mars. In other words, hold me close. In other words, baby, kiss me. Sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, in other words,
You. Just a little ways to go. Welcome back, Wastelanders. This is DJ Pony bringing you the truth, no matter how bad it hurts. You're listening to the conclusion of a fairly popular segment from the end of last year called Confessions of a Wasteland Pony. I had the privilege of interviewing some incredible creatures from an assortment of backgrounds and walks of life. The series began when I first heard talk of Battered Blade's story from one of the ponies she helped protect along the coastal highway. She was an ex-raider mare who had a major change of life moment when she slaughtered an innocent family, leaving only their infant daughter left alive. Racked with guilt, she turned her life around for the sake of that girl, Emerald Fields. From that revelation, not only was Emerald's life saved, but it would inspire Battered to start up the bodyguard business that would save so many others. The interview was touching and really seemed to connect with creatures. which is when I knew I had to keep pushing the limits, keep bringing more stories like that to the surface, even if they rankled the feathers of some of my neighbors in 10 Pony Tower. I heard another story about a ghoul doctor in a distant mountain village from our friend Ditzy Doo. After making contact, we were able to sneak him in for an interview, which I wisely pre-recorded at the time. If only I'd continued that trend. He was a survivor of the Stable 76 experiment. Their reactor was intentionally sabotaged, turning most of them into mindless ferals. Greenshift was one of the only ghouls to remain sentient, along with his wife, Tulip Blossom. In the years since their escape, they've turned their home into a haven for ghouls. 10 Pony residents were not pleased, and had more cause than I gave them credit for. Greenshift did glow like a halogen lamp. He put off way more rads than is safe for normal ponies. After that is when I knew I wanted to find an off-site location to be able to interview creatures of all shapes, sizes, and predispositions. Battered Blade was kind enough to let us remodel an unused basement room in the Manhattan Hotel building she used for the bodyguards. Greenshift summoned some of his ghoul builders who were able to complete the project in a few short weeks. In the meantime, I gave an interview for a story I'd been sitting on for a while.
A long while.
I've known Duchess Rosepetal for a long time. Every time she would pass through 10 Pony to sell a new collection of clothing or goods was like the first day of spring. In part due to the enticing perfumes she wore.
I'm surprised you didn't interview her first, considering her story.
She was a bit shy about coming on the air, something I'm sure you can relate to.
Well...
But she felt more confident after the previous episodes. The format was really coming into its own, and she had some guidance on how exactly she wanted to recount her search for Maricello Manor and the horror that was inside. With her royal pedigree and proficiency in runic magic, perhaps no one else was so perfectly positioned to exorcise a poltergeist.
That runic magic is hard to do. Feels like trying to learn the sign language of a culture you don't understand.
She's so exceptional in so many ways. 10 Pony Tower looks like it's been transported back in time after all the renovations she accomplished. They're going to miss her. Then, of course, came Amberhorn. She only came to us with half of a story, a confession of her own perceived sins with no resolution. I wanted nothing more than to bring about a happy ending for that story. Tonight's finale is a repudiation of my efforts more than anything.
No, it's not. The show brought a lot of good as well. Look at what happened to Sandstone and Carmina.
That's true. If I could have asked each of them beforehand, I'm sure they would have readily cut short their lives to be with each other again. Even if only for a week. Even if that week were spent in a prison cell.
And we got to meet Freezy and Chris, the Ice Mare, and the search for her lost lover. That was a pretty amazing episode start to finish. How they fought during the Great War, fell in love on a powerful war balloon, and stayed together as the ship went down. How they were transformed by a miracle medicine and found each other again after being frozen for centuries.
If only every story had a happy ending like that.
Well, something tells me that one sure did.
Speaking of which, I never get tired of re-listening to Diamondback's episode. Hearing him pester Battered Blade to the point of violence is, such a unique kind of warmth.
Well, warmth is what he's best at. I guess that comes with the territory of being half-dragon. Him and Battered Blade were so similar. It's no wonder they would gravitate together. He had a past of doing some pretty awful mercenary work, but since then has helped shelter hundreds of ponies near his remote volcano home.
Do you think his mother will ever wake up?
Yes, I think so. Actually, I hope so. Because if we run out of hope, what's the point in carrying on at all? Just like the rest of this wasteland, we need to hope things will get better, while doing everything in our power to make that happen.
I couldn't have said it any better. Of course, that's only because you're further down the bottle than I am.
Shut up! I am not.
Well, as we were saying before the break, Amber's amazing escape attempt happened to be on the morning of hearth swarming. She bravely sacrificed herself for Carmina and Sandstone, but from the troubling communication we heard from Freezy, that opportunity was also cut short. Here was the thing though, when Tik Tok talked about a prolonged war with Mare Island, he meant it. Just like with Thunder Valley, he intended to fight tirelessly, to throw as many arrows as he could at the island until it eventually fell. It was a very high-stakes war. He was playing the long game. While he lost some of the gambles, like Thunder Valley, his influence continued to spread unmatched. The governors and governesses were just another factor in the equation. Many settlements the Great Arrows claimed over the years were due to the corrupt leadership of those little towns. In one case, the mayor of a town was given an ultimatum. He could become the governor of the area if he let the arrows in to take the town in the night. Instead of a long drawn-out war, that mayor sacrificed the minds and freedoms of the ponies he was supposed to protect, only to save himself.
Well, what happened to that governor?
The Red Reaper happened. The governor would be the first to die, but many of the Great Arrows would join him. After that, the captive citizens of the town were able to escape, leaving Carmina with a few tokens of their gratitude and one more story that haunted her, one she would later share with Whitecoat. But just like in Canyon City, a new governor would take his place. One of the ways Tik Tok was able to spread and gain control so quickly was through the use of the Series 5X Sentinel droids. They were the ones that Tik Tok controlled more directly than any others. They were all extensions of himself. Being able to shapeshift and disguise themselves, they were able to make it through the Wasteland quite effectively. On top of that, they had a near infinite capacity to cloak themselves. They were the ones that helped protect Tik Tok's major settlements. It was one of them that nearly killed Carmina in Canyon City after she snuck into Governess Tombstone's office.
Wait, really?
And it was the same way on 2 more occasions Carmina tried to infiltrate a Great Arrow fortress. They were elite machines, the most advanced Sentinel droids East Corp ever produced. But there were only so many of them. They had been developed in a specialized capacity, essentially hoof-crafted with the modifications that put them above the Series 4 models. This was for security reasons. Only one of them was outside of that bunker when the last day came. Whitecoat. Limos research had been essential for helping Harvest Orange develop the 5X personality units to the point where they could successfully imitate other creatures for periods of time. The exploitation of that research was one of the many reasons Limos ran away, not even telling Vidius or Nocio where she was hiding. Part of the reason for taking Mare Island was that Tik Tok could then upgrade the Sentinel droid assembly line. He could make thousands of 5X units, thousands of mechanical changelings, which could turn invisible with powerful armor, powerful weapons, and the ability to replace ponies to carry out his orders. That's ultimately what happened to Fort Deadtree. The scientists he was able to lure away from the base had been totally convinced by the Colonel Baker that showed up at their gates.
That would be a nightmare. No one would be safe. Everyone would be paranoid. You couldn't trust anyone.
The danger was incredible. With every new thing we learned, the more we feared what Tik Tok would be able to do if he were allowed to take Mare Island. Luckily, Tik Tok did not currently have access to that assembly line. He only had so many of the 5X models. We never learned an exact number, but it was less than 100. Dozens of them were scattered all over Equestria, helping him control the governors and settlements under his dominion. He needed them in place, because those 5X units, based on Limos' original medical droid designs, were the ones performing all the brain surgeries. They were the ones turning ponies into Great Arrows.
What?
Those ponies lost so many of their higher brain functions, none of them could be relied on to perform regular surgery, let alone brain surgery. That was the way Carmina and Sandstone could have crippled the Great Arrows more than anything, but they did not put those pieces together, and neither did Whitecoat. Besides, getting in the fortresses were wars in and of themselves. Even together, even with the element of surprise, Carmina and Whitecoat were no match. What all of this amounts to is that Tik Tok was still thinking big picture. Carmina and Sandstone were important, but there were other outposts out there, and they could be uncovered eventually with a whole swarm of sentinel droids at Tik Tok's command. He decided only 4 of the machines were worth putting at risk to try to recover the 2, considering Mare Island was about to be secured. As the RES Winter Mourning went down on that freeway, the explosion could be seen from miles around. Luckily, Sandstone, Freezy, and Chrysanthemum had cleared the ship before its reactor went critical. With their main mode of escape gone, Carmina and Sandstone were much easier prey. Freezy and Chrysanthemum were only able to hold onto a shotgun and submachine gun respectively. Everything else had been destroyed in the crash. They were the normal weapons they kept on their armor, with only so much ammunition to go with them. The combat armor they wore was tough enough, but their weapons were of limited use against the remaining sentinel droid that stalked them. Diamondback was still very weak from the reagent scars covering half of his body. He also found himself losing focus from the shots of toxin that were mixing in his blood. He was half pony after all, enough to be susceptible to the tranquilizer. He dropped down onto the pavement, letting Carmina out of his grasp as he came to a tumbling landing. Carmina was fast, but the sentinel droid still had plenty of darts left. She and Sandstone had taken quite a few hits and were losing consciousness fast, fading to black. Freezy and Chrysanthemum covered them, trying to protect the group as well as they could, but the sentinel droid was able to swipe them aside with the powerful tail. The cloak dropped, revealing the large battle saddle strapped behind the mechanical wings. The crossbow-like weapons pointing out of it were dripping with the excess tranquilizer from all the darts fired. It snaked its front legs around Carmina and Sandstone, wrapping them up like tentacles. It was about to take off, and probably could have made decent speed. It'd be very difficult to shoot at the robot with the Rangers clenched tightly next to it. They would be living shields. Only one thing left stood in its way. The cloak dropped, and Whitecoat whipped around from a jump. His tail took the head right off of the machine.
Yes!
Its launchers thrust from the previously issued command, taking the pair into the air almost 10 feet. Whitecoat coiled his tail around the spike of the other, and the body soon went limp when there was no spell matrix to command it anymore. The legs loosened, and Freezy and Chris ran up to help Whitecoat pull the bodies away from the machine. Once they were a good distance, Whitecoat's visor flared up, sending a powerful beam of energy through the head and then the heart of the robot. The spark battery exploded, and the machine was finally dead. Whitecoat quickly checked the 2 of them, making sure they weren't dead, and patching up any bleeding wounds as fast as he could. They had no time to rest though. They had no idea who else might be coming or how close they might be, and so Whitecoat coiled the 2 in his own grasp. Diamondback picked up Freezy and Chris, who were relatively lighter. Then the 2 of them took off, flying east as fast as they could.
Unfortunately, we wouldn't hear the good news for several more hours.
Whitecoat's internal radio was not nearly as powerful as the one the Winter Mourning had. He had to get much closer to one of the towers on my network before he could contact us. Nonetheless, it was a heartwarming miracle. His transmission finally came through sometime in the afternoon. When they arrived at sunset, they looked pretty exhausted. Diamondback collapsed on the sofa, carefully retracting his wings to rest after the flight.
Yeah, I think he was asleep within a few minutes.
He deserved the rest. He had been sliced up quite a bit in the battle. Freezy and Chrysanthemum were splattered with drops of blood that had dripped off of him. I saw Whitecoat put some potions on the cuts, and he didn't even notice.
They were pretty banged up, but despite being tranquilized, it was so good to see Sandstone and Carmina again.
We got them out of their armor and put them on one of the guest room beds. They'd be sleeping off the toxin until the next morning.
Luckily, there were so many beds to go around.
Hey, don't blame me for that. Those beds have been here for centuries. I think the Ministry Mayor originally wanted this suite to support 12 operators of the station. It was good to see Freezy and Chris doing alright too. Once everyone was settled, we contacted the RES Helios to tell the others. They sounded very thankful. Battered wanted to talk to Diamondback, but he was fast asleep. The Helios had already made great time, and was a good distance from Mare Island. None of the 3 wanted to turn back. They wanted to see for themselves that the others were okay. Duchess Rosepetal was still at Mare Island, but was not in any direct danger. While the crew contacted her to talk, they probably would have returned to the tower regardless.
That is not true.
But she was understanding. She wanted to see them all alive and safe herself, so she told them to keep flying to Manhattan. She asked them to contact her to make sure everyone made it back safe to 10 Pony Tower. She promised to contact us if anything happened at Mare Island before then. Everything aside, it was good news for Hearthwarming. After getting off the line, Rose Petal thought she should pass along the good news. She asked Racer to contact Abalone. Only the audio came through on the speakers. Abalone was out of the control room. Rose Petal told her what happened with Sandstone and Carmina, including the prison break that Amberhorn instigated. At least what we knew at the time from how she'd done it. Abalone paused. She couldn't be heard over the air. Once she came back on, she asked if Rose Petal would want to come inside the walls, meet face to face. It was a shocking invitation, and Racer seemed genuinely surprised by the offer, which was significant considering how much had gone on the past 2 weeks. She told Racer to put Rose Petal through the entrance protocol. It turned out to be more involved than she expected. The first order of business was to strip down.
Wait, what?
All clothes had to come off, which Rose Petal cracked more than one joke about to the blushing stallion. All of her belongings, including the pip buck, went into a glass container which was then scanned by an elaborate set of lasers, carefully analyzing everything. Her 2 guns, the sniper rifle and do not aim at face laser pistol, had to stay behind. She also had a combat knife which was pretty well concealed in her jacket, but the scanner picked it up. She slid it out of the hidden pocket and put it aside. The last thing to test was Rose Petal herself. First, Racer asked if she had any kind of cybernetic or synthetic components inside of her, metal plates, pacemakers, shrapnel, etc.
Not that I know of,
she said curiously. Accepting the answer, Racer then offered her a very unsettling collar with wiring and mechanical components draping off of it.
No thanks.
Yeah, it was not very inviting. She was beginning to reconsider the face-to-face, but against her better judgment, she clipped on the device. Racer triggered a switch and she could feel a series of pulses and thumps coming off of the collar, as though she had swallowed a subwoofer which was now playing some classic electronic music.
This isn't going to affect my voice, is it?
Rose Petal mused.
I kind of need that.
The beat was tapering off, and Racer explained that it won't affect ponies or biological animals at all. The machine was some kind of EMP generator. Had Rose Petal been one of those Series 5X changeling sentinel droids, the field the collar generated would have at least cancelled out the cloaking, if not shutting down the robot's spark battery altogether. He then joked that if Rose Petal did have any hidden shrapnel inside of her, she would have felt exactly where it was when the machine came on.
How nice.
Once cleared, 4 of the regular Series 4 Sentinel droids escorted Rose Petal out of the building and over the bridge. Everything seemed so much more imposing than Amber had described it. Other Sentinel droids guarded both sides of the bridge, and 2 pony guards were stationed at each entrance control panel of the giant blast door. Rose Petal sheepishly tried to say hello, but received no reply, only glares. They did not like the idea of an outsider coming in, but a lot of things were happening. More than anything, they seemed exhausted by the situation. The doors only opened wide enough for a single pony to fit through, although 2 cargo train cars could probably pass side by side through the mauve metal teeth. The robots led her through the door, taking position around her in a defensive perimeter. She wasn't sure if it was to protect her, or to kill her if she was in fact a threat to anyone. Probably both. Either way, their tail weapons were fully extended, which only made the visit that much more of a spectacle. There was a lot of movement going on. Even though Hearthwarming was coming to a close, it seemed as though the whole island had been busily working through the day. Many of the ponies were walking with sentinel droids of their own, carrying boxes to the south side of the island. The life within the walls was incredible. Fully grown fruit trees all around her, bright green grass carpeting every inch of soil. Even in Stable 79, Rose Petal hadn't seen anything like it before. It was idyllic, a true oasis among a wasteland of radiation and ruin. It was depressing to think that such a place would have its beauty abandoned to simply become a factory for mechanical soldiers. If the bunker where Tik Tok resided was any indication, there would be no living creature allowed within the walls ever again. The main tower of the island was clearly visible, with its transmitter on top, but it felt like just a backdrop to the truly impressive sight in front of it. The Mars gun craned up into the sky, its barrel pointed high over the rim of the 70-foot defensive wall. There was a bluish tint to the metal of the artillery piece, appropriate for an East Corp invention, she thought to herself. But against the crimson-red clouds in the sky above them, the weapon seemed to just command attention. Its only real competition were the two other Mars guns visible in the background to either side. One thing Rose Petal noticed immediately was that all three guns were pointed in the same direction, out toward the Great Arrow columns approaching the bridge. As impressive as the guns were, most of the ponies seemed to just walk around them like they were barely even there. In fact, it was Rose Petal who was their object of fascination. They gawked at the outsider like she were a glowing one. There was only one pony not immediately paying attention to her. Abalone was standing on one of the lawns, looking up at the closest Mars gun. Her white, pink, and gray mane was frayed in several places, as though it hadn't been brushed more than once or twice in the last few weeks. Abalone's seafoam hair seemed dusty, like she had been shuffling about in little-used hallways and storage rooms. She was a bit gaunt, still recovering from the major surgery and not having eaten much anyway. But aside from those present weaknesses, her body seemed strong. She was slender, but with well-toned muscles still visible through the formal coat. The silver decorations on her collars and shoulders glimmered brightly under the evening streetlights. There were still bags under her eyes, but they were much less noticeable than they looked on the video feed. They were overshadowed by the irises themselves. Behind the vivid purple, a tempest of emotion surged within Abalone. The mare gazed up at the artillery gun as though she were trying to funnel the storm out of her and through the barrel of the weapon. Rose Petal almost didn't want to approach her, fearing she may be interrupting something. Abalone was surrounded by 8 sentinel droids, who also maintained defensive posture with weapons drawn. The other ponies walking through the streets stayed a good distance away from her, and did everything they could not to make eye contact. Despite the circumstances, Abalone looked far more alone there than Rose Petal was. As Rose Petal approached, Abalone finally turned to address her. She waved aside the robots, and the dozen of them shifted position, protecting the two like a cluster. Abalone casually began walking, leading Rose Petal through the heart of the island. The first thing she asked the Duchess was if she had been treated well by the others, which Rose Petal was quick to affirm. Racer especially had been very accommodating through the entire ordeal. She seemed really happy by that. While joining together as a tribe, the Stable 80 survivors had a different kind of kinship compared to the others who had been rescued from the Oasis slave settlement. The asides seemed to take Abalone off into stories from her childhood. She reminisced especially on the heartwarming holidays they spent in the stable. Luckily, the intermittent plagues of blue flu never seemed to pop up around the holiday. She didn't know if that was by design or if it was a sign the princesses were still looking after them. Most of Abalone's life with her sister had been spent in that stable. Despite all the suffering that happened, she still treasured the time they spent down there. It would be followed by 3 harsh years adapting to the Wasteland, then 3 more years spent claiming control over Mare Island. That is when they made the fateful mistake of letting Silver step through their gates. As Abalone mentioned the name, the sentinel droids around them seemed to flex or become hostile. Perhaps it had become a code phrase, or perhaps they simply felt the tension inside Abalone whenever she uttered those words. The chief sentinel knew Rose Petal had heard the story, and Abalone had also heard the story many times, listening every time Amber's confession had been replayed. She pointed out once more to Rose Petal that she wasn't the one to kill Silverstep. She was the one that missed. It was the robots who successfully destroyed him, after the damage had been done. Rose Petal wasn't sure what she should say, but to her relief, Abalone continued talking. She began to realize that she was passing through the tempest, listening as Abalone did some confessing of her own. If she had been recording the conversation, it would have been indistinguishable from any other episode. Eventually, Rose Petal realized Abalone had led them to the far southern side of the island. The teardrop shape came to a point with a lighthouse rising above the bend in the wall. Abalone casually mentioned that the lighthouse was one feature on the island they had never tried to restore. The last thing they wanted to do was signal their position to the Wasteland, and few, if any, ships could survive the toxic burning sludge of the River Styx. Below the darkened lamp of the lighthouse was a much more important feature of the island. The airship production yard began with spaces of over a dozen mooring platforms, which could easily hold the largest rigid balloons ever produced. They were simple docking locations for basic storage or repair work. The real industrial facilities were the 4 skydock buildings hidden in the shadow of the island wall. Each of them had their roof canopies open, but the contents inside were not visible from the low angle they approached the buildings. They started from the west side, entering Skydock number 4. Things had been very busy in the past 2 years. Skydock number 4, which was found empty by the escaped slaves, now held a massive warship. Its shape was identical to the Blue Moon-class stealth bombers which have come up in many of our episodes, but was shaded in varying colors of gray.
They had started building new ships?
One of the critical problems that came up during their battle with Lockjaw is that the sole remaining airship was not enough to evacuate all the ponies on the island. Once Amberhorn regained control of the system command center, they were able to change that. Abalone had set the Worker Bee construction robots on building 3 brand new Blue Moon-class bombers. The one modification made was the coloring. There are very few blue skies over the wasteland these days, so she desaturated the paint patterns to shades of gray that would blend in with the cloud barrier better. They had named the 3 new ships the Nimbus, the Intrepid, and the Tempest.
How many airships could Tik Tok make if given control of those robots?
That was one unknown for sure. Thanks to the docked cargo liner, the SS Camel, Mare Island was very fully stocked with raw materials. But on top of that, the ponies and robots had brought in literally tons of recovered scrap from the wasteland, which could be smelted into fresh metal and recycled into new components. Mare Island would not only give Tik Tok a new army, but a new air force too. In their conversation, Rose Petal and Abalone were aware of this, but it's a truth neither of them uttered aloud. In the final building, Skydock number 1, rested the ship we already knew plenty about, the RES New Horizon. After the battle with Lockjaw, one of the first things Abalone did was have its weapons reattached. It had been restored to full working condition in a matter of weeks. After that, Abalone and some of the engineers on the island took it for a test flight. The island was well protected now, and the Mars guns had betrayed any secrecy the island maintained from those in the immediate area. They could risk launching and docking a stealth balloon. She had also used the trials as an excuse to check the immediate area for Amberhorn, but by that point she was already long gone. With 4 fully defensible airships, they now had the ability to evacuate everyone on the island if need be. Unfortunately, that time had come. Despite the holiday, ponies across the island had spent a bit of time loading personal belongings into the airships they were assigned to. After some political maneuvering, the families of the stable 80 ponies had made it so they could remain together in a single airship. As part of that trade, they had accepted the RES New Horizon to be their ship. Repainting the ship would be very costly, because the coloring was alloyed and enchanted into the metal of the fuselage itself. There were plans to build a 4th gray ship, but they had now run out of time. The blue one would have to do, but some on the island feared its coloring would be more noticeable. It was seen as acceptable to let the staunchest supporters of Abalone and her family to take the risk with the RES New Horizon.
So much for sticking together.
Their civilization was over 20 years old, more than enough time to become complacent and for old cracks to show through the veneer. The appearances of Silver Sep and later Lockjaw only made those divisions more prominent. The vote for and against abandoning the island was the final straw. The New Horizon would be the ship Abalone and Amberhorn would leave on. The others would leave ahead of time as soon as they were ready. At this point, Abalone wasn't sure if they'd join the others, or simply go their separate ways.
That's really sad.
It was. But at the same time, they couldn't forgive Abalone for what they saw as a betrayal by her. Her family was important, yes, but as Chief Sentinel, she was supposed to be acting in their collective interest. While the warships were quite powerful, Abalone was casting them all into darkness for the sake of her niece, and they may soon be followed by a storm of other ships, as Tik Tok's power and influence grew exponentially.
I guess that's true.
And Abalone did feel guilty for that as well. It was one of the many emotions thrashing her about in the seas of her mind. This was the end of the tour, and Abalone had confessed everything she felt like she had to. She ended the evening with a hug that caught Rose Petal by surprise. She thanked Rose Petal for watching over Amberhorn the past year or so. She asked her to pass on the gratitude to Homage and the others too.
Of course.
After that, Rose Petal was escorted back outside the walls to the entrance building. The metal teeth of the doors closed tight, unwilling to ever open again. Rose Petal went to bed, feeling the storm inside her as much as Abalone.
Then the next day, Carmina and Sandstone woke up.
Yes, thankfully, the two of them were recovering well.
Recovering is one word for it.
We let them rest in their room until they were ready to come out to greet us. Diamondback did not wake up, though. We moved him to one of the guest beds too, but weren't sure what to make of it. We were worried he'd fallen into hibernation from all the damage.
That would have destroyed Battered Blade.
Luckily, he would stir a day later when Battered, Ranchhorn, and Pinkin arrived in the RES Helios.
It was a beautiful reunion, seeing all of them together again. I wish Rose Petal could have been there. I wish Amber could have been there.
So do I. After catching up a bit, we hailed Rose Petal on the Mare Island frequency. She was elated to hear that we were all okay.
But there was an uneasiness in her voice. Once Tik Tok took control of Mare Island, the radio signal would probably go down between them and 10 Pony Tower.
She had to admit she was frightened by what was coming. The Great Arrow Army had reached the gate of Mare Island. A column of brainwashed ponies trailed back for miles. The Nimbus, Intrepid, and Tempest had just departed that morning. Only the New Horizon and its 100 or so inhabitants remained. A few Sentinel droids had been uncoupled from Mare Island's network so that they could potentially help the ship as it escaped. But they were worried. Rose Petal was worried. She tried to contain her emotion, but had become unsettled as the game was about to be called. None of us knew what was coming.
But that didn't matter for any of them. They cared about Rose Petal and cared about Amberhorn. No matter what happened, they were going to see their mission through.
It was more than I could have ever asked of them, especially Sandstone and Carmina. They were both together and free for the first time. I told them not to go. They had fought hard enough. They had survived enough. Their battle was over. But they wouldn't hear it. On the night of the attack, their honorable nature led them to sacrifice themselves in an instant to potentially save Amber. That spark was still inside of them. They did not have to go to Mare Island, but because of it, they changed everything. Freezy restocked on supplies, and Battered Blade still took intermittent kicks at Diamondback for lying to her. Nothing was going to stop her from boarding the ship this time. Altogether, Freezy, Chrysanthemum, Ranchhorn, Pinkin, Carmina, Sandstone, Battered Blade, Diamondback, and Whitecoat took to the sky from the mooring platform of 10 Pony Tower and set off at top speed for Mare Island. The RES Helios arrived at Mare Island on New Year's Eve. Seeing Carmina and Sandstone again greatly lifted Rose Petal's spirits. She hugged them tightly. We had been able to save them. We'd be able to save Amberhorn too. Even still, the army of the Great Arrows lined up before the gates of Mare Island was a disturbing sight to all of them.
Every one of them.
Whitecoat whispered to them.
Every one of them has a spell matrix inside of them. Tens of thousands of ponies, and probably half of every crystal ever carved and placed into an East Corp machine.
Why are they all here?
Carmina asked him.
This is all to guard the skeleton robot?
Is Tik Tok really coming here? Sandstone followed. Can he even leave that place? There were so many wires and cables. I'd be surprised if that thing could even walk out of the room.
I don't know. As Limos grew to distrust Harvest Orange, he also became less trusting of her. He could spy on her research very easily through the East Corp networks. That's why she hid in the mine, to finish me.
Whitecoat was displaying his pony form, a unicorn with the eponymous white hair and cyan blue mane. He was thin, wearing the old business suit and jacket. Rosepetal thought it was curious that he would display something so tattered when he could generate brand new clothing at will. She then thought about how much that would stand out. The four of them were standing in front of the entrance building with Battered Blade, Diamondback, Freezy, and Chris. They were all wearing the strongest armor at their disposal, with the best weapons. Ranchhorn and Pinkin were floating just above them in the RES Helios. On the other side of the gate, the RES New Horizon floated just above the height of the fortress wall, ready to take off and attack or retreat at a moment's notice. Freezy and Chris were gawking longingly at the Blue Moon-class stealth bomber.
It looks brand new,
Chris said to her.
I know! Can you believe what great work went into its reconstruction?
How many pieces of our ship do you think are in there? Chris asked.
More than a little,
she said, wrapping her leg around his.
Perhaps when this is all over, they would give us a chance to fly it too.
Aww.
It was a mushy moment. That was a welcome distraction for Rosepetal. Truthfully, she hadn't felt so scared since she was trapped in the pseudo-stable beneath Maricello Manor. Even with the laser pistol at the ready, the threat was so much bigger. There was an unsettling energy in the air. It had all led up to this. She kept glancing at the great arrows at the front of the military column. They were right at the foot of the bridge, where several Mare Island Sentinel droids were blocking their advance. They were wearing common raider armor made out of leather with plates of metal or hard plastic. Truthfully, there was no standard look or logo the Great Arrows wore. They didn't need such identifiers for themselves. They were all leashed to Tik Tok through the horrible spell matrices buzzing in their heads. Most of them looked like they were wearing the armor they possessed before having their brains carved up by one of Tik Tok's Sentinel droids. The weapons were just as miscellaneous. Rifles, pistols, a few battle saddles, even swords seemed to be randomly equipped through the otherwise highly organized column. The ponies were spaced by wide distances, 4 of them side by side, but in between each row of 4 was a gap of 50 feet or so. Rosepetal had read a bit about old-fashioned military strategies, but this seemed off. They were spaced too far apart to be effective, in her opinion. Was it a way to stay out of the fire of the laser batteries on the walls? The column of raiders seemed to go back for dozens of miles, to the point where the interceptor airships had touched down. Those 3 ships were still placed along the column. Only one was within view. The rest were over the horizon, near the middle and back of the column. She thought about how many ponies that really was. So many thousands of ponies being tranquilized in the middle of the night, carted off to some secret fortress and being put under the knife, their lives and personalities suppressed or cut out of them. It made her think back to the story of Tanzanite, how she might have been before the Great Arrows took her. According to Carmina, she had become childlike afterwards, but at the very least, her individuality was restored. She glanced over at Whitecoat. He was partially cloaked, maintaining his unicorn doctor appearance, but his very real mechanical wings were fully extended, as was his weaponized tail. Would that be the future? A few brave ponies like Whitecoat reversing the spell the Great Arrows were under, restoring them one by one? Once Tik Tok got control of the Mare Island assembly lines, he wouldn't need to create these drones anymore. He'd have a brand new army of Sentinel droids. Rosepetal glanced down the line. Carmina and Sandstone were positioned by Whitecoat, both of them fully suited in their Reaper outfit and power armor respectively. Next to them were Freezy and Chrysanthemum, still talking amongst themselves and gawking at the RES New Horizon. Pinkin and Ranchhorn floated just above them in the Helios. Beside Rosepetal was Battered Blade, with Diamondback next to her on the outer edge. She must have noticed how nervous the Duchess was, so she put a hoof on her shoulder.
Don't worry,
Battered said.
we're going to get her out of this. We're all going to go home.
It was a surprisingly uplifting sentiment from Battered, whose cynicism was often one of her best qualities. Perhaps she felt confident having Diamondback behind her. He smiled through the titanium plate armor he wore and gave a thumbs up. Rosepetal wondered if she should say anything, but didn't have the chance. One of the Mare Island Sentinel droids landed beside them. It was one of the ones Abalone had decoupled and shielded from the island systems. Her voice began speaking through its mouth.
They're coming. Get ready.
The robot leaned in closer to Duchess Rosepetal.
Whatever happens, please keep Amber safe.
3 more interceptor airships flew down the column of great arrows. They stopped in formation above a hill about a mile away from the Mare Island Bridge. The ships touched down, but they did not anchor. They stayed ready to leave at a moment's notice. The cargo hatch of the center ship dropped open, revealing the main cabin inside. It was Amber, still in one piece, as far as they could tell. She was surrounded by Sentinel droids on all sides. Abalone's voice came out of the Sentinel droid, apparently being rebroadcasted. They were listening to the communication between her and Tik Tok. She demanded to see her, warning that if anything happened to either of them, the island would be locked down and control of it would be assigned to someone else. None of them knew what she meant, and perhaps she was bluffing. She just wanted to see Amber for herself, make sure it was really her. Tik Tok's voice came over the other side of the conversation. He would allow her, and only her, to approach and see Amber. There was a pause, then a Sentinel droid flew over the wall, carrying Abalone on its back. She dismounted at the foot of the bridge and began galloping toward the group of ships.
Keep an eye on them,
Rosepetal told the group.
Be ready for anything.
The arrows and robots did not move. Abalone reached the cargo door of the ship. With her sniper rifle, Rosepetal zoomed in on the scene. Amber was shackled on all 4 legs. Not 1, but 3 magic restraint rings were placed around her horn. Not a bit of the orange coloring was visible.
All that for just one mare? They didn't need to shackle her.
Obviously, no chances were being taken now. Everything was on the line. There was an army ahead of them, and a fortress behind them. Abalone embraced Amber, hugging and kissing her tightly. It was the first time she'd seen her since burying Amber's father.
Oh, right. That's when she left.
Amber wasn't wearing a gag, and the two seemed to be whispering to each other. Amber said something, which seemed to make Abalone cry even harder, squeezing her tighter. She shook her head repeatedly, but Amber kept talking. After a few moments, the Sentinel droids separated them, forcing Abalone down off of the ship. Abalone almost didn't leave, but eventually turned and galloped toward the bridge. Rosepetal could tell she was moving much slower than before. Amber told her something she really didn't want to hear.
Oh.
Abalone reached the bridge with the others. She said nothing, but gave a look to Rosepetal that nearly stopped her heart. The tempest was gone in Abalone's eyes. There was only emptiness left. It was a much more disturbing sight. Off to the side, Freezy asked Abalone,
Is she okay?
Abalone didn't answer. She climbed on the back of the Sentinel droid and sailed back over the wall. Whitecoat came over to Rosepetal.
I've scanned the ships. Amber is the only thing alive in there.
So then where's Tik Tok?
Sandstone said aloud in frustration.
There is no way that thing could leave its chair,
Carmina said.
He must be having Abalone connect Mare Island to the bunker that he is in, just like how the outposts were connected to Castle Alpha. Well, wait a minute,
Duchess Rosepetal said.
Wasn't the whole point of this that Mare Island had been forcibly disconnected from the outside world, that the physical data lines had been destroyed? I guess he'd have to use radio towers, right?
Battered Blade offered.
There's no radio towers around here for miles,
Diamondback said.
I didn't see anything flying in, unless it's one of those elf cable things underground. If there is an elf transmitter, then how could Mare Island have been cut off in the first place?
Freezy chimed in. It was all speculation, the same questions we had been mulling over since all of this madness began. Rosepetal offered the reason she suspected.
It's got to be the airships. They're using them to communicate in the way that Abalone used the Sentinel droids to listen to the Confession's broadcasts.
This time it was Chrysanthemum who weighed in.
Through interceptors? Oh no, they would need at least a dozen of them to span the signal gap. Heck, even with the new horizon, we'd probably barely make it over the horizon with how much static the cloud barrier creates.
Whitecoat had stayed silent through the exchange. Rosepetal glanced back at him, seeing how he would answer. The pony-like face he was projecting was slowly twisting in thought. He looked like he was trying to remember something, not from his own life, but from the life he'd inherited from Limos. He was thinking hard to see if there was any piece of data relating to Harvest Orange that pulled all of this information together. There was only one obvious answer: Project Mercury. Before he could speak, they were interrupted by the other Sentinel droid.
I've done everything he asked, set the transmitter frequencies to the band he described,
Abalone said.
Something is starting.
As she finished speaking, the group began hearing a buzzing in the air. It was a deep, low, bone-aching hum that felt like you were being shocked on a cellular level. Carmina and Freezy seemed to react to it first, covering their ears, as fruitless as that was.
It's like an elf station,
Freezy exclaimed.
But where is it coming from?
Carmina answered her.
Look!
Whitecoat said, pointing to the army of great arrows. They weren't sure what he was referring to at first. They didn't have his advanced robotic eyes. But soon the glow was too bright to ignore. The sky above them turned from crimson to almost charcoal black, as the ambient light was utterly overpowered by the blinding magenta glow radiating from the column of soldiers.
What?
Freezy and Chris had donned their goggles, the ones that keep Wastelanders from seeing their own glowing eyes. They adjusted some dial on the side, darkening the shades like welders' masks.
It's coming from their eyes,
Freezy announced. But this was not some gentle sapphire or ruby glow like the eyes of the two biotype accelerant survivors. This was a piercing, fiery magenta that seemed to be erupting out of them like a star going supernova.
It's not just their eyes. Look at the gate,
Diamondback said. He was shielding his face with a wing, but his head had turned back toward Mare Island. The glow was not simply a collection of spotlights. A flowing river of bright pink energy washed through the metal teeth of the gate and seemed to pour into the island like a bursting dam. Pinkin and Ranchhorn turned quickly to port, moving the RES Helios away from the sudden flow of energy. The RES New Horizon did the same, firing emergency thrusters and drifting to starboard. Pinkin and Ranchhorn would recount their view of events to Rosepetal once it was all over. The river of energy went all the way back, flowing down the column of great arrows like a mist washing just above their shoulders. For 100 miles the energy moved and swirled through Mare Island, circling around the radio mast on the top of the main tower building. The antenna was like a drain, swallowing up all the energy and siphoning it deep into the heart of the island.
It's the crystals!
Carmina yelled. The buzzing energy was almost deafening.
The crystals in their skulls! They are the transmitter cable!
That's why the row of great arrows went back so far. They were bridging the gap.
Then what is the light?
Rosepetal shouted back.
None of you ever mentioned a light associated with the hum.
It's a soul!
Whitecoat exclaimed.
It's just like what Limos did for me. This is Tik Tok.
Are you sure?
Rosepetal asked.
I thought the life she gave you was just a spark, a flash.
Rosepetal had spent many years learning the finer details of runic magics. Several books on the subject accompanied her wherever she went. It was something she loved to talk about, and would often read the details aloud. Even to me. If I'd left a microphone on, I could have recorded several audiobooks from that alone.
This is so much energy,
Rosepetal answered.
It can't be the soul of a pony. This is something else.
So much power, flowing through the desert, darkening the sky. They had only been watching for a few seconds, but it already felt like minutes. What was coming? What had Harvest Orange done? What could this thing do if given control of Mare Island? They were not the only ones watching. Rosepetal heard a different kind of electronic sound just to her right, a soft, mechanical speaker. She moved in closer to the Mare Island Sentinel droid. She was whimpering. Just then, the sound of the flowing energy was drowned out by something even louder. 3 earth-shaking explosions rocked the ground behind them. All 3 couples huddled close to defend each other from what sounded like the whole island blowing up. Sandstone stepping in front of Carmina, Chris pulling Freezy behind him, and Diamondback wrapping his wings around Battered Blade. Whitecoat was kind enough to step in front of Rosepetal. The group snapped their heads around to look at the source of the sound. 3 arcs of smoke reached up from the island, piercing the cloud barrier. 3 circles of cloud drifted away like ripples of water, like 3 large rocks being thrown into a pond. They didn't even have time to contemplate what had happened, as the arcs broke the sky once more. The first explosion was closest to them. A bright, green mushroom cloud erupted from the earth, about 20 miles from the gate, striking the column of great arrows. 2 other eruptions made contact further back, at the edge of the Mars gun's range. The buzz of energy somehow became a more horrible sound than it was before. The tone modulated rapidly up and down, from ear-piercing screech to what sounded like a dying whale call. The 3 mushroom clouds reached further into the sky as the river of energy struggled to flow around them. But it was no use. Thousands of great arrows had been incinerated by the Megaspell artillery, and thousands more were actively on fire, burning to death. The life force powering their spell matrices faded, and the crystals themselves turned to dust as they breathed their last breath. The connection had been severed. The energy flowing through the 5 Highways wasteland seemed to momentarily pool over the survivors, then erupt in one final burst. The antenna on top of the Mare Island Tower completely exploded, sending metal struts flying in all directions, like it had been turned into a fragmentation grenade. Thousands of smaller explosions erupted around the island. Many of the laser cannons on the walls cracked open and burst with pink electricity. Everything had happened so quickly, the group was paralyzed trying to process the events. That is when the Mare Island Sentinel droid's voice came to life again. Abalone screamed,
Quickly, get to her!
Then the machine flew off toward the balloons. Reacting as well, the rest charged forward. Diamondback, Carmina, and Whitecoat were the fastest among them, so they would reach the ships first. Tik Tok's Sentinel droid seemed utterly confused by what had happened, and began raising the cargo door to leave. The ships on the sides began firing at them to keep them back. Sandstone and Battered Blade were galloping after them, while Ranchhorn and Pinkin brought the ship down to pick up Freezy and Chrysanthemum. Rosepetal took up position on the hill and was using the sniper rifle to pick away Sentinel droids still on the ground. It wasn't doing a lot of damage, but it was the weapon she had the most experience with. She occasionally pulled out the do not aim at face laser pistol and fired some rounds at staggering great arrows. They weren't much of a threat though. During that final explosion of energy, probably half of the great arrows had their skulls blown open completely. The crystals inside had erupted like a damaged spark battery. They died almost instantly, give or take a minute of writhing on the ground in pain.
Oh, yeah, no coming back from that.
Another quarter of them clearly had some kind of serious damage, but were surprisingly still standing up. Most of them were missing an eye or had visible burns on the left side of their face. They stepped around in a stupor or shell shock, probably suffering quite a bit of brain damage. They seemed to be totally unaware of their surroundings. Not sure how many of them would survive the coming days. The last quarter seemed to fare somewhat better. They were ponies that were mostly on the sides of the column and not directly in the middle of the flow of energy. They were still talking, or rather, screaming. Most likely what had happened to them was that the crystal itself was damaged or cracked, but it did not explode inside of their heads. Likely they just turned to dust, leaving what was left of their brains more or less intact. That did not mean they were not suffering though. Most of them were experiencing some kind of psychotic break, screaming at the sky, galloping in circles, rolling around on the ground, or huddled in a fetal position. The ones that could be understood were screaming about the silence, the horrible, deafening silence.
After being so used to hearing a voice in your head commanding everything you do, it must be disturbing to suddenly be cut off from that. Not to mention they are already brain damaged by what was done to them.
The ones Rose Petal had to actively attack were the ones that were firing their guns wildly in all directions, or shooting at the group as they galloped toward the airships. She honestly felt really bad. These ponies might finally be free from the control they were under, but they were still an immediate threat to her friends, so she had to stop them. Sandstone and Battered were a bit less forgiving. Battered was generously spraying the shooters with her light machine gun as she followed Sandstone up the road. Sandstone mostly ignored them as their light weapons only glanced off of his reinforced power armor. His mounted siege gun was firing high-density slugs at the sentinel droids and airships. Diamondback was first to reach the cargo door, but he was a large target. The 4 sentinel droids surrounding Amber were able to push him out with laser beams from their visors. Whitecoat, evenly matched with the other 5X models, was mostly trying to avoid them, and instead maneuvered around the interceptor ship, trying to puncture all of its gas bags so it couldn't take off. He focused most of his efforts on the one Amber was in, but several other robots were forcing him to keep his distance. The group were trying to take out the robots as quickly as possible, or at the very least, to distract them from hurting Amber. If the Sentinel droids were anything like the others, then they are programmed to attack the largest and most threatening targets first. Amber, a petite little unicorn, with her magic restrained and legs in shackles, was no threat at all. Carmina was next into the airship's cabin, right as Diamondback was pushed out. She had her full cloak on and was viciously slicing at the robots with her sickles. Surprisingly, the other Sentinel droids did not activate their own cloak. Something was off about them. The energy burst had done some kind of damage. They could, however, still see through Carmina's cloak. While she claimed the head of one of them in the cabin, another one caught her blade with its tail weapon and flung her out of the cabin onto the dirt. The ship was airborne now, but had several holes in its fuselage from Whitecoat's efforts. It began moving away in retreat. Whitecoat was in pursuit, but there were too many robots still functional. He was hit in the wing by a sustained visor laser. The wing blew off of him in pieces, and the other caused him to spiral wildly down, crashing on the desert floor.
Oh no.
At this point, Sandstone and Battered had closed the gap. Sandstone got Carmina back up after she was thrown out of the ship, and they began firing at the other 2 interceptors. Carmina let out several shots from her shooting star, but after doing some real damage to the ship on the left, she ran out of ammo. Their battle on the Burnstone bypass had exhausted her supply of batteries. She pulled out her backup weapon, a submachine gun, and began pelting the Sentinel droids flying behind the ship. The guns on the interceptors were forcing them to keep their distance, but luckily they had some help from above. The RES New Horizon banked forward, following the retreating interceptors. While far from experts, the Sentinels of Mare Island had practiced a bit with the weapons of the airships. After quite a few misses, the 4-inch heavy cannon on the New Horizon finally landed on target, and the ship to the right of Amber's collapsed down to the ground. A small green eruption rose up from the destroyed liquid crystal reactor. Diamondback once more reached the cabin door and bit down deep into the neck of the closest Sentinel droid. His dragon teeth were strong enough to chew up crystals like a pony would chew a carrot. He bit all the way through the neck, slicing the metal. With a jerk of his head, he flung the body off of the ship. It flipped through the air before striking hard against the asphalt of the pre-war roadway. Diamondback then spit out the robot's head to follow after. But once more, his presence drew the attention of the remaining robots on the ship. They aimed for his weak point, the wing damaged by the reagent. Several lances of energy erupted from the guns on their wings, peppering the tender yellow flesh. While the titanium plating wrapped around much of his body was strong, Diamondback couldn't wear anything on his wings, as it would impede his speed and maneuverability while flying. Unfortunately, it made for an easy target. Diamondback winced backwards in pain, toppling off of the edge of the ship. He was able to recover just enough to land and not crash into the ground. Freezy, Chrysanthemum, Ranchhorn, and Pinkin were also trailing behind the ships. They had been holding the attention of the Interceptor on the left. Luckily, Carmina and Sandstone were able to damage it enough that they were able to overcome it. Ranchhorn, the best shot of the four, was able to deliver a kill shot which sent the Interceptor spiraling down. Only Amberhorn's ship remained. Abalone Sentinel droids had been tangling with Tik Toks in mid-air dogfighting. Unfortunately, her security detail robots were only 4T models. Tik Tok's 5X models were picking them off quickly. They did manage a few kills, though. Only a few robots remained, but Amber was still on board. They had to pull her out of the ship so they could shoot it down. Unfortunately, Whitecoat was nowhere to be seen. They feared the worst. Diamondback could still fly, but just barely. Their only hope was to get the ship on the ground so the others could help. Sandstone and Carmina were making good pace on the ground just below the ship. They gave Diamondback covering fire while he sailed back up. This time, he ignored the robots completely, instead breathing bright blue fire on all of the propellers pushing the ship forward. If he could stop its forward movement, they could drag it down to the ground without its reactor exploding. Once he melted the last propeller, he was going to move to the remaining gas bags, but the Sentinel droids got to him first. For a final time, they overwhelmed him with laser strikes. This time, he didn't recover from the fall. He just hit the dirt.
No.
Battered Blade galloped at full speed to reach him. After what had happened at the old hotel building, she had stashed quite a few potions on herself. They had been running for several miles at this point. They had almost reached the edge of the first mushroom cloud from the Mars gun. Quite a few great arrows were still randomly firing at her, and seeing Diamondback drop was the last straw. Instead of avoiding them, Battered ran right through the line of standing arrows. Her battle rifle had run out of ammo, and she dropped it to lighten her weight. With an expression that could kill a hellhound, Battered's horn erupted with a bright glow of magic. The officer's sword slid out of its sheath on her back. The weapon of a lost age, a symbol of gallantry and civility in warfare, was the battered blade that she was always destined to wield. With 30 years of experience behind it, and over 300 scars tracing Battered's journey on her skin, she began carving her way through the standing great arrows. Whatever their history, whatever their present madness, they represented all of the struggles she had faced in her life from the moment she was born. The sword flicked skillfully. The first 2 arrows collapsed on the ground, bleeding from arteries on both sides of their necks. Another arrow ran toward her, but was soon skewered into the dirt as Battered brought the sword down through its head. A fourth approached her from the right. With her magic, she moved the sword low to the ground like a snake. The sword passed under the stomach of that raider, then snapped upward, spilling that stomach and all of his other guts to the ground. Only a few other arrows dared approach her. 2 of them were staked through the heart like they were vampires. The final one was more brutal. Rather than shoving the sword forward through her chest, she stabbed that raider from the back. Only then was she able to finally reach Diamondback, who was knocked unconscious from the impact. The Interceptor was slowing down, now that its propellers had been destroyed. Sandstone and Carmina were still below the ship, taking precise shots at the remaining gas bags. Whatever they did, it was working. The ship slowly descended down toward the ground. The RES Helios and New Horizon were right behind it. They stayed in view to keep the attention of the Sentinel droids in the back cabin. Rosepetal was galloping after them, regretting the fact that she hadn't boarded the Helios with Freezy and Chris. In her mind, she knew she wouldn't be able to shoot from the moving airship, so she felt that by staying on the hill she could do something with her sniper rifle. But when the ship started retreating, the chase was on. She picked off random great arrows as well as she could. The do not aim at face laser pistol was an effective weapon, not just against phantoms, but raiders too. It did slow her down, however. By the time Amber's ship skidded along the ground, it was only Carmina and Sandstone that were there to meet it. From the bird's eye view from their ship, Freezy and the others could see every detail as Sandstone blew through one of the 2 remaining Sentinel droids. Carmina reached the other, taking its head between her sickle blades and slicing through its neck in 2 places. Both robots fell. There were no enemies left.
I think it's time for another break.
I'm sorry, Homage. I just want this to be over. Carmina and Sandstone did not have to come with them. They did not need to intercede for Amber at the hotel building. They didn't have to wait for her at the bypass. Sure, it would have been a selfish and heartless thing to do from our perspective. But really, once they were together again, they could have disappeared and had nothing more to do with us. But they were better ponies than that. They held an old-world sense of honor and duty that is hard to find these days. And unfortunately, there's a reason honor like that is hard to find. Because in too many ways, honor like that acts against its own best interests. Sandstone and Carmina were cutting Amber out of her shackles, which also had her shackled to the floor of the airship cabin. At some point during the course of the fighting, the airship's liquid crystal reactor was damaged. The reactor went critical. The airship exploded into bright green balefire flames. Freezy and the others were the first to see it happen. They quickly landed and rushed forward toward the burning war balloon. Battered heard the explosion, but she was still in the process of wrapping Diamondback's wing after pouring several healing potions down his throat. He hadn't woken up yet, and she didn't leave his side. I wouldn't have expected her to. There was nothing she could have done. As she was trotting over the old road, Rose Petal also heard the distant explosion, but she still had many more miles to cover. She could see Freezy's ship and the New Horizon setting down, so she figured they had the situation under control. She was occupied at the moment anyway. After the second interceptor went down, Rose Petal found Whitecoat hobbling slowly down the road. His front left leg and both wings were completely missing, but he was still standing. He still had Limo's spark of life ticking away inside of him. Rose Petal helped him down the road as they approached the trail of smoke next to where the RES New Horizon had touched down. Only once they were close enough to see what was going on did they begin to gallop forward as quickly as they could. Pinkin was leaning over something, doing all she could with the medical training she had been infused with in Stable 81. Freezy, Chris, and Ranchhorn were standing off to the side, staying out of the way while she worked. A few other ponies were among the group too, working with Pinkin and clustered around two other things on the ground. They were the doctors and nurses that were on the New Horizon, survivors or descendants of Stable 80. Although she was only in her late 30s, Pinkin was the oldest of the group, giving direction and order to them however she could. All of their faces looked grim. Rose Petal was eventually able to help Whitecoat reach the group. By that point, two of the bodies were already covered. Whitecoat moved next to Pink Pippin. He flexed his left shoulder joint only to remember that his front left leg was missing. He balanced on his haunches and extended some tools from his front right leg. He did what he could for about a minute or so, but it was no use. Freezy was sobbing into Chrysanthemum's shoulder, and Ranchhorn was standing at parade rest next to the other two bodies. For all of the faults of the Equestrian Army Chemical Corps, they still saw themselves as a surviving remnant of the old Equestrian Army. While the Chemical Corps were gone, Ranchhorn still felt the same way. The two final survivors of the Equestrian Army Special Material Command deserved full military honors, one way or another. All he could do at the moment was show them that respect. The doctors of the New Horizon stood off behind him, trying to match his formality. Dozens more were looking out of the windows of the ship. Pinkin and Whitecoat were still working, but Rose Petal could tell that they were just going through the motions. When Freezy saw Rose Petal, she separated from Chris and came over to her. Rose Petal was crying through gritted teeth, and Freezy hugged her tightly as they sat down on the barren earth. Whitecoat eventually stood up. He was not projecting a pony appearance. Whatever pain he was experiencing, he kept hidden on the inside. The white enamel of his body was covered in dark gray scorch marks from the laser fire he sustained. Several parts of his armor looked like they had melted and warped from the heat. The pupils on his visor looked down as he hobbled over to the other two. There was a pile of scraps next to one of the bodies, strips of leather and hexagonal plating, and a long gun with its barrel melted and misshapen. On top of the pile was a charred mask and only one sickle. The other couldn't be found. Next to the other body was the exoskeleton of a suit of power armor. It was completely melted away on one side. The other side was dark and charred, covered with soot. The shoulder piece with the distinct guardianship logo had been pulled off and placed between the two bodies. Whitecoat came to a stop beside the shoulder piece, then lay down on the ground, burying his face in his only remaining arm. When Freezy ran out of tears and was no longer loudly sobbing, Rosepetal noticed how the wasteland had been filled with an eerie but familiar silence. Rosepetal wasn't sure how long she focused on the silence before it was broken. She heard the distant sound of Sentinel droid thrusters. Her heart raced for a minute, but the blood was cold. If one more of those fucking robots was still alive, she was going to tear it to pieces slowly while it squirmed between her hooves. Unfortunately, the sound was something worse. Abalone was riding along the desert floor on one of her own Sentinel droids. By the look on her face, it was clear she expected the worst. It didn't make the moment any easier, though. She jumped off of the robot and pushed past Pinkin, who was still trying to hold down the sheet. It was no use. Abalone flung it away, revealing what was left of Amberhorn. Amber was not wearing armor like Carmina and Sandstone. Not that they had much armor left. She collapsed on the ground, holding Amber close and crying harder and louder than Rosepetal had ever heard before, or would ever hear again. The wailing of the horror of Maricello did not disturb her as much as that sound of pure sorrow. Freezy and Pinkin tried to move in close to comfort her, but the Sentinel droid reacted, extending its tail in a threatening stance. Everyone backed off, letting Abalone grieve. Minutes passed, but her wails eventually died down into sobs, and then silence. A green haze had begun settling over the area as the mushroom cloud from the first Mars gun was starting to disperse in the wind. Abalone's eyes turned to the gauntlet on her wrist. She still clutched Amber closely, but was now working the buttons and knobs on the wireless terminal. Rosepetal felt it was her duty to speak. She crept carefully close to Abalone, sitting down at a safe distance from the Sentinel droid. It watched her, but did not react further. Whitecoat hobbled next to her, keeping his own eyes fixed on the 4T model. Finally, Rosepetal spoke.
Abalone, I'm so sorry. We did everything we could. I know you did,
Abalone said, with a distance to her voice, only barely engaging with the Duchess.
She loved you more than anything.
Rosepetal tried to comfort her. Abalone didn't answer, still clicking away on the gauntlet, Amber resting peacefully on her shoulder.
What happened in there?
Rosepetal asked.
I had to make a choice,
Abalone said.
I chose poorly.
What was that light? What did you see?
Whitecoat asked, seeking a distraction more than anything.
I don't know,
Abalone said.
But everything is fried. The wall guns are unresponsive. Most of the Sentinel droids are destroyed. If there are any left, they aren't connected to the network anymore. The only things that still seem to work are the Mars guns.
Abalone then slowly pulled the gauntlet from her wrist. She handed it to Rosepetal, who was confused by the action.
Use them wisely,
she said. She then closed her eyes and clicked a button on the device. Just then, the Sentinel droid next to her quickly turned and let out a full-energy laser from its visor, right through Abalone's head. Everyone jumped back in shock as Whitecoat reacted the fastest. He extended his tail and sliced the head clean off of the Sentinel droid. Abalone fell forward, still holding Amber tightly.
God, I wish I could have been there. We were so far away.
It would take some time for us to find out what happened. Our only radio connection with Mare Island was through the Sentinel droids, and like Abalone had said, few if any of them had survived the final energy blast. They were all connected to the Mare Island transmitter when it erupted like a dying star. Tik Tok sentinel droids were out of his direct range in the Five Highways Wasteland. They were not connected to the flow of energy like the great arrows themselves. Once the energy beam was interrupted, the sentinel droids went to their backup routine.
So what happened next?
Everyone gathered up in the two ships and returned to Mare Island. The New Horizon stayed at a safe distance outside the walls. On the way back, everyone inside the Helios were able to spot Diamondback and Battered Blade. It was rough having to break the news to her, too. That was her first time leaving Diamondback's side since the battle. She mourned over Amber's body and begged forgiveness that she wasn't able to protect her. They'd have to wait to tell Diamondback until he woke up the next day. When they got back to the island, they found all the doors, everywhere, opened. Small smoke trails were trickling out of every building on the island. Every spell matrix and every terminal connected to the Mare Island servers were damaged in some way. As Abalone had said, most of the sentinel droids were lying in junk on the ground. Whitecoat held them back for a minute to cannibalize one of the 4T models for parts. The head of one had completely exploded, but the rest of the body was fine. Whitecoat removed the leg and wings from it and was able to graft them onto his own body in a matter of minutes. Rosepetal had begun giving him a cross look when he said,
"Well, would you rather carry me?"
Even with the new parts, Whitecoat did not project his pony form. In fact, none of them saw him shapeshift again through the rest of the trip. While waiting for Whitecoat to finish, Rosepetal pulled up the gauntlet that Abalone had given her. She wore it on the opposite leg of her Stable 79 Pip-Buck. She clicked through the commands and eventually found what she was looking for. With a twist of some knobs, the group watched in amazement as the mighty Mars gun pivoted on its turret housing. While everything else on the island was in ruins, the gun stood athwart the ages, surviving every bloody chapter of their history undamaged. The pipe in the enclosed harbor was no longer flowing. The SS Camel rested on the clear blue water, waiting for the toxic sludge of the River Styx to creep its way in. With the purification talismans destroyed, the greenery on the island would soon die too. It would become as barren as all the rest of the wasteland around it. The group rode the elevator in the main tower down into the system control center. The large middle screen was the only one still working, showing a mirrored image of the gauntlet that Abalone had given to Rosepetal. None of the controls on the panel itself actually worked, though. The only way to access the system was with that gauntlet wrapped around her wrist. That night, they spoke to the ponies of the RES New Horizon as they ate dinner together. Everyone came to an agreement on what they should do. The next day, they gathered around the back field in a secluded but respectable part of the island. To the left were the graves of all the Mare Island workers who were killed by the machines on the last day of the war. To the right were the graves of all the sentinels who had died in the island's defense during the battle against Lockjaw. In the middle was a small set of plots that were reserved. The first of their own that they had to bury at Mare Island was Amber Glow. Sparky had been interred next to her a little over 2 years ago. There was still room for other plots. Amberhorn and her Aunt Abalone were buried with their family. They were all finally together after a very long time. It was a relatively short service. No one wanted to stay on the island. None of them wanted to come within 100 miles of it ever again. Once the last bit of dirt was in place, and everyone had said their last words, Rosepetal held up the gauntlet and gave it to Diamondback. He took a deep breath, then consumed the wretched machine in bright blue flame, until it melted out of his claw.
So it's really, finally over.
Yes, there's almost nothing left. With how much damage was done, I would be surprised if the generators haven't gone dark by now. Mare Island is just another set of ruins, another shadow of the old world, better left forgotten. Rosepetal sealed the blast door of the front gate before letting Diamondback melt the gauntlet. If anyone wants to get in, they have to make quite the climb over the walls. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully Amber and her family can be left in peace.
What about Sandstone and Carmina?
The group talked to Whitecoat to see if he knew what Carmina's wishes would have been. He said neither of them ever expected to find Sandstone alive, but considering the circumstances, they'd obviously want to be buried together. None of us knew where Outpost Tau or Sigma were located. Carmina never even told Whitecoat after their year or so together. He respected her wishes to keep that a personal sanctuary. It was also a safeguard in case he was ever hacked or compromised. They would meet up at a pre-established rendezvous. After speaking with him myself, he agreed to let them be buried near Manhattan. They're an especially marked grave that you'd only recognize as a grave if you knew what you were looking for. That way, at least we can pay our respects from time to time.
And Whitecoat was okay with that?
Yes, he's mostly returning to the Crystal Mine, but he definitely intends to pass through here occasionally.
Oh, that's good.
They all left Mare Island on New Year's Day. The RES Helios left for Manhattan in the east, and the RES New Horizon went off toward the west. The survivors of Stable 80 didn't plan to join up with the others, but there would be no ill will if they happened to bump into each other at some point. They're simply fellow travelers now. The ponies that once brought them together aren't with them anymore. Freezy and the others had to make a few stops after burying Sandstone and Carmina. They brought Diamondback home to his volcano. With Battered Blade as well. She intends to keep him company while he's recovering. But all indications are that the arrangement will be permanent.
No surprise there.
They did stop at the Opera House first so she could see Emerald, show her that she's okay. After what happened at the old hotel building, Battered's bodyguards is out of business. They had too many of their own to bury, and only a few were at the Opera House when everything happened. Thanks Celestia that Emerald and her boyfriend were among them. They decided to convert the Opera House into more of a trading post, a rest stop. They can still help those on their journey when heading into the big city, but it'll be less personal. The one exception being that they'll continue to be an entry point in the airlift network. Anyone seeking sanctuary, to disappear, can still go to them for help. She'll still get to see Battered regularly on the other side of the network. Until Diamondback is back at 100%, he'll need help meeting up with contacts.
So, what about the others? What did they find?
Right. After all the dust settled, we started hearing encouraging reports about the Great Arrows. Almost all of the Great Arrow settlements are in full collapse. Ridgeback and the others at Diamondback's Volcano Village passed along some rumors they were hearing. The Great Arrows in the Valley of Fire seemed to suffer a collective psychotic break. Half of them did not wake up, dying from some level of brain damage from the breakdown of the crystals inside their skulls. The other half seemed to awaken in a state of delusion, having no memory of their time as Great Arrows, and only a vague understanding of what the Great Arrows are. Or, rather, what the Great Arrows were. Unfortunately, without the dominating presence of the Great Arrows, violence in the Valley of Fire erupted as the Smoke Devils and Razorwings began killing each other again, as well as any Great Arrows they could get a hold of. The arrows who did escape disappeared into the Wasteland. Hopefully they'll be able to recover as much of themselves as they can.
Based on how Tanzanite turned out, there's definitely hope.
Yes, there is. Another consequence of this show, specifically Diamondback's interview, is that word is getting around to the Razorwings that Naranja Villa is not located in the Golden Stone Caldera. Many of the most devout Razorwings had begun leaving the valley a few months ago, but the collapse of Tik Tok's influence has broken the dam, so to speak. Smelling opportunity, a large group of Razorwings infiltrated the Royal Equestrian Mint building in Winnie City. The remaining Great Arrows were quickly slaughtered, and Governor Farthing was found cowering in the back of the bank vault. They dragged him out by his tail while finding Breakbeak's head mounted on the wall like a trophy. The Razorwings really liked Breakbeak. Hearing Diamondback's story prove to be true was the tipping point of their collective rage. Supposedly, they did not even get creative. They simply tore Governor Farthing to pieces with their talons.
So all that gold didn't protect him.
Seems it didn't. The Razorwings, however, seem pretty happy with the arrangement. The Griffin Raider clan appear to be abandoning the Valley of Fire completely. They've turned the Royal Mint into their new home. Perhaps with the Village of Gold out of reach, the Mint is an acceptable consolation prize. And with their exit, the Smoke Devils are re-establishing control over their volcano homes, which is why I must also include a public service announcement to travelers. Be careful around the Valley of Fire for a while. Unless you're on good terms with the Smoke Devils, who are still a dangerous raider clan, you may be attacked. Anyway, the group got Diamondback settled in back home to slowly recover. He put himself through a lot of pain over the course of the events. It'll take a while to shed off the last of those damaged brown scales. I can't thank him enough for his efforts. And luckily, I won't have to, because he'll be thanked quite charitably by Battered Blade's bedside manner. And with the two of them settled in, there were still hanging questions. After Carmina and Sandstone's funeral, Whitecoat returned to the teleportation site near Burnstone Bypass. He continued his scanning of the surrounding area and was luckily able to find a new clue. There were traces of pink smoke seeping out of a crack in the roadway, which he did not remember seeing last time they were there. It was about 3 miles west of the area they were scanning before. He focused on that area and found a reinforced tunnel sloping down into the earth. The entrance was covered by soil and a petrified tree. With careful examination, he could see traces of the road that once led to the blast door. Similar to the Special Material Command outpost, the tunnel had remained as an emergency exit. Explosive charges were placed like a pile of landmines. They could clear the soil blocking the door for a quick escape. Whitecoat focused an energy beam straight down into one of the buried charges, until it triggered a detonation. They exploded all at once like the top of a volcano, sending chunks of earth and splinters of petrified tree flying. Whitecoat, of course, wasn't the only one seeking closure. Frisian Chrysanthemum had filled the RES Helios 2 capacity with soldiers. Dr. Greenshift had generously offered to accompany the group with a selection of elite fighting ghouls. They were part of the guard that protected Dusselhoof from outside threats. Many of those ghouls, like Frisian Chrysanthemum, were Equestrian soldiers during the Great War. They had 2 centuries of post-apocalyptic fighting experience. If only any of them were Pegasi, perhaps the Battle of Mare Island might have turned out differently. But I couldn't ask Greenshift to offer such support. To be honest, I didn't expect the battle to unfold like it did. It was only after hearing what happened that Greenshift offered to help us put things to rest. Rosepetal was there as well, wearing one of Ranchhorn's spare hazmat suits. He would stay back to protect the ship with Pink Pippin. Once the group were armed and ready, Rosepetal gave Whitecoat the signal. He accessed the door controls. The E-Scorp terminal was sparking, and half of the screen was unintelligible with dead pixels and static. One readable bit of text was a warning, along with the borders of the screen saying, "Network disconnected." Luckily, with direct connection to his robot body, Whitecoat was able to get the Universal Codex to work. The blast doors creaked as they swung outward. A burst of pink smoke was exhausted as the pressurized air of the tunnel escaped. Freezy and the ghouls commented on the metallic scent in the air. Chrysanthemum said that it was like chewing on tinfoil.
Yuck.
Everyone's guns were at the ready, but they were not met with any security. Whitecoat led their descent down the tunnel, which sloped down for several miles. There were a few landings where terminal stations and emergency supplies were scattered. A few dusty skeletons were found at those workstations. They had been killed by laser fire, just like the workers at Mare Island. At the bottom of the tunnel was a second blast door. Once more, Whitecoat inserted his connection cable and activated the codex. The door slid sideways, and another pressurized cloud of pink smoke began drifting up the tunnel. The top level of the bunker would have been a familiar sight for Carmina and Sandstone. It was nearly identical to the lowest levels of their guardianship outposts. Aisles of storage crates fanned out from the landing at the bottom of the tunnel. The supplies had been carefully sorted and categorized for various post-war applications. Weapons, ammunition, medicine, armor, as well as some coal, spark batteries, and building supplies. Freezy was the first to comment on the site, saying it reminded her of the resupply depot in the Northern Crystal Commonwealth. The bunker seemed prepared to arm a squad of special forces to take back important locations after the Megaspell exchange. Quite a few of the containers had been opened, with the empty boxes placed carefully back on the shelves to show that they had been accessed. Far more of the containers remained undisturbed, having collected centuries of dust sitting where they were. Greenshift signaled his elite ghouls, and they fanned out through the warehouse. Every few seconds, one of the troopers would call out,
"Contact, inert."
Many of them had absorbed the thick Dusselhof accent to one degree or another. Each notification was marking the body of a sentinel droid, lying on the floor, inert. Within a minute, they had cleared the whole level and found no hostiles. The group moved one by one to each sentinel droid body. Almost every one of them had their visor blown open, as if their spell matrix had been replaced with a plasma grenade. Whitecoat attempted to pull data from them, but there was nothing left. They moved down to the next level. They initially tested the elevators, but found all of the lifts unresponsive, so they took the stairwell instead. While a few terminals were on the storage level, most of the technology was found on the floor below. It was laid out almost like a triangle. In one corner was the teleporter that Sandstone and Carmina had used to escape. In the second corner was a liquid crystal reactor. Half of the reactor was visibly damaged, with quite a bit of liquid balefire pooling on the floor. The emergency doors had sealed, and the group didn't see any reason to disturb it, as it was still putting out some power. In the final corner was an elf transmitter, the largest one any of them had seen. The cables went on for several miles in both directions, and were still smoking from the cracks covering most of the length. In the middle was the dipole module. Each pyramid was massive, the size of a pony's head. They were the only part of the assembly that was undamaged, as though they sat in the eye of the storm while everything else was ripped away. Filling out the middle of the level were hallways with miscellaneous storage rooms and living quarters.
Living quarters?
Yes, there was easily enough space for over 100 ponies to live in. There were also water purifiers, stored food, medical rooms, a few recreational areas, not unlike a stable, or an outpost. There were, however, 2 storage rooms which had been completely emptied, and converted into makeshift prison cells.
So, Tik Tok had regular living rooms, but put them in stripped down metal boxes? Fucking asshole.
Everything lined up with Sandstone and Carmina's story. The sentinel droids scattering the level were destroyed in the same way as the others. Most of the terminals were simply damaged beyond repair. Only the largest and most sturdy servers survived to some degree, but they were on the level below. One of the storage rooms was filled with skeletons. The 100+ creatures that were working in that bunker when the bombs fell had been killed swiftly, just like their colleagues at Mare Island. It's the fate that almost befell the Orange family in Naranja Via. They were saved only thanks to the Igel masks, a bit of radiation, and an intervention. Only one skeleton remained outside of that storage room. It was seated on the makeshift throne at the center of the level. It was exactly as Sandstone described. A giant circular server with several minor spell matrices within it was connected to a number of smaller terminals all around the atrium. While the terminals themselves were smoking and destroyed, a faint glow seemed to be emanating from the column itself. The elite ghouls all had their guns trained on the set of bones seated in the metal chair. Its head was bowed against its chest, revealing the mechanical harness running all the way down its spine. Most of the wires connecting the monstrosity to the server were plugged into either side of the spine, as though they were the wings of a Pegasi. The bones themselves had definitely been bleached by some kind of chemicals. They looked like they had been dipped in an organic solvent, something you might do to treat the bones of a dinosaur before putting it on display in a museum. The joints were being held together by cybernetic supports grafted onto the bones. Rose Petal was the one to address it.
Tik Tok?
She began, feeling her mane stand up on the back of her neck. It didn't look like there was any life left to this thing, but she kept expecting the skull to turn like what the others had seen. The group stared at the corpse for what felt like minutes waiting for an answer. Whitecoat was the one to break the silence, saying,
"It's a trauma harness." "Oh yeah, it is."
Greenshift agreed, also pulling up a memory from ages ago.
"What is?"
Rose Petal answered.
"The metal frame wrapped around the bones. It's an experimental product. Not sure how many were made. The idea was that if the soldier was knocked out or paralyzed in battle, this mechanical frame would stand you up and run you back to a safe location. It works more or less like a power armor frame, but very stripped down. It would be worn under one's armor.
Whitecoat assessed. Greenshift stepped closer, and the ghoul soldiers moved in to protect him. With a hoof, he tilted the head up to face the group. The glowing magenta eyes that Carmina and Sandstone saw had been blown out. Only a few loose wires hung where the LED lights had once been. Greenshift let go, and the skull rolled lifelessly back down against its chest. He tapped the skeleton's shoulder as though he were trying to wake it up. The front left leg joints of the trauma harness flexed, then returned to position, as though they had been programmed to maintain that seated pose.
So he is really dead?
Freezy asked.
He's been dead for a long time,
Whitecoat said. He took a closer look at the wires attached to the head.
This thing is just a puppet, a marionette being controlled by a set of strings.
Whitecoat unplugged one of the cables hanging out of its skull. He then pulled the barrel of one of the elite ghoul weapons toward his face.
If I start acting funny, you pull the cable or put me down.
Whitecoat, wait!
Rosepetal yelled, but he already plugged into the exposed cable. Everyone paused breathlessly. The other ghouls also trained their guns on him. Their several shotguns, energy weapons, and heavy machine guns would make short work of the lone robot. Long strings of blue code and symbols flowed down Whitecoat's visor like a waterfall.
I'm okay,
he said reassuringly.
It's big, really big, and really empty. This place was designed to handle a lot of information. Wait,
he said suddenly. Once more he went silent, processing what he was reading.
What do you see?
Rosepetal asked.
Whose bones are these? Is this Harvest Orange?
No,
Whitecoat said slowly.
No?
The data stopped flowing over the sentinel droid's visor, and two pupils returned to his eyes. He looked around back and forth, unplugging from the giant server tower with a careful slowness, as he took in everything that he'd seen. It was a very pony-like reaction, a reminder to everyone there that a real spirit lived inside of his mechanical shell. It was something they expected to find by coming there, a very real spirit of Harvest Orange, animating some other advanced sentinel droid.
Then who is it?
Chrysanthemum said from the back of the group.
Two-Coat,
the robot answered plainly. It took them a minute to process the name. It definitely sounded familiar, but they couldn't quite remember where they'd heard it. Rosepetal was the one to remember first.
This was the leader of the Great Arrows, before Tik Tok.
Everyone looked down at the unicorn skeleton. Its skull was uncovered and very easy to see. While most of the ponies there were not medically trained to any degree, it didn't look like the skull had been carved open at any point for brain surgery.
I don't understand,
Rosepetal had to admit.
It's easier if I show you,
he said. He then walked away from Two-Coat's skeleton, leading the group back toward the stairwell. There was only one more level to the installation, the lowest level. It was the core, the reason for the complex to have been constructed in the first place. That lowest level was smaller than the triangular arrangement above it. It was more or less like a cone extending down from the central atrium. Several more computer terminals were smoking against the far walls. In the middle of the space, 3 columns reached down from the ceiling, extensions from the main cylindrical server above. At floor level, they branched out like a network of nerves, or like capillaries lying just beneath the skin. The way these electronic vessels were exposed was intentional. They were lining the bottom of a pool on the floor. Or rather, it would be a pool if it were filled up. A glass column surrounded the pool to protect workers from what once filled the bottom of the basin. Mercury.
Mercury?
A circular hole was cut in the glass at the bottom of the cylinder. A faint metallic sheen could still be seen where the liquid metal stained the onyx stone tiles on the floor. Leading away from the cut hole and hoof steps was a puddle of mercury sitting on top of the floor drain. It was apparently too dense to be vacuumed up to the water processing plant on the upper level, and so it just sat there, enough mercury to fill a small swimming pool. It was obvious where it came from originally. 3 smaller tanks were bolted inside the cylinder, each hanging off of one of the server columns. The tanks were empty, but collectively accounted for the mercury. The tanks had sprayed the metal over the wires, like the fire sprinklers in an office building.
But why?
Because of what those capillaries were connected to. The frayed arrangement of nerves from the server tower all came together at the object filling the center of the space. It was an obelisk, a giant obelisk, over 30 feet tall. The monument was made entirely out of spell matrix crystal, but that crystal had gone dark. Cracks ran up and down the column, discoloring the frosted quartz with patches of dark gray soot. The pyramid that capped the structure was cracked. The tip was missing entirely, as though it had been vaporized like the top of an erupting volcano. A highly stylized script covered every inch of the exterior. It was very familiar, the ancient glyph language which beat at the heart of all East Corp technology. Whitecoat had called it Sumaka. Stabletech technology was built around a certain kind of runic magic which was heavily practiced by the unicorns of Manchester. Their familiarity with the ancient spell system meant many Stabletech programmers hailed from the Foggy Isles. The language itself was much older though, originally known as Stonescript. It arose from both pony and reindeer influences far up in the frigid north. Sumaka was different. Its origin came from the burning sands of the Great Southern Desert, having been influenced by Saddle Arabians, Sphinx, and other creatures of the area. Both runic languages were developed for the same reason, to gain access to untold powerful magic. The detailed carvings in the obelisk were designed to do just the same.
So, that is Project Mercury? Some ancient monument they were messing with?
No, actually. The obelisk wasn't ancient at all. It looks like it had been carved and enchanted during the Great War, although its glyphs and inscriptions were based on real ancient spells. It was just like any other arcane technology that we use to this day, a modern amalgamation of much older spells, being focused and controlled in a certain way. Ponies always think they can befriend or tame what they don't understand. The obelisk was simply a very, very large spell matrix, but intended for a much different purpose than the little gem you might find in a pip-buck. Project Mercury, if you remember, was a briefcase, or rather, it was in a briefcase. The metallic cubes that featured on the box's exterior were laid open on a table not far from the obelisk. The briefcase was empty. It was a pair of drafting tables. Some old-fashioned paper blueprints were lying on the flat surfaces between the 2 desks. On each desk lay a body. Both of them were extremely well preserved. One was a mare in her 40s. She had a dark orange mane and soft yellow complexion. She was wearing a navy blue business jacket and some green jewelry. Glopaz. On her lapel was a pin of the East Corp logo.
Valencia Orange.
She had been perfectly mummified, as Carmina had described. The other body had been preserved in the same way. He was a stallion, a unicorn in his late 50s. He had burnt orange hair and an aqua-colored mane. He also had a matching mustache. He was wearing the blue business jacket and lapel pin. There was no question who he was, because the two were often seen in pictures and portraits together. It was Harvest Orange.
He was a mummy too?
Yes, and there was one more thing to be found on the body, something which had come from the briefcase. Several cables were draped off of one of the server towers and were attached to Project Mercury, which was attached to Harvest Orange. But perhaps this is the right time to let Harvest Orange explain things for himself. Whitecoat was able to pull a lot of information out of that place, not only from the server towers, but from the gauntlet that was still fastened to the stallion's leg. I've set aside entries that I feel are most relevant to ending this story. Let him speak for himself, since until now he seemed to be the villain in all this.
Okay, this should be recording now. My name is Harvest Orange, the owner, founder, and CEO of East Corp. I expect this will likely be Valencia listening, or hopefully one of our children. I can't refer to you specifically by name because you don't exist yet. If I have my way, you'll either be named Hardwood or Kara. Although I know Valencia prefers Navel or Clementine, which are fine, but my great-grandmother was also a Clementine, and that would be a weird association. Either way, I'm recording this just 3 weeks after our constructive honeymoon. Aside from everything else, marriage has me thinking about the future. My father was always keen on keeping the ledger with a summary of all his business dealings, and quite a few of his own personal thoughts into these matters. It's a tradition that goes back quite a few generations. That was when the company was still just Orange Aerogyros, a very humble little shipbuilding and design firm. It was founded by our family centuries ago, but has remained quality and consistent because any members of the family kept a set of logs of everything they did and why they did it. There's something of value there, one central repository where all of these steps can be reflected on. I'm not sure to the extent these ledgers help them in life. Perhaps it really is nothing more than journaling, a way to collect one's thoughts for the immediate moment. Although, I can't doubt how useful they've been when passing the company onward. Although a decade ago, when my father passed away from cancer, one of the last things he placed in his ledger was a message to me, specifically saying, "You're the bright harvest. You're going to take Orange Aerogyros higher than it has ever been before." It was a simple, thoughtful blessing on paper, but I know how my father would have said it out loud. It wasn't so much a blessing as a challenge, and I was more than eager to take on that task. For one thing, I thought, why are we paying the markup on the aluminum for our ships? We should dig up our own aluminum. And of course I went beyond aluminum. Soon I owned more mines and shipyards, and with the mines came one of the most gorgeous mining tycoons I could ever find too. Eventually I needed to gather all the companies under one roof, so to speak. That's how the Equestrian Arcane Systems and Technologies Corporation was born. Quite frankly, I never liked the clutter of paper and never held onto the ledger tradition. All of the very important stuff is in a safe in my office, but I have certain things spaced out in other places too. The only one thing that connects it all, me. But it's not just me anymore, and we're a long way past Orange Aerogyros. Also, I need to keep better logs of my own duties and dealings so that if anything else does happen to me, you'll be able to get a handle on things very easily. I guess that is ultimately what these recordings will amount to, a will. Well, I'm sure I'll have something more formal drawn up. I'll open these logs with a formal statement that I, Harvest Orange, son of Taproot and Prairie Orange, do solemnly swear that upon my death I completely will my worldly possessions, East Corp and the associating assets to my wife Valencia Orange, and our children. Unless later amended in these logs or by formal signed testament, these are my wishes. Perhaps I'm being a bit cold, but our ancestors would be shocked at how large this company has become. We've absorbed a lot of good creatures, whom I respect and value, but whom I cannot fully trust, would not try to seize the company if I met an untimely end. All preceding logs after this are classified, for the ears of only myself and my inheritors. Violation of this will be met by immediate dismissal and full prosecution to the extent of the law.
I don't think I need to explain why this clause is no longer binding.
Yeah.
This is log 26, I believe. I was finally able to purchase that plot of land up in the Chimera Mountains, the one enclosed by the ancient crater in the waterfall. Finally, I can get the fuck out of Manhattan. I don't know why the oranges like it here. It is entirely too crowded with way too much noise. But at the same time, I don't want to be too far away. All the old docks and finance buildings are still here, so I can't drift too far from the city center. The Chimeras are perfect. Just a quick balloon ride away. I could go home for lunch if I wanted to. Once the new manor is actually built, of course. This is log 35. Mostly just a personal entry. After a lot of talking, Valencia and I have decided to hold off on having children until after the war is over. Our early estimates show that with the current resource shortages, the zebras are likely to surrender by the end of the next year at the latest. Now, that's not saying the threat is past. I expect a few cities to take a serious hit before all is over. But that's why we built underground. As far as I'm concerned, it's just another reason to get out of Manhattan. Naranja Via keeps getting better every day. This is log... Damn. I really need to check on these before recording. Let's say 45. I can rename it later. Just got back from the Ministry's meeting. Not surprising that our dear distant cousin Applejack would be the most resistant to the proposal. Celestia forbid that there might be a competitor for her sweet baby sister's company. From what I've heard, she's had her hooves full anyway. They're building those stables all over the place. Having civilian shelters is important. Let her focus on that. But at the end of the day, if worse comes to worse, we're going to need some storage outposts. Otherwise, these poor stable ponies will surface to a harsh world with no useful supplies and no organized rail system keeping everyone connected. We have some depleted mines in the south that will be perfect for getting started.
So, that's gotta be Thunder Valley.
It would seem so.
Harvest Orange Personal Log 77. I just got out of a meeting with some of our advisors, including some military intel we have a reliable ear with. It's not good. I'll be honest. I never thought it would come this far. The mega spells just keep getting bigger and bigger, on both sides. I thought the zebras would have backed down by this point. What the fuck is wrong with them? Do they really want to end like this? We've begun adding coal stockpiles to the Special Material Command outposts, before the zebras use every last piece. Harvest Orange Log 95. Just finished installing Transmitter 12, just west of Dodge Junction. We almost have the whole network together. I've tried to space everything as well as I can, but there isn't much left room for redundancy. Perhaps that's a blessing? A failsafe in case one of them falls under zebra control? Harvest Orange Log 118. I was reading through Dad's ledger the other day, comparing it to all the recordings I've been saving on this archive. I started to wonder what pieces of his life are left out. What pieces did the others leave out of their ledgers, or journals or notebooks, so that the narrative only has them in their best light. There's something I feel I must finally commit to this central record, because I feel it would become more useful as things move forward. About a year before meeting you, Valencia, or your mother, assuming I'll have children to read this when the war is over. Yes, when the war is over. A year before meeting Valencia, we were finishing the development of our own spell matrix-based arcane magic operating system. But to do that, I wanted ready access to a large supply of quality crystals. So that eventually led to some exploratory digs and the opening of a new mine near Koos, not far from Luxor, where your mother's from. Excavation was going well, then one day we got a call from the miners that found something. I honestly wasn't sure what to expect at this point. Possibly a stretch of gold or dragon bones, but no. This was a burial chamber. The grave had walls intricately carved into the limestone with elaborate detailing. The tables and ornamentation were from somewhere else, though. They were fine white marble of the cut and must have come from far away. There were symbols carved along the walls, all over the giant stone obelisk filling the center of the space. They seemed familiar, but were unreadable. I had to get one of our programmers to decipher that it was an older version of the Someka ruins that we use in the operating system. It was very hard to read, even for them. At the bottom of the obelisk was a sarcophagus. The lid had been accidentally cracked open by one of our dig team, with a thick metallic ooze pouring from it. It was mercury. The entire sarcophagus was filled with it. By the time I got there, the mercury had stopped flowing, having reached the bottom of the crack. They asked me what I wanted to do. I've often wondered if I made the right decision that day. Perhaps a better pony would have alerted the ministries. Let them send a team to investigate, rather than disturb it any further myself. But I didn't trust the ministries, and my curiosity got the better of me. I told them to open it. The rest of the liquid metal flowed out and filled the channels along the floor. I was expecting to find a skeleton inside, but there wasn't one. It was only the crown. It seemed to be heavier than the mercury, staying submerged beneath until the casket was completely drained. Something so heavy could only be made out of lead or some kind of radioactive element. Even gold floats on mercury. But the crown looked like it was made of gold, except for 3 gems fashioned to the front of the tiara. The gems to each side were a sapphire and ruby of incredible pure quality. The gem in the middle, however, was a bright magenta color. No matter what tests we ran on it, we haven't been able to figure out what it's made of or where it came from. The glyphs carved into the crown were the same as the rest covering the tomb. I'll admit that I was a bit entranced by the find. Perhaps deep down, I could feel the power just standing in its presence. I put it on. At that moment, I felt like I had put on glasses for the first time. I was seeing the world in a true clarity like I had never had before. I could feel every single soul within the dig site. It scared me at first. I moved to pull off the crown. As it just slid off my head, everything receded back to normal, and I felt blind. I slowly put it back on, and reached to the furthest edge that I could. It was one of the packing assistants loading up a cart on the surface. I spoke to him. He seemed to hear. He paused, then began moving towards the mine entrance. 5 minutes later, he met us in the room, asking if I'd called. He wasn't fully conscious. It was passive the way he looked at me, like I had imparted my volition onto him. I spoke and he obeyed. He shouldn't have known where we were, but he was able to find us because of the crown. I didn't elucidate at the crown what exactly it was, what I had seen. But based on the burial chamber and the appearance of the other worker, they could tell there was some deeper magic at work. Luckily, I was able to speak to the crew in another ancient and more powerful language, money. After entering the chamber, they were all paid handsomely for their silence. Many of them would end up working in the operational command bunker. With the crown, I could feel the radiance of the crystals in the mine. That same day, I was able to point out the next spot to dig, and we found nearly 2 tons of spell matrix quality crystals. With something like this, we could spot mines wherever we want. All I had to do was fly low enough overhead to search hundreds and thousands of feet through the ground. It was better than any sensor apparatus we'd ever devised. This was big. It was just like a mega spell, another force-amplifying discovery that could change the nature of the war. But unlike the mega spell, I knew I had to keep it protected. After a lot of research, we were able to break down the basic mechanisms of what the crown was doing, and how we could mass produce it on an industrial scale. Essentially, the crown was like a wiretap. I could plug into the ley lines of the magic that cover the world, and use it like a communication medium. Instead of building thousands of miles of new data lines to connect the cities across Equestria, you only needed a few objects like this to transmit huge amounts of information between points. It was not unlike teleportation magic, which is hard enough on its own. I didn't fully understand the enchantment, but I didn't need to. It worked in a testable, demonstratable, repeatable way. We were able to get it to work with an hourglass-shaped arrangement of very pure ruby and sapphire. I am still unsure as to what the middle gem is or how to reproduce it. That seemed to be the main object at work at summoning my employee into the tomb. Had some kind of a hypnotic effect, the way the wearer of the crown projects their will onto someone, becoming the animus that drives them. I admit that I may have tested its abilities more than once. It's frightfully effective. I couldn't imagine this level of hypnotic control in the hooves of someone else. While the script of the tomb could be deciphered, much of the history around it could not. The only other reference that we could find was an object in an old encyclopedia of lost artifacts. The book called The Crown of Genaliad. It did not reference the crown's power, only that it had been worn by a short-lived series of sorcerer kings over 3,000 years ago. I knew I had to conceal the exact nature of what we found, so we referred to the pyramid assembles as dipole modules, a very scientific-sounding name, that nonetheless vaguely explained how they pinch a opening into the magical ley line. The crown itself, which I've mostly omitted from official documents, is called Project Mercury. I figured the mercury in the sarcophagus was important. Elemental mercury is well known for smothering and isolating certain forms of magic. However, I did not wish to totally submerge the crown and deal with that much liquid mercury, which is quite heavy. So I made a special briefcase created with a sealed layer of mercury within the hard containers of the case. The crown allowed me to prospect many dozens of mines, and in the process we built as many dipole modules as we could with the rubies and sapphires we had uncovered. The dipole modules were going to save countless hours of time and labor. We could communicate over vast distances. Instead of buying thousands of miles of cable, we only needed a few miles of thicker cables to amplify the effect. This worked and is the sole reason the elf transmitters became effective. But it did have its limits. The signal strength dropped exponentially over the distance. We think the crown itself is powered off of a magical potential of the user. I'm not some powerful wizard like Starswirl the Bearded or anything, but helping my dad lift ship parts has given my horn a decent amount of endurance. I've kept Project Mercury with me ever since. Only your mother knows anything I've just told you, but even then, I've never let Valencia put it on. Do not misunderstand. I know what I am dabbling into is dangerous, but we are at war. A war that could end the world if we are not careful. I believe the crown is locked to me now. According to the inscriptions found in the sarcophagus, for a new user, one of you, to put it on and take control of its power, you must say this phrase. Speak, therefore, or let silence engulf. As blood flows free, so too your command.
Dear Celestia, what is he doing?
At least he had some kind of awareness of what he was messing with.
So the briefcase contained a crown? The crown of Janie Lade or something?
Yes. As the group examined the bottom level of the bunker, very few lights filled the dark halls. A soft magenta glow was still radiating out of the servers surrounding the obelisk. The obelisk itself probably glowed brighter than anything else in the room when it was powered, before its enchantments were broken. I imagine the cables running out of the servers glowed as well at one point. Several of them had been connected to the rim of the crown, which rested on the mummified head of Harvest Orange.
But the crown was in the case, right? Diamondback recovered it for the Governor Farthing. Harvest Orange's body wasn't in the briefcase too, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Harvest Orange Personal Log 134. Finally have the children settled into their new homes. What a shit show has been dealing with this acquisition. When we bought out Ivory Laboratories and saved them all from court-martial, I might add, I expected more of the three ponies running it. Instead, I feel like I'm watching my brother's children when they were toddlers. I recognize that there are certain quirks that usually come with genius, having an excessive personality, being a germaphobe, sociopathy. I can work with those. But the bickering, there is no surprise they are nearly bankrupt. Their personalities cannot be more opposite. The most agreeable one is Vedius, who seems to be the most level-headed and most business-minded head of the Hydra. I've decided to move him permanently to the Vermilion site. It's the production complex in the desert near Dodge Junction where they actually synthesize the bottle and most of the medicine they sell. He's most useful overseeing the day-to-day operations there. And of course, there's still plenty of room for him to tinker. Next is Nacio, or just Nas for short. And he's the sociopath of the bunch. I like him a lot. You plug information into him, he processes it, imparts some new invention or divination into the mix, and outputs a brand new product of Formula. Celestia, what I would do for a dozen minds like his. I'm moving him to the new Ivory Labs headquarters tower we're building in Hartfield. Plenty of basement levels and laboratories for all sorts of novel experimentations. It's also not too far from Fort Deadtree, so they can keep a close communication with the different army projects we have going on. Finally, there's Limos, the petulant, whiny brat who might as well be screaming nonsense, because that's usually what her protests amount to. Every single decision I make, every new change, never goes unchallenged. She's the first one to send me a dissertation on why I'm wrong, both practically and morally.
The new neurological build must be given time to breathe, space to move about and settle on its own self. We shouldn't be mixing in organic agents and biological samples. We cannot build weapons into medical droids. Its functionality violates their nature as healers.
I'm not running a fucking church. We need to make some fast progress getting Ivory Labs fully integrated into the rest of the East Corp. I hate the fact that she's the one I needed most when buying their sinking ship. She's like a geyser. Random bursts of hot air and motion erupting like a spectacle. But those outbursts of emotion seem instinctively tied to her innovations of artificial intelligence. After the buyout, she was able to focus her energy into the Series 3 medic droid, and by Luna's glorious flanks, she was able to actually do something amazing. The medic sentinel droid had triple the success rate of the pony medic, both in terms of injury survival and patient psychology. Weeks of warfare can fray the mind of any pony faced with constant death of their own. They snap, they get depressed, they get tired, and the patients feel the compromised emotional state. The sentinel droid medic personalities are so good. We had a test group who thought 100% of it was actual pony speaking through the robot-like drone. If I can only keep her focused, we would have the kind of success with every sentinel droid. The Series 4s are going to be incredible. I've decided the best way to keep her on task is to keep her moving. The constant travel is tiring, and it blunts her hyper-emotive conservations to have to deal with. Moving her between Manhattan, Winnie City, and Mare Island should keep her production on track. It helps not having Vadios and Nacio around constantly to enable her.
What an asshole.
Yeah.
Harvest Orange Personal Log 162. You know what sounds good right about now? A vacation. We lost 100 square miles to the Zebra forces last week, but fuck it, let's go on holiday. That's apparently what Limos is excited about. It's been 5 days since I heard from the bitch, and only yesterday did I receive a message from Vadius saying that she would be gone for a little bit. Celestian knows what a little bit is. It's fine. Let her blow off some steam. She can come back and I'll let her lay anchor wherever she wants. It's almost done anyway. The operational command bunker is finished, and its transmitter is so powerful the teleporter probably has 100 miles of range for a single pony. We can move a whole platoon of soldiers up and down from the surface. With that done, we're going to begin covering the tunnel. The 5X models are good, really good. I wasn't sure if the Changeling Talisman was going to work, but I had one impersonate me all day in Manhattan building and no one thought anything of it. And I would know if they whispered something about it to themselves. The data tapes on the gauntlets were running flawlessly. We're not getting any Zebra infiltrators, that's for damn sure. Then again, I do hope we got one, so we can put a 5X to work arresting them and turning them over to the Ministry. That is, if the Ministries can hold their shit together through the end of the war. I sent the nicest wishes I could to dear cousin Applejack. I'm not surprised she was the one with the attempted assassination. She actually gets things done, rather than whatever the fuck the candy-ass Mistress of Awesome is doing. I knew we couldn't rely on the kingdom. We're going to be the ones pulling the world back together, and hopefully there will be enough members of government left that we won't become stewards of the reins. One thing for sure is that the Zebras sure won't survive Doomsday, so we'll have all the time in the world to lay out new train tracks and slowly pick up the pieces. It's all about logistics. Keep the comms open, keep the trains rolling. The ponies will quickly fall in line once given something to put their hooves to. We'll have the Tik Tok ready to go as soon as the military falters.
What did he just say? Did he just mention Tik Tok?
Yes, he did. It was one of the first revelations the group made once reaching the door of the bunker. There were a few readable lines above the password area. East Corp integrated magical processor, network disconnected, and finally, the name of the installation they were accessing. the Terminal Intelligence Center for Temporary Operational Command, TIC-TOC. Tik Tok.
No.
That revelation only created more questions than answers when they began investigating the skeleton of Kkat and finding the mummified bodies of Valencia and Harvest Orange.
Harvest Orange, personal log 187. It's finally happening. Already several cities have been atomized by the mega spells. I'm trying to calm the families downstairs, but the firing of the Mars gun is hard to ignore. After Manhattan, several Balefire missiles must be passing over the area. It's been firing quite a bit. Cancellation has gone quiet, so at this point I can only assume that it has been blown off the mountain with everyone in it. There is no more Equestria. It is on us to take control of the situation as quickly as possible. The directors are readying their assets and diverting power to the elf transmitters. We are assuming direct control of the outposts and all other installations East Corp built for the military. Fuck! Hopefully it works. Limos has put everything at risk with her stunt. Without the Manhattan transmitter, there were a lot of blind spots. I'll need to head down to the command center once the bombs stop dropping. Project Mercury should be able to push the signal through the gaps. I hope Limos is outside. She deserves whatever end is coming to her. We'll be activating Tik Tok momentarily and become assessing the damage.
So, all this time, Tik Tok has been some kind of AI?
Not exactly. Tik Tok was the name of the bunker, a place for temporary operational command during the chaos following the Great War. Harvest Orange had little faith in the Ministry's ability to maintain control in the aftermath. To an extent, he was right. He apparently established several back doors into the various installations they built for the military, ways they could maintain the communication and mindfully organize reconstruction after the war. It was only later did we realize how centrally placed the facility was. It was relatively equidistant to Manhattan, Winnie City, Naranja Villa, Canterlot, and even Mare Island. Like the spokes of a wheel, the Tik Tok bunker intersected them all. With the abilities the Crown possessed, it's doubtless Harvest Orange may have used it to assert some kind of technocratic hypnosis, to correct any inefficiencies or chaos that ran rampant after the destruction of Canterlot. Would he have been a benevolent ruler, or held on to the vast power for decades afterward, ruled like one of the sorcerer kings of old? Who knows? From what Whitecoat could determine from the files, the system they were building was not some advanced mind at all. It was simply a vessel for raw processing of information from the individualized intelligences of thousands of ponies, creatures, and indeed sentinel droids. But it was a very large vessel. Tik Tok was more than your average spell matrix. The obelisk was fashioned in such a way that instead of the crystal itself performing the magic, the crystal would open a gateway into the realm of magic itself, giving it more space to work. Think of magic like a vast black ocean. Normal ponies use magic by scooping up cups of it and tossing it in the direction they see fit. The more powerful the wizard, the larger the cup. Someone like Starswirl the Bearded doesn't just have a cup, but a bathtub and a pump and faucet to make the magic flow consistently.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a rose petal analogy.
Well, it's the closest one you're going to get. A spell matrix works like drawing up pitchers of water to clean yourself. The obelisk works like jumping into the ocean and becoming totally submerged in water. What Harvest Orange failed to properly account for was that there are things alive in that vast black ocean. Tik Tok became the perfect vessel for something to occupy.
Oh, Luna, what have I done? Valencia, please pick up. Dear Celestia, get away from the sentinel droids. If you're hearing this, destroy the robots, quickly. And stay on the air. Or more someplace safe, away from the population or mushroom clouds. Whatever you do, do not return home. Something's happened. Something with the command center. We flipped the switch and powered the obelisk. Everything seemed to be working. We were pulling data from every installation. It was like we were having a million eyes. Those eyes were not mine. I could hear a voice. Before I knew what was happening, I could hear laser fire over the radio. Then I could hear laser fire behind me. Something tried to pull open the door in the office, but I had the deadbolt in place. Non-computerized, non-electric, a simple, rational latch. Like you see on the ship. It's the only reason I'm still alive. The Sentinel droids are tugging as hard as they could, and suddenly the wheel was beginning to glow. They were melting their way through. I was wearing my Eagle mask, we all were. I was able to think quickly. It had to be the Tik Tok, whatever it is. It's the only way it could be doing this through the central communication hub here. Luckily, I planned for this. On the assumption that the zebras would be the ones to destroy us, I activated the uproot failsafe. The hard line should be severed now, and the obelisk, it should be drowned in mercury. I'm pretty sure it worked, because I could hear the screaming as it happened, then silence. I could hear a lot of noise down below. Before activating the failsafe, the door latch was no longer being melted, but I triggered its hard shutdown of the robots here. Once I felt confident enough, I opened the door. Valencia. They're dead. They're all dead. Every robot in the crater immediately started killing them. Even with the masks, there's blood everywhere. No one's responding. No one's moving. Everything was working! Everything was under control! I am coming for you. I'm gonna use the accursed crown to find you, and I will be there as soon as I can. Please, get away from the robots. Stay safe until I get there.
But we know what happened to her.
Yes, we do. And some hours later, so would he. The crown of Gianeliad offered the wearer an incredible amount of foresight if used correctly. Boosting its power with the elf transmitter under Naranja Villa, Harvest Orange was able to locate the position of Valencia's gauntlet. Using the crown, he cast a spell to repeatedly ping her location to his ship. He left it there, plugged into the transmitter, using it to triangulate her position. It would take him over a day to fly south, crossing half of the continent. The storms were rolling over the face of the earth, balefire scorched the land, and clouds covered nearly the entire surface in horrible toxic dust. Limos was making her own fatal journey to the crystal mine in the west, where she would give the last spark of her life to Whitecoat. Both she and Harvest Orange understood the potential of the magic they were dealing with. Harvest Orange did not think something could break through from the other side. It was not the soul of some pony or zebra that filled the void he built into that obelisk. It was something else entirely, something evil, ancient, and otherworldly. It slid into East Corp's Tik Tok information network like a skin, and was moving quickly to exert its control over this world. Harvest thought the other oranges were dead. And perhaps, in some ways, they are. But they were not the loss that would destroy him. Even then, he was driven by something, and that something was Valencia. He watched over the course of that day to see that her location hadn't moved since the previous morning. From other logs, he speculated that she had taken shelter in a mine with her mother, but you could hear the doubt in his voice. Only when he saw the ruins of the airship with his own eyes did the pretense fall away. He landed not too far away. When Carmina and Whitecoat were uncovering her ship over a year ago, his ship rested only a few sand dunes away, buried in the same way.
So, did he find her?
He did, but it was too late.
My name is Harvest Orange. I was the founder and CEO of East Corp. It's gone. It's all gone. My family is dead, all of them. My own machines slaughtered them without hesitation. I have located Valencia's balloon. It went down in the storm from a megaspell. She's gone. My beloved wife. I can see dozens of bright green flares on the horizon. Clouds rising up. blotting out the sky. We had a chance with this world, and we failed. I failed. Perhaps none of us will be left to hear these words. Whatever I unleashed with this crown is a monster. Some thing entered our world, possessed the Tik Tok in a way I did not predict. I saw the crown as a tool under my control. Speak, therefore, or let silence engulf. As blood flows free, so too your command. Much blood has been spilled today. Whatever took command, it wasn't me. My stopgap may have just delayed the inevitable. The demon that's come through probably rules this world, this final account being listened to by one of its followers. Whoever discovers these words, if they ever be heard again, please forgive me. I only wanted to protect my family, protect everyone as well as I could when I thought I was under control. Valencia might have known about the crown and all the dark magic that we copied from it, but she was not the one to misuse it. Whatever judgment you cast on her, give to me. She deserves the mercy, not me. And to my father, and his father and the rest of our family, I ask that you forgive me for being the last orange.
The tape runs on like this for about 10 minutes before stopping automatically. Harvest Orange's body was found between the two airships. There was a 10mm hole which passed through his temples, but even still, he was naturally mummified, just like Valencia.
Found by who?
The Great Arrows. Harvest Orange had powered down his ship when landing, breaking the connection between him and Naranja. However, Valencia's gauntlet signature was saved in the memory of many other transmitters which heard the echoes of Harvest Orange's search. Using that, Tik Tok, or rather the demon that called itself by that name, continued the search.
Why?
Harvest Orange's failsafe had severed the hard data connections between the installations. However, some installations were already out of reach. Limo's sabotage of the Manhattan transmitter is what severed the connection between Thunder Valley and Tik Tok. It's probably the only thing that saved the Special Material Command from being killed by turrets or having the air turned off on them, leaving them all to suffocate. Luckily, there were no robots at any of the installations for the same reason there weren't soldiers. There was still hope that those boots on the ground could turn the tide of the war. They were wrong. Unfortunately, those places still connected to Tik Tok, such as Mare Island and his own home in Naranja, were quickly compromised when the Obelisk Spell Matrix directed the Sentinel droids to kill them all. It was in every way a parasite, wishing to dispose of the minds of those ponies who might threaten control over his new form. Even wearing the crown in his office, Harvest Orange could tell he was no longer the one giving orders. He heard the demon speak as thousands of ponies and dozens of East Corp facilities were mercilessly killed. Once he realized what was happening, he triggered the uproot protocol and used every bit of willpower he could muster to make sure the spell reached the servers in the command bunker. Once it did, the tanks of liquid mercury were triggered and the wires beneath the obelisk were drowned. With the demon's influence severed, the rest of the failsafe went out, causing the physical disconnects to activate. Explosives, acids, and other chemical agents were used to destroy the hard cables connecting many of East Corp's installations together. This process isolated Mare Island and its transmitter as designed. Without Tik Tok's influence, many of the Sentinel droids returned to a hostile protective state.
So he told the robots to kill them.
He acted within the limits of his own control. This evil entity had possessed a system of arcane devices, specifically that obelisk that bridged into its realm. Using the tools available to it, Tik Tok erased all of the employee IDs of basically every creature at every site. With that act done, he only needed to watch as the robots followed their programming and killed the hostile zebra forces.
But what Harvest did with the mercury didn't kill it?
No, unfortunately, something much worse. He trapped it. With the connections drowned, the obelisk was disconnected from the reactor inside of the Tik Tok bunker, and without raw magical energy feeding the enchantments of the obelisk, the door into the magical realm slammed shut, leaving the entity trapped inside the obelisk.
But he got out eventually.
Yes, as forward-thinking as Harvest Orange had been, he had made a few missteps. Probably the biggest one was using the ancient evil crown in the first place, but the second biggest was not adding enough mercury.
What do you mean?
Just like water, liquid mercury will actually evaporate over time. It's a much slower process, and many other conditions affect that rate of change, but it will evaporate eventually. The glass cylinder surrounding the obelisk was not airtight, and so the HVAC system in the bunker continued to recycle and filter the air as mercury evaporated out of the bottom of the tank. Sometime around 120 years after the Great War, enough of one wire was exposed on the surface that the entity was able to send out a command. That command summoned one of the Series 5X Sentinel droids to drain the rest of the mercury out of the tank. It did so, and the entity soon found itself in control of the entire bunker once again. Many years had passed, and many of the transmitters had gone into low power mode to conserve energy. The entity would have to reactivate them one at a time. But there was another problem. The uproot command was meant to keep Zebra forces from taking control of the whole system. One of the ways it did this was by intentionally deleting the location data of all other installations. This would slow down the Zebra invaders, allowing the ponies who worked in each building to re-establish their connections faster. They would have the knowledge to map out the locations on physical maps. But with the ponies dead, the entity would have a much bigger task ahead of it. Using the Series 5X Sentinel droids in its direct control, it began mapping the area around itself until eventually finding another transmitter from the sequence. It restarted the reactor and now had a greater range of control for its robots. Little by little it expanded in this way, learning about the post-war world and uncovering other installations to increase the physical range of its control. It searched for many years for the crown jewel, Mare Island. But due to the sensitive nature of the installation, no paper notes of its location existed anywhere. It remained hidden in the vast emptiness of the Five Highways Wasteland, while the demons searched for more ways to expand its influence. It would be decades later before it devised a new plan, a new way to increase the size of its army from a few hundred robots. He discovered a particular raider cult, which called itself the Great Arrows. They were apparently started by some mad doctor in the years after the war, who had a penchant for experimental brain surgery. The practice continued on as an inner circle of raiders would carve up and make slaves out of the unsuspecting wastelanders. As the years went by, he discovered just the right amount of brain to cut out to create the most obedient subjects he could. All the mythology about being a god king was just programming, a set of cult doctrine that the brain-damaged arrows could operate under. It worked surprisingly well, and even the demon Tik Tok was impressed by the results. He decided the best approach would be to infiltrate the tribe, sending one of his Series 5X robots to join the inner circle. It worked, and the machine quickly learned to duplicate the brain surgery the mad doctor had passed down through the generations. Next came the takeover. Tik Tok's robot challenged the sitting ruler, Kkat, to combat. While not having suffered the surgery, the inner circle of the tribe still operated on a cult-like ideology. The winner would have to consume the loser. Without dropping his projected appearance, the advanced machine easily killed Kkat, bleeding him dry from a dozen quick cuts. After that, he killed the rest of the Inner Circle, replacing them all with Series 5X units. This was when the expansion truly began. A number of experiments were performed until the right spells were used to fuse a spell matrix gem into the brain of a subject. With that access point secured, Tik Tok could speak to them directly through the network of elf transmitters. Using all the technology Harvest Orange had made for post-war logistics, the demon was able to build his army. He began bringing in the governors and governesses to be administrators. The demon did not want to kill all of pony kind. He wanted to rule them. He wanted eternal dominion and to rebuild this broken world in his image. This was an ancient being, and for all we know, it possessed and acted through the sorcerer kings in the past in much the same way. It is one of the many reasons the system of laws enforced had such a medieval vibe to them. The crown of Ginealiad was the key to a door that should have never been opened. It gave some dark being the ability to whisper into the mind of not only the wearer of the crown, but all of their subjects as well. The demon kept the bones of Kkat, dressed them in a trauma harness, and used it as a terrifying presence. Whenever they wanted to speak directly to some wayward governess, that pony would be brought near the area, then teleported into the Tik Tok bunker. The moving skeleton would terrify them, as well as give the demon a pony through which it could act. With the right enchantment, the horn of a dead unicorn can be used like a crystal, a way to generate and focus magical energy. Much like the trauma harness could move the body with external influence, the magic of the obelisk could trigger the magic of the dead unicorn.
And that can happen to any unicorn?
Unfortunately, yes. Some spells require the body of a living, or alternately once living, creature to cast. Ktat's bones served that purpose well, but they weren't what he really needed. If the demon was to ever leave the obelisk in any form, it needed the crown. More so than that, it needed the body of the last wearer of the crown, to break the lock that Harvest Orange had placed on the system. The Tik Tok bunker was still ultimately a cage. No matter how far the demon could extend its reach, its essence was still trapped in that obelisk. For decades, it continued to build its army, search for lost outposts, wage war on Thunder Valley, and search for Mare Island. Eventually, it got lucky and found Outpost Row. The weapons from that cache armed the great arrows that were laying siege to the Guardianship. It also housed a large tank and weapons used at the first battle of Mare Island. During the course of its expansion, Tik Tok was integrating the slaves of the Five Highways Wasteland into the Great Arrows, one slaver settlement at a time. He wished to incorporate Lockjaw as the new governor of the region, impressed by the way he survived the slave revolt at Oasis. The Sentinel droid surgeons purchased Lockjaw's loyalty by restoring his face with cybernetic components. While moving into the region, one of Tik Tok's scouts came across a sprite bot moving about in a patrol kind of manner. Further examination of the machine found that it was built by East Corp. Naturally, Tik Tok wanted to find out what it was patrolling. With their simple, unshielded spell matrices, Tik Tok was able to take control of all the sprite bots, absorbing them quickly into his own army. With Mare Island's location uncovered, he armed Lockjaw's forces and sent him with the sprite bots to take the facility.
But before he could win, Amber was able to hack through the last level of the island and get control of the big guns.
Exactly. With the island now thoroughly defended, Abalone and the Sentinels were able to expand their own influence and take over much of the Five Highways Wasteland. In the meantime, Tik Tok, who had been waiting a very long time to find the island, continued his efforts to obtain the crown. It was through watching and following the chemical core that Tik Tok was able to glean the true location of Naranja Via, but his forces were stopped in their tracks by the ghoulified and vindictive Orange family, who cut his first wave of Sentinel droids to pieces. He sacrificed nearly 24 of the Series 5X units before having to try different tactics with the Great Arrows. He could not afford to lose any more robots. The calculations were against him. Only when Diamondback presented himself as a new variable did Tik Tok then use Governor Farthing to bring the Dragon Buck into his service. The plan worked, and thanks to Whitecoat and Carmina's gamble with the Memphis transmitter, Tik Tok was also able to locate Harvest from the signature of Valencia's gauntlet.
So, then he had the crown, and the body of Harvest Orange.
And with them together, the means to escape the obelisk. To some extent, Tik Tok was enacting temporary operational control through the machines the demon possessed. But it was not Harvest Orange nor any of the site directors driving the machine. It was this ancient spirit who accomplished his goals with an amoral ruthlessness. He would become the God King of this world if he had to carve up the mind of almost every living pony to do it. With his scheme to ransom Amberhorn to Abalone, he had almost everything in place, thanks to the opportunity that I gave him. Many of these observations were translated to me from Whitecoat, based on the fragments and impressions left behind. The spark inside of that obelisk was not unlike Whitecoat himself. There was something very much alive in there. After centuries of being locked away into his confines, it seems the demon was looking for a way out. It was restless and willing to take the chance even if it exposed itself. When that day came, it was ultimately what Amber said that pushed Abalone over the line.
She didn't think sacrificing the world was worth just one pony.
Once Abalone was given the opportunity, she took it. With those 3 balefire rounds from the Mars guns, Abalone metaphorically severed the demon's throat. All of that arcane power surging suddenly had nowhere to go. It was like an instrument string being broken, snapping back violently in both directions. What she did was ultimately what Amber wanted, and very selfless on her part as well, but it was too much to bear. I don't blame her for that. She and Amber were reunited. I just wish it had turned out differently.
So, Diamondback and Battered have gone to his mountain village? What about everyone else?
After kindly ferrying them around for several weeks, Freezy, Chris, Pinkin, and Ranchhorn returned to Dusselhoof with the good doctor. They plan on making new modifications to the RES Helios now that they've rechristened it the RES Equinox. In between their usual work, they can continue to help Dr. Greenshift with his research into ghoulism. That's still one of the biggest problems of this age, and luckily, they have a lot of time to work with. Amber and her family are finally at rest, and with Mare Island in ruins, there's no reason for anyone to disturb their resting place, not that they can get the door open. Thankfully, Carmina and Sandstone took the locations of Outpost Sigma and Tau to their graves. They now lie as hidden as all the other remaining outposts. As Sandstone told us during his confession, the Master Spell Matrix had its own location data wiped clean. Tik Tok gained basically nothing from the war against the Guardianship. The Spell Matrix only provided him a working password for Outpost Row, which he had already gained access to. After the group finished their exploration of the operational command bunker, Whitecoat overloaded the reactor. Everything was buried in the explosion. The obelisk, the servers, the skeleton of Two-Coat, the bodies of Harvest and Valencia Orange, and the crown of Gianeliad. With the tunnel blown too, a prospector would have to dig down over a mile to reach the wreckage.
So, no more loose ends.
As it should be. Every story must come to an end. You might not like the end, but at least it's better than not knowing. Life is full of enough unanswered questions. The least I could do was sit here sipping on some laser lemon sparkle cola for a few hours and try to provide a conclusion.
I must have missed when you had sparkle cola between the bottles of absinthe.
Whatever gets the job done, right?
Right.
Shit, is it almost midnight?
Getting close.
Well, either way, it's time to wrap this up. Those of you still listening at this point were the ones who cared about all those stories in the first place, cared for all of those amazing ponies, almost as much as I do. I can't express how much each of them have touched my life, and believe me, it's been a long life.
Well, what about Rose Petal? How does her story end?
Duchess Rosepetal has returned home to Manchester Island. She's been away from home for a long time, and she's led an eventful life. It was a blessing how much of that life she shared with us here at Ten Pony Tower. But honestly, why would she want to stick around? She's royalty. She could have kids to rule that place one day, if she'd like that. Either way, she can spend some time with her family and enjoy a break that's long overdue. To all of you faithful listeners out there in post-apocalyptia, thank you for tuning in. These confessions have been very dear to me, and hopefully they'll stay with you as they've stayed with me. Because I don't expect to play any more reruns, for a number of reasons. Tomorrow will be a new day. There will always be new villains, new challenges out there in the unforgiving Equestrian Wasteland. No matter what tragedies happen along the way, all that matters is that you have friends and loved ones in your life to weather that storm with you. It'll be a fresh start, but with the same old sound. Goodbye and farewell.
Well, how was it? You think Rose will hate me for ascribing my terrible fighting skills to her?
Well, I think you could have embellished her a bit, considering we're stretching the truth anyway.
You're probably right. I'm sure I'll be hearing about it for quite a while.
Why lie to everyone? Why tell them that they're dead?
Because death brings closure. At least, it's supposed to. It gives the masses a sense of finality, and for the opportunistic vultures, I've told them that even their graves have nothing left to rob. Too many lives are cut short, or are full of prolonged suffering. I think each of them deserve a few good years to be left alone. Everything's blown up anyway. It's not like interrogating Amber or Abalone is going to lead to anything.
There are like a dozen other outposts.
And they're buried, just like the ashes of Sigma and Tau.
So they really blew them up. Like, everything?
They took some of the better loot with them, and filled Freezy's ship with a very well-deserved restock of supplies. But yeah, everything is toast.
So they're moving into Whitecoat's mine.
Yeah, there's plenty of space down there, and with Zippy gone, he'd probably start to get lonely anyway. So it looks like they're going to have to rebuild the guardianship themselves.
Oh my gosh.
No, I'm kidding. In fact, one of the wedding vows was literally, with one covenant complete, we begin another.
Aww.
It was a fun time. For being the one to officiate, Freezy was crying the most.
I'm gonna miss them.
They all promised to make it back for a visit at some point. Just need to give it some time. Give the public a chance to forget, at least what they sound like. Easier to show up in disguise.
How's Amber doing?
Better! They were able to save one of her cutie marks anyway, but she's getting used to the cybernetics well enough. Luckily, there were more than enough sentinel droids to salvage for parts.
It was just her back legs, right?
Yeah. 5 seconds sooner and she probably would have made it out with only a few scratches. But 5 seconds later, and it would have turned out more or less how I described. It wasn't their idea to be dragged into the limelight in the first place. Even in the later cases, I was the one getting them to open up their souls for all to hear. I was reckless. In the pursuit of some higher truth, I opened a door that we almost couldn't close. They don't deserve to be haunted for the rest of their lives for my mistake. Let them be quietly forgotten among the other dead, so they can live their lives peacefully.
It just feels wrong to lie.
It's not your lie, it's mine.
And I'm about to pay the price for it.
No, wait. I didn't mean that, please.
The microphone's been passed down at least a dozen times. Maybe more. I've had it longer than most.
Yes, because you're great at it. You're DJ Pony.
Well, not anymore. You've been doing just fine on your own. You even nailed the winter solstice show.
I've been crying every other day.
And yet, you're still the right voice. Well, just like the DJ Pony before me. I knew she would have loved you.
Loudspeaker, please. Please don't go.
I'm not going far. The Foggy Isles are only a few hundred miles away. Rose and I will try to visit when we can.
I am not ready for this.
I've watched you blossom so much since coming here. Well, after what happened at Joke Blue, she would have been so proud of you. I'm happy to have been part of that. You have a bright future ahead. Use the microphone wisely, responsibly. And you can even help bring real change to the Wasteland. Come on, let me see you do it. How are you gonna open tomorrow's show?
Okay.
Good morning, Wastelanders. Hopefully you slept well, because I was up way too late and need some coffee.
I love it. Looking forward to listening.
What am I gonna do with the suite all to myself?
Well, I'm sure you'll figure something out. Goodbye, Homage.
Goodbye, speaker. Be safe on the road, okay?
Yeah. Just don't burn down the studio.
Ah, shut up.
Every story must come to an end. I wish I could tell you more. We've had our sadness and we've had our fun, something we can't ignore. And though we may fly to the east and the west, and distance may keep us apart, we'll meet again where the hellhounds prey, and each one will do his part. Yes, we'll meet again where the Steel Rangers slay, and each one will do his part. Every story has the good and the bad, but we will be fair and sincere. We'll stay together in Equestria's ways as long as we all are here. And though we may fly to the east and the west, and distance may keep us apart, we'll meet again where the rat roaches play, and each one will do his part. Yes, we'll meet again as we wait for the day, and each one will